No, there it is.
Let's try that again. Take two. Good afternoon and welcome to the Santa Monica City Council meeting. This is our special meeting for Tuesday, October 8th, 2024. Welcome. We're happy you're here listening, watching, or here in person. And let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Actually, let's save that. We usually save that for the regular meeting. We can just proceed to
okay.
roll call.
All right, do roll call then.
Councilmember Zwick, absent at the moment. Councilmember Parra, also absent at the moment. Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Terosis, also absent at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Brock.
Here.
And I will save the Levine question to the next item as well. So I will now, public input under, do public input for items on the agenda. That would be just for these special agenda items. It looks like I have one person signed up, but I'm thinking that may be an error. Adam Magdaleno. Did you mean to sign up for this agenda? Okay, then there's no public comment on this item. Then we'll now move to item 3A, commendation for Margie Peterson Breast Center.
I just wanted to request that maybe we do fire prevention first, because I don't think everybody's here yet from the Margie Peterson Breast Center.
That would be absolutely fine with me.
So item 3C, proclamation for Fire Prevention Week.
Except I have to find that. I'm ready.
Sorry.
Vice Mayor, you caught me by surprise.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I'm going to read a proclamation. This is Fire Prevention Week, and I watched our fire department in action last Sunday afternoon as they put down a fire on a balcony in Santa Monica, and they did an amazing job. So as always, we're proud of our Santa Monica fire personnel. Whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all residents and visitors, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, with homes being the most at-risk locations for fire-related death, and whereas in 2022, over 2,700 people in the United States lost their lives in home fires, and 3 out of 5 fire deaths occurred in homes without working smoke alarms. And whereas working smoke alarms reduce the risk of dying in a home fire by nearly half and provide critical early warning, giving residents minutes to escape safely. And whereas Santa Monica residents should install smoke alarms in every bedroom, outside each sleeping area, and on every level of their homes, and test them monthly. And whereas ensuring that smoke alarms meet the needs of all family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, is crucial for their safety. And whereas having a planned and practiced home fire escape plan greatly increases the likelihood of surviving a fire. And whereas Santa Monica's first responders are dedicated to reducing home fires and injuries through prevention and public safety education. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, highlights the importance of maintaining working smoke alarms to protect families. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 6th through 12th as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Santa Monica, and urge all the residents to make sure their homes have working smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of our fabulous Class 1 Santa Monica Fire Department.
Oh, sure.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having us today. It's my pleasure to call up our fire prevention coordinator. Some of you already know her, but she's in charge of our outreach, our community outreach, and all of our education. She's doing an amazing job, and she has a few words tonight. Kathy Taylor.
Thank you. Good evening. Hello, Mayor Phil Brock and City Council members. My name is Kathy Taylor, and I stand before you today with immense gratitude and profound sense of responsibility as we accept this proclamation for Fire Prevention Week. This week is not just a date on the calendar. It represents our collective commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of our families, friends, and neighbors. Fire is a powerful force capable of destruction, but also of protection and warmth. It is our duty to respect its power and educate ourselves and others on how to prevent its dangers. Each year, we witness the devastating impact of fire in our homes, our businesses, and our communities. Yet, through our awareness and preparation, we can significantly reduce the risk and save lives. This week is an important opportunity for us to come together and reflect on the importance of fire safety. We share knowledge, implement preventative measures, and engage our youth through educational programs. I encourage each of you to participate in our open house at Fire Station 1 on Saturday, October 12th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., where you can sign up with the American Red Cross to get free smoke alarm installations. We want to remind you to practice your home evacuation drills and share fire safety tips with all your loved ones. I want to extend my deepest appreciation for our local firefighters and emergency responders whose bravery and dedication keep us safe every day. Their hard work and commitment inspire us to prioritize safety in our lives. As we observe Fire Prevention Week, let's make a pledge to educate ourselves, to take action, and to foster a community and culture of safety. Together, we can create a safe environment for everyone. Thank you for your support, your engagement, and your commitment to fire prevention. Let's not make this just a week, not just a proclamation, but a movement towards safety and awareness. Stay safe, everyone, and thank you very much.
And Vice Mayor, if you could present, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
If you could call them all up, and I see you have the proclamation. And we'll all stand.
I need the short firefighter.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, I can go to this corner. That's right, okay. Don't worry, I won't make fun of yours. Okay, we're good. All right. Perfect, thank you. Oh, are you taking more? Okay. No.
Hey, all right. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you so much. Put those fire alarms in this week.
Thank you.
And I'm going to move that we move on to 5D, because I also have a huge force of code enforcement officers here that I know I want back on the street.
Item 3D, code enforcement, proclamation for Code Enforcement Worker Week.
Do we want, do you want to go down again? Or do you want- Yeah, why don't you go down again? Here. I'll read it, but you can go down and hand it to him and stuff. There's a. Yeah, it looks like we have a fine-looking crew of code enforcement officers here. You were all supposed to smile at that. Okay. Whereas the state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. And whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of everyone who lives in, works in, or visits the city of Santa Monica through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with the various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, fire, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive recognition for the job done to improve the quality of life for residents, and whereas the role of the code enforcement officer has greatly expanded in recent years, with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities, and whereas the code enforcement officer is dedicated, highly qualified, highly trained professional who shares the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas the code enforcement officer often has a highly visible role, particularly in the city of Santa Monica, and regularly interacts with the public and a variety of federal, state, county, and local officials in their capacity as a code enforcement officer. And whereas the city of Santa Monica wants to recognize and honor the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of our entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the second week of October 2024 and annually thereafter as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Santa Monica, and call upon residents to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for the dedication and service by all staff members who serve in capacities as code enforcement officers within the city. That's a long proclamation because you have a lot that you have to do in Santa Monica. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Daniel Mick, I'm the Code Enforcement Manager. I just want to really, thank you for the proclamation. This group of individuals here is second to none. They're fantastic. It's not just the Code Enforcement Division itself. We share code enforcement duties with, we have fire code, we have the TSOs, we have building inspectors, we have animal control. There's so many people that engage in code enforcement, so I really think it's an excellent opportunity to get everybody together. Let me thank you, each and every one of you guys, for the job you guys do day in and day out. You guys really do make Santa Monica a special place to be, as do you all. But thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
And I see our animal control officers over in the corner there looking out for any stray dogs or cats right now. You should come over and join them.
Come on, please.
Go over and join them. And into the well, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, I want you to stand right, Daniel, your job is to stand right in front of Gleam.
Right. But then I'm gonna do this.
How you doing, buddy?
Well, yourself.
Thank you all for your work.
Everyone's in. Let's all go here. Hey.
Chief Howard, feel free to join us. You're part of this.
Let's all go down there. This will be a giant party picture. We're all coming down.
All guys in the back.
Oscar? Wait.
Let's get the mayor in the middle.
Oscar, why don't you move over into here?
Don't move. We have a few things to do. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Too good not to get a video, so just wave and smile.
Hey, all right. Say code enforcement. There we go.
Right. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank all of you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Does he want the?
Are we gonna proceed with 3E?
Okay, we can do it now. I'm gonna do this one. Can I do 3A?
I'm going to do Acorn Store now.
Well, I think they have to leave too.
Well, Acorn Store does too. They'll probably have to go back to work. Huh? I know, it'll take 2 minutes. Okay. Every meeting the last few months, I've been honoring a long-term store in the city of Santa Monica. Something sometimes that everyone knows, and sometimes it's a store that's persevered against all odds, sometimes in a small store in Santa Monica. Today, we're going to honor a store that is on 5th Street, just south of Wilshire Boulevard. And it's our favorite wood toy store. That's right, they're not automated, it's not electronic robots, but it's good old-fashioned wood toys and accessories. So are people here from the Acorn Store? Can you go up to there for a minute? Thank you. And I'm going to read a commendation for you guys. Whereas the Acorn Store, located at 1220 5th Street, was founded in Santa Monica in 2002 by Ellen West, who after fleeing Slovakia, I suddenly had a momentary verbal lapse. That never happens to me. Let me start over. Whereas the Acorn Store, located at 1220 5th Street, was founded in Santa Monica in 2002 by Ellen West, who after fleeing Slovakia during a time of conflict, moved to California and recognized the need in the community for children's toys that were beautifully crafted using organic and sustainable materials. And whereas the Acorn Store quickly grew into a beloved small business, gaining a loyal following of customers who appreciate the store's heirloom quality toys and treasures. And whereas Heather Hamilton returned to Santa Monica after living in Germany for 10 years, doing medical research, becoming a regular customer of the Acorn Store, seeking out unique toys for a toddler son. And whereas when Ellen West decided to retire in 2015, Heather Hamilton purchased the Acorn Store, continuing its mission of providing high-quality, handmade toys to the Santa Monica community. And whereas Heather has kept the same quality of handmade European toys in the store's inventory, traveling annually to the famed Nuremberg Toy Fair each year to acquire more beautifully made pieces. And whereas the Acorn Store is a shining example of a legacy, locally owned, creative retail business that employs local residents and has cultivated a following of dedicated customers through generations. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby commend the Acorn Store for its continued commitment to quality, sustainability, and community, and for enriching the lives of children and families over 2 decades. And Heather, if you'd like to come up and say a few words.
Come bring your children. We have we have a wonderful selection of toys from around the world. We're passionate about what we do, and most importantly, we prioritize the children of this community to give them things that will help them develop. Thank you.
And let's come in, well, you already figured out the scheme. We come into the well and grab a picture.
No, you're fine.
Am I okay?
She'll move me if I need to be moved.
you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
What you should be saying is you hand carve all those toys yourself.
Our kids are too big now.
There you go.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Are we moving back to item 3A now?
Yes.
Item 3A, commendation for Margie Peterson Breast Center.
Well, as you know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so this makes the most sense to acknowledge a fine institution that we are so lucky to have right here in Santa Monica, who lit their building pink, I feel was it Monday night or last week, to acknowledge Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So the Margie Peterson Breast Center, for those of you that don't know, is at Providence St. John's in Santa Monica. Whereas the city of Santa Monica proudly recognizes the Margie Peterson Breast Center, part of Providence St. John's Health Center, as a local, regional, and national leader in breast health and care, offering cutting-edge treatment, research, and comprehensive support for patients facing breast cancer. And whereas for nearly 30 years, in collaboration with St. John's Cancer Institute, the Margie Peterson Breast Center has been at the forefront of breast cancer treatment and research, revolutionizing breast health care through its commitment to innovation, excellence, and patient-centered care. And whereas the Margie Peterson Breast Center offers highly advanced diagnostic capabilities on-site, allowing for immediate identification and treatment of a variety of breast conditions, often seeing patients on the same day without requiring a referral. And whereas the center provides comprehensive patient-centered care, serving as a one-stop shop for breast cancer patients by integrating surgery, medical oncology, radiotherapy, and wellness services under one roof, ensuring a seamless supportive experience during every stage of care. And whereas the Margie Peterson's Breast Center's holistic approach ensures that each patient is surrounded by a dedicated team of healthcare and wellness professionals, focusing not only on treating the disease, but also on supporting the whole person physically, emotionally, and psychologically. And whereas the center's commitment to innovation and research has fundamentally transformed breast health, employing cutting-edge technologies and treatments that enhance patient outcomes and quality of life. And whereas the Margie Peterson Breast Center continues to be a beacon of hope for breast cancer patients and survivors throughout Southern California and beyond. Now, therefore, Phil Brock, the mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby commend the Margie Peterson Breast Center for its exceptional leadership, compassionate care, and innovative contributions to the field of breast cancer treatment. So I wanted to call up a couple of the members that are here. It's a pretty extensive, amazing team. Two phenomenal women from the Margie Peterson Breast Center. And I just want to note that 1 in 2 people in their life will get a cancer diagnosis, and 1 in 8 women will see a breast cancer diagnosis. And I personally, when I was sitting in the waiting room at Margie Peterson, met multiple individuals at every appointment who come from other states, hours away, just to seek care at the Margie Peterson Breast Center. And I feel really fortunate that we have cutting-edge doctors and teaching doctors such as these joining us here today, right here in Santa Monica.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Dr. Petty. I'm a medical oncologist, and on behalf of myself, Dr. Goranathan, who is our dedicated psychiatrist, Dr. Grumley, who couldn't be here today, taking care of a patient, and all of our staff, thank you for this commendation. Margie Peterson is part of the community. Most of us live in Santa Monica, and we're proud to be giving care and taking care of our own patients. So thank you.
I just wanted to thank Lana because she has been from day one an advocate for our patient population. And I see a lot of the Margie Peterson patients who are going through emotional distress, and Lana's words, both in person and at events and through her social media postings, guides people. And it's a hard thing to do when you're in a public forum to put that out there. And I'm sure she gets support from all of you. So we thank the city and we thank Lana for being an advocate for our patient population.
And we thank you for all the work you're doing for all of our residents and people in a broader area. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move on to item 3E, proclamation for Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Just read this.
Oscar. Will you take this? Whereas October 2024 marks the 79th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which aims to raise awareness about disability employment issues and to celebrate the many and varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities. And whereas individuals with disabilities continue to face significant barriers to employment despite offering diverse skills, talents, and perspectives that enrich our community and enhance the success of businesses in the city of Santa Monica. And whereas the theme for NDREAM 2024, Access to Good Jobs for All, emphasizes the critical importance of creating inclusive workplaces that offer equal opportunities, reasonable accommodations, and pathways to rewarding careers, and whereas fostering a culture of inclusivity strengthens our economy, promotes innovation, and aligns with the core values of the City of Santa Monica, which is committed to equity, diversity, and fairness for all citizens. And whereas local organizations such as the Disability Community Resource Center play a vital role in advocating for individuals with disabilities by providing essential resources, mentorship, and employment support that break down barriers and promote independence and self-reliance. And whereas the City of Santa Monica is dedicated to upholding the rights of all citizens, including those with disabilities, and to ensuring that our city remains a welcoming and inclusive place for everyone to live, work, and thrive. And whereas the City of Santa Monica pledges to continue taking steps to recruit, hire, train, retain, and advance individuals with disabilities, and to pursue the goals of opportunity, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and independent living for people with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire Santa Monica City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month in the City of Santa Monica, and encourage all residents, businesses, and community organizations to join in celebrating the contributions of workers with disabilities and promoting equal employment opportunities for all. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And
thank you so much. My name is David Kruskal, and I'm the program manager at Disability Community Resource Center, or otherwise known as DCRC. We not only serve all of Los Angeles, but I am the program manager for one of our specific programs, and I manage 3 contracts: the City of Santa Monica, the City of West Hollywood, and City of Redondo Beach. I'd like to thank the mayor, and I would like to thank the entire City Council, the Santa Monica Human Service Commission. I just wanted to let you know we offer a wide variety of programs and services. We engage our Santa Monica members who are looking for employment with our employment division. We have a major contract with the Department of Rehabilitation, and many of these Santa Monica members get extensive job search training and assistance by the employment team. And in addition to the employment, we also do home modifications for city residents to help them with accessibility accommodations and safety equipment to keep them safer in the home. And I'd like to especially thank our amazing executive director, TJ Hill, my amazing staff, Abe Shapiro, Tamara Brown, and also a special thank you to Alana Reinman, who is our program administrator. Thank you so much.
Oscar, you gave, and bring them down into the well then.
I am to the well. We'll take a picture.
You can take one, you want to come up here? Come on down.
More the merrier in the picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, how are you doing?
All righty, hi. Right there, I'll stay right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3F, Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Okay, last proclamation for the day. But one of the most important.
What are you waiting for?
Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here? Oh, there we go, there we go. Whereas October is recognized as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, highlighting the need for continued efforts to prevent and end domestic violence. And whereas, although progress has been made toward preventing and ending domestic violence and providing support to survivors and their families, important work remains to be done. And whereas domestic violence affects people of all genders, races, ethnicities, and economic backgrounds, with marginalized groups such as undocumented individuals, transgender individuals, and people with disabilities facing increased vulnerability. And whereas domestic violence programs such as Sojourn, a program of the people concerned, provide life-saving support, shelter, and advocacy services to survivors and their families while raising awareness and offering education to the community. And whereas approximately 43% of California women and 42% of California men experience physical, intimate partner violence in their lifetimes, with women aged 18 to 24 being disproportionately affected. And whereas domestic violence is the third leading cause of homelessness among families and imposes significant economic impacts in California, with a recent report calculating the total cost of domestic violence in California at $73.7 billion, that's billion, in 2022. And whereas children exposed to domestic violence face long-term negative consequences, including difficulty at school, substance abuse, and behavioral problems and health issues. And whereas the City of Santa Monica acknowledges the vital role of community-based prevention programs and culturally responsive services like Sojourn in creating safer communities and supporting survivors. Now, therefore, I, Phil Brock, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of our entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2024 and each following October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Santa Monica, and call upon all residents to educate themselves about domestic violence, support survivors, and participate in efforts to prevent and end domestic violence in our community and all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Chantel Smith. I am the Senior Program Director for Sojourn. I'm a project of the People Concerned. And as I have the privilege to be here today, you know, with you all, it's really the front line staff that are working directly with survivors, accompanying them to court, helping them to rebuild healthy bonds and relationships with their children, establishing safety, and stepping in the front line, right, of domestic violence. As we understand that the first 2 days in leaving a domestic violence relationship and that time frame of seeking services is when the most danger arises. That's when most homicides occur in relation to domestic violence. And so that work that they do is really important. But I would be remiss if I didn't speak here today about the true heroes in the situation, that are the survivors who face the safety of leaving their situation, who face the idea of rebuilding their life completely, but do that every day and with bravery seek the services that we offer. What we do at Sojourn ultimately is hold a space for those survivors to be able to do what is already in them and what they're already capable of. And I appreciate you all taking the time to acknowledge that and bringing awareness to this, as we will continue to hold space for survivors in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Davis has a proclamation for you, and we'll grab a picture with all of us together. Someone else is running up to take a picture or join.
Exactly. Skills.
Huh?
Oh, like spread.
Like that?
There we go.
Thank
Thank you
you
so
very
much.
Like, were we posing when she got it? Had those artistic action shots?
Important, very fancy proclamation. We spend a lot of money on these.
Thank you so much.
Item 3G, State Legislative Update by Assemblymember Rick Chavez-Zeber.
Good afternoon. We're pleased to have our assembly person here
Good evening.
this afternoon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members, esteemed members of the council. I'm very proud to represent Santa Monica as a key and the heart and soul of my assembly district, or one of the heart and souls of my assembly district. As you know, I'm a proud member of the number of caucuses, including the LGBTQ plus caucus, the Latino caucus, and the Jewish caucus. And I've also proud to have been selected by Speaker Rivas to serve as chair of the Assembly Democratic Caucus. And in that role, I'm proud to be part of the Speaker's leadership team with the specific responsibilities of helping him manage our caucus and focus on key legislative priorities and establish those priorities for the California Assembly. With that in mind, I'd like to give you just a brief update about what we were doing this year. First of all, as you probably read, California was facing a serious budget deficit this year, which we expect to continue at least into next year and maybe even a year or two after that. We started out with a nearly $50 billion shortfall, and this meant that we had to face some very tough choices. Proud to say that in the end, we balanced the budget also with a 2-year look ahead. So we made some cuts that will benefit us next year. We did that while preserving a $22 billion rainy day fund, and we were able to preserve cuts in key priority areas, including education funding, programs which uplift our most vulnerable Californians like CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Cuts around housing and homelessness were limited, but there were unfortunate cuts to climate and environmental programs. Fortunately, later in the session, we were able to make up for some of those cuts by passing an historic climate bond, which will be going to the voters in November. And if approved, that bond will funnel billions of dollars into clean energy, coastal resilience, heat mitigation, wildfire prevention, and clean water programs. This year, there were a number of other bills that we were focused on addressing both the opportunities and the challenges of AI. I expect that to continue into next year. And closer to home, hospitals around the state have been upgrading their infrastructure to reach the seismic standards that the legislature has set. A number of those hospitals are facing challenges in meeting those deadlines. So there were a number of bills that made it through the session. The main one was one that related to the 230 standards that would have actually benefited Cedars-Sinai. I, in the end, did not support that bill, in part because it didn't have enough guardrails around it. We'll continue to work with Cedars this year, but the bill was ultimately vetoed by the governor because he actually shared the same concerns that I did. But I do say we do need to focus on some of the concerns that some of the hospitals in the area have in meeting some of these deadlines, and there's some work to do, and I think we all understand that that is ahead of us. So next, I'd like to sort of update you on some of the things that I was focused on this year. As you know, since day one, I've made it a priority to make it easier to both create more housing and keep people in their homes. We know that it's both humane and cost-effective to actually focus on homelessness prevention, and that has been one of the key areas that I've been focused on. And you know, we need more housing, but we also need to respect existing neighborhoods, and so that is the guidelines that I've actually been using as I focus on some of the housing and homelessness bills. First, my bill, AB 2525, will make it easier to provide housing and services to unhoused people living in RVs. This bill was sponsored by LA Mayor Karen Bass. And while it primarily helps Los Angeles, it will have positive effects that will extend into Santa Monica as Los Angeles is able to sort of move people who are living into RVs into temporary and permanent housing. And hopefully that's a template that other areas might want to sort of pick up, and we might be able to do something broader that will, in the county of Los Angeles, that would actually have direct effects to benefits to Santa Monica. You know, in Los Angeles, we know that the point in time count that there were nearly 6,500 people in the city of Los Angeles living in about 4,000 RVs. That represents an astounding 22% of LA's unhoused population. So this bill should have a really big impact on actually helping move some of those folks that are living in RVs into temporary and ultimately permanent housing. The other, let me just take this paperclip off. Another bill that was signed into law by the governor. So that bill was signed into law by the governor about 2 weeks ago, goes into effect in January. Another bill in the homelessness area is AB 2447, which I reintroduced this year. It was something that was held last year, but it was now signed into law by the governor. It basically empowers foster youth transitioning into adulthood to maintain their services under those transition programs, while at the same time being able to sort of save for their future. There were some just really counterproductive requirements as part of the program, so that these foster kids who were transitioning into adulthood, if they saved more than $10,000 in savings, which of course we know they need that money in order to put a down payment on an apartment and to actually have a cushion for their future, if they saved that, they became ineligible for the programs that actually help foster youth transition into adulthood. So we were able to sort of fix that this year. The governor signed that into law, and that will go into effect in January. And then, of course, I was disappointed with respect to AB 2498, the California Housing Security Act, which was sponsored by the County of Los Angeles and the City of Santa Monica and West Hollywood. I want to thank you for your support. That bill aimed to prevent homelessness by helping vulnerable people remain in their homes. To do that, we proposed a 2-year pilot program where individuals at risk of homelessness could receive up to $2,000 per month in rent subsidies. It's a great bill. It actually made it a lot further this year than last year. It made its way all the way through the Assembly, all the way through the Senate committees. We actually had funding that was sort of not earmarked, but was available for the program in the budget. But there was a competing bill in the Senate that was also looking at the same funding, and so it was stopped in a Senate appropriations. But the good news, it's not good news, but in the end, the other bill that was competing for the funding that this bill would have sought was vetoed by the governor in the end. So we're going to pick this bill up next year again. I think it's building in support. We know that it is just much more compassionate and cost-effective for us to focus on homelessness prevention. If you look at the fact that we've got about 10,000 people becoming newly unhoused in California every year, about 7,000 to 8,000 people are coming off the homeless rolls at the other end. So we're losing ground by not focusing on prevention. And if you sort of look at a program like this, about $250 million could actually, with rent subsidies, keep those people in their homes. And if you actually look at what it would cost on the other end of the spectrum, we're talking about $6 to $10 billion to basically wait until someone becomes unhoused, then have to actually provide temporary housing, support services, and then permanent housing for people on the other end. So this is something I'm not going to get off my soapbox on. I think it's building support. We're going to bring this bill back next year, and I just want to thank the city for its sponsorship of the bill. Again, now sort of turn to retail theft. As you know, Speaker Rivas, I was very honored that Speaker Rivas made tackling retail theft one of his priorities this year, and he asked me to lead that effort, named me chair of the Select Committee on Retail Theft. And in that role, we worked on 10 new public safety laws, which were signed by Governor Newsom in August. I authored the key lead bill on that, the California Retail Theft Reduction Act. My bill focuses on organized crime rings. It creates a new crime of serial retail theft with a penalty of up to 3 years behind bars for possession of stolen property with the intent to resell. It also specifies that evidence of intent can include repeated conduct or possession of a quantity of goods inconsistent with personal use. It expands the tools for police to arrest for shoplifting based on a witness's sworn statement or video footage. I think the thing I'll sort of say is this package of bills was really focused on what do we need to do to actually have an effective response to retail theft, and really looking at what are the obstacles that are causing this problem. One of the things we know about retail theft, about deterrence, is the thing that deters crime the most is the likelihood that someone who's engaging in crime is going to be caught or apprehended, and then the likelihood that when you are caught or apprehended, that there's a consequence, a serious consequence related to that. So this package of bills was focused on those two things, and so we looked at a bunch of reforms that actually make it make it easier for folks to be apprehended, focusing really on the serial crime rings. One of the things that we know is in LA County, a lot of the retail theft, it's not all of it, but a lot of it is these serial crime rings that go from store to store to store to store. So the bill actually had new provisions that actually allow crimes to be aggregated so that they can actually be prosecuted as a felony. It allows crimes that are occurring in Los Angeles and Ventura County in two jurisdictions to be prosecuted together. It allows, for example, for misdemeanor crimes, it allows arrests to be made based on videotaped evidence or sworn statements so that a police doesn't always have to be present. And then we actually tried to crack down on really the demand side of retail theft and really focused on the fencing of these goods through online marketplaces. So it was a very comprehensive package of bills. I'm very proud that we got that through. They will go into effect in January, and I think they're going to have a meaningful effect on retail theft. So I'd like to look at some of my other priority areas. As you know, one of my focuses before I got here and has continued to be a focus on healthcare and civil rights. I was proud that last year Governor Newsom signed AB 5, the Safe and Supportive Schools Act. That was the culmination of over a decade of work by Equality California and other LGBTQ groups, and it provides the public school teachers and staff who are on the front lines of supporting California students. It gives them the training and the support they need to better serve LGBTQ and all students. And so that was my bill last year. This year, we had a couple bills that advance health and well-being of LGBTQ and all Californians. The first was AB 2258, which is a bill that would codify federal guidance requiring health plans and health insurers to cover necessary preventive services without out-of-pocket cost. That's something that's currently already required by the federal government under guidance under the Affordable Care Act. But there was a Texas suit that was lost by the proponents that actually struck down that federal guidance. That's up on appeal now, but this bill actually will preserve will move that requirement into California law that preventive services will continue to be covered. So no matter what happens with the federal lawsuit, Californians will continue to have the benefit of having preventive services covered by their health care. And that are essential services like reversible contraceptives, HIV prevention, medications like PrEP, screenings for HIV and sexually transmitted diseases, and other screenings for cancers and a whole host of other things. My second bill is AB 1955. In this area, the SAFETY Act. It was one of key successes this year, which was a priority for the LGBTQ caucus. I was a proud co-sponsor of that bill, and it will strengthen protections against forced outing of LGBTQ plus students in California schools. I think you may have read in the press that there are a number of school districts across the state that have proposed or began implementing policies requiring teachers to inform parents if students might identify as transgender or request to be identified by a different name in the school. Obviously, this sort of faux starting policy is something that is, can have really terrible impacts on these kids. And really, we actually had a bill that was very carefully crafted to really preserve parental oversight and control, but really prevent the schools from sort of getting in the middle of this set of issues. One of my key areas in this area of civil rights has been focusing on anti-Semitism. This year, we saw a massive spike in anti-Semitic hate and crimes, particularly on college campuses. I was appalled and will always use my voice and my office to stand up against this and other forms of hate. Now again means now. And one of the things that I did this year was called for an investigation into the potential violations of the Civil Rights Act at UCLA by the Department of Education. I'm also working on a bill to ensure that ethnic studies courses meet the important goals of ethnic studies. We want to strengthen ethnic studies by providing windows for all students into the lives and challenges of ethnic communities. And we also want to make sure that, in addition to those windows, that our curriculum provides a mirror so that students see themselves in those. But we also need to make sure these are sensitive topics, that we actually have guardrails to make sure that curriculum is appropriate for all students and is actually something that unites students and validates all students in our schools. So that's a bill that we'll continue to work on this year. On a personal front, I am proud that the governor signed AB 2613, the Jacqueline Marie Zuber Rare Disease Advisory Council. The bill creates a Rare Disease Advisory Council in California. It's named after my late sister Jacqueline, who endured a 3-year battle with ALS and inspired me to seek office. My sister was treated as a fatality while she was still alive, and I really came to understand how folks that are suffering from rare diseases don't often have a voice because there's so few of them. They don't have a seat at the table very often. And so California was one of the few states that did not have one of these advisory councils in place. This will create it. We're going to be looking for a home, hopefully at UCLA or UCSF, and it will actually provide a convening for all of the rare diseases to come together and basically help us understand how we can better serve people with rare diseases, both in terms of government programs, in terms of research, and in terms of medical care. Had 2 bills. Gun safety is another of my priorities. We had 2 bills this year that were signed into law by Governor Newsom. One is AB 2907, which enhances protections for California who face domestic violence, stalking, and elder abuse, apropos of the resolution that was just adopted as I walked in the door. And then AB 2917, which updates, refines, and expands California's nation-leading gun violence GVRO to draw a civil court's attention to hate-based and politically motivated threats of violence. This bill was sponsored by Everytown for Gun Safety and the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, and the governor signed both of those bills. Finally, on climate, which is, as you know, is one of my key focuses. Last year, my bill, AB 3, the California Offshore Wind and Jobs Advancement Act, was signed into law. That bill streamlines offshore wind energy planning to help us get off of dirty fossil fuel. This year, I introduced a bill to place on the ballot a $1 billion bond for seaport infrastructure improvements off the California coast. That bill was eventually incorporated into the climate bond, and I'm actually proud of the fact that while we were seeking $1 billion in my own separate bond, that we actually got almost $500 million into the $10 billion climate bond, and that was a huge accomplishment. And obviously, that's going to the voters. I'm also happy to know that the bond, which I was on the committee that helped shape that, includes $85 million for the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, which I know is so important to this city. So just turning briefly to next year, you know, I'm currently working on my bill package for next year, and we look forward to make meaningful progress to really uplift the citizens of the city of Santa Monica and the members of the Assembly District across the board. I look forward to your input. We're in the process now of thinking through those. So if you have things that you would like us to be focusing on, please reach out and would love to sit down with you. I know that one of my priorities, and I've already, in the same way that the speaker tapped me last year to focus on retail theft, this year one of my priorities is going to be keeping Hollywood in California. The speaker has asked me to spearhead an effort to make sure that the challenges that the film and entertainment industry is facing are addressed, and that we are able to maintain that industry, are one of our foundational industries here in the state of California. You know, other states are recruiting successfully productions out of the state at a very rapid rate. This is causing real harm to people in our district. I mean, many small businesses are being hurt, people's jobs are being lost. You know, one of the things, you know, I lived through the period of time where we lost the aerospace industry in Southern California because we didn't pay attention to keeping it here. We cannot allow that to happen with the film and the entertainment industry. And so one of my key focuses for next year will be working with the speaker and other legislators in Southern California to ensure that we have a package of bills that allows us to keep Hollywood here in California. So with that, I just want to thank you for giving me so much time. I want to thank you all for your commitment to the citizens of Santa Monica, for all the hard work that you do. It's really an honor to be a public servant with you. You should know that I value the partnership with the city of Santa Monica. It is such an important part of this district and such an important city that leads in so many ways here in the state of California. I remember when I looked at my bill package last year, there were like 3 or 4 bills that were modeled after things that Santa Monica had already started. And so I just want to thank you for that. I'd be happy to take any questions if that would be appropriate or not. We can sort of talk afterwards.
Well, first, thank you so much for that comprehensive report. You certainly have not been relaxing at the beach. You've been in Sacramento working hard.
Yes, thank
you. And we thank you for that, and we thank you for the support of our city. Does anyone have any questions for our assembly person?
I'm just excited to hear about the serial retail theft bills that you've successfully passed. That's great. Thank you very much for that. And also would like to work with you on keeping Hollywood in California. I agree with you that this is a very important industry. We can't afford to lose. So thank you very much for prioritizing that.
I would love to do that, and I'll reach out afterwards. So that would be great.
I'll join that as well, as my day job.
Thank you.
Happens to be in the industry, and I have performers who are getting less and less work, even though they're even more qualified than before. It's a real strain on our economy and on people's livelihoods here. Councilmember Zwick, Councilmember Davis? We're good. Thank you so much, Rick.
Thank you so much for giving me time, and thank you for
appreciate
your
it.
commitment to the city and to the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Rick.
And with that, we will adjourn the special session of our city council, and we will go to our regular meeting.
Okay, you want to do the pledge?
We should have Christine come up. Christine's right here outside the door.
Christine was coming in, I thought.
She's right there, but I think she doesn't realize that you're.
Councilmember Parra, you're welcome to come in.
She hears you on
Are we?
there. Pledge of allegiance. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to do the pledge?
Yeah, absolutely. And we welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council for October 8th, 2024. And we're sorry that some of you may have missed our special meeting earlier and wonderful proclamations that were issued and a comprehensive report from our state assemblyman. And can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Councilmember Zwick.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Zwick?
Here.
Councilmember Parra? Here. Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Terosis is absent at the moment. Councilmember De La Torre?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Here.
And Mayor Brock.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Sorry. Hearing none, we'll now move on to public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. There are 5 names on the list. I will call all 5 names, and if you could please stand by the podium as I call your name. Adam Magdalena, Jerry Rubin, Denise Barton, Wade Kelly, and Jonathan Foster. You may proceed, Mr. Magdalena. Magdaleno, I'm sorry.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Adam. I'm a West Side resident. First time doing public comment here. I was one of the many organizers of the tenants march that we had recently, that we marched onto the graffiti towers. It was kind of like a grassroots thing with a whole bunch of other like groups, like ACE, SEIU 721, a whole bunch of other great folks. Our march was also, well, we marched to the graffiti towers since it was a pretty good symbol of like dysfunction in LA. Last time I checked, the graffiti towers were like owned by an international owner. They didn't want to put it back on the market. It's just going to be kind of sitting there for a while. How the housing situation is very dysfunctional here. But we were also there to support Prop 33, Justice for Renters Act. Costa-Hawkins has been a law written pretty much by landlords, for landlords. It was passed behind closed doors without anyone really noticing, like 30 years ago. Back when, most people probably, weren't active voters. The voting pool looks kind of different now in 2024. So now we kind of have like a real chance to decide for ourselves whether we really want to keep this law. Apartment associations, real estate, they're spending $60 million trying to get people to vote no on Prop 33. But don't fall for this ad blitz, this astroturf that's going on. Basically, Costa-Hawkins has been pretty much the norm for the past 30 years. Would you say that the housing situation has gotten better or worse over the past 30 years? So maybe we should just kind of like reevaluate these things, these laws that encourage landlords to just like kick out the tenants so they can, jack up the rent prices. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jerry Rubin?
Thank you very, very much, Mayor Brock, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, honorable council members, honorable city manager, city attorney, city clerk, police officers, and fellow Santa Monicans. Well, I'm sure you all know, 4 more weeks till Election Day. I voted today. As soon as I find a mailbox, I have confidence in our mail. I can plop it in. They always seem to get the bills to me pretty reliably, so I have a lot of faith that they're going to deliver things. But I encourage people to vote. I think voting early is a good thing. But more importantly, vote. Don't say, what does it matter? Nationally, don't say, well, it's California, you know, it's different here, we don't have to worry. Every vote counts. We have not only the right, but the responsibility to vote, to protect our democracy. So I urge everyone to do it. I think everybody's been doing pretty good here locally, and the civility aspect with the 10 candidates that are running, I encourage that to continue for the next 4 weeks, and let's get onward and keep supporting this great city of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry.
Denise Barton?
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to speak about the upcoming election. Starting with the new tax and bond measures, I would encourage everybody to vote no on all of them, due to the city not being accountable and transparent with both homeless services funding and previous school bonds, in addition to the city council not paying back the restricted and other funds borrowed during the pandemic. As well as for city council candidates, I would be supporting the safety SM slate candidates, which include Phil Brock, Oscar De La Torre, John Putnam, and Vivian Rocknan. To give you some reasons why, I encourage everyone to look at the Northeast Neighbors 2024 Santa Monica City Council Candidate Forum lightning round responses, where all the candidates said we should fund more police officers. But on ending the needle distribution in Reed Park, the four SMER candidates, Dan Hall, Ellis Raskin, Barry Snell, and Natalia Zernowska, all voted no, in addition to Wade Kelly. And on supporting banning sleeping in public spaces, all the SMER candidates again voted no, in addition to Wade Kelly and Erica Leslie. Here, I also, please keep in mind that all the SMER candidates endorsed George Gascon as well. So I hope you can see that these candidates say they want a safe city, but don't want to get rid of the elements that are causing crime. So what does that say? That only Phil Brock, Oscar De La Torre, and John Putnam and Vivian Rocknan are the candidates that really support a safe Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wade Kelly?
Hello, thank you. You did it. You ended homelessness by criminalizing sleeping bags and bedrolls. Phil Brock, Oscar De La Torre, Lana Negrete, and Christine Parra. You did it. Oh, I only think you could make it better by criminalizing overcoats during the wintertime, but only for homeless people. That might help end this housing crisis, this homelessness crisis. I guess you're just following the Trump's ultra-conservative Supreme Court in their Grants Pass versus Johnson ruling this summer, which said that now cities can criminalize homelessness if they want to. And you're going right along with them. In her dissent of that ruling, Justice Sotomayor said to keep people from sleeping is cruel and unusual punishment and goes against the 8th Amendment of our Constitution. So who do you want to follow, Santa Monica? You want to follow Trump's ultra-conservative Supreme Court and Phil Brock and Oscar De La Torre? Or do you want to stand up for human rights like Justice Sotomayor and others? Kamala Harris wants to build 3 million units of housing in her first term in office. How many are we going to build, Santa Monica? How many affordable units of housing are we going to build? Because you've been dragging your feet about building any affordable housing. Sure, we're building a lot of market value housing, but we need to build a lot more affordable housing instead of promoting a black market cryptocurrency, a Ponzi scheme, Bitcoin, that uses more energy than the country of the Netherlands. That's right. Maybe you should get the homeless people turned on to Bitcoin. My name's Wade Kelly. I'm running for Santa Monica City Council.
And Jonathan Foster.
So on Oscar De La Torre.
I had to put this in a recorded form because it's just a little easier. And on Oscar De La Torre, of course, in my mind, I think of you as Oscar De Baloney. But anyways, I like you some. So for years, I read your comments, and I thought, what a racist. And then you got elected, right? and I saw your name and I realized this was that dude, this racist dude. So I thought I would come down here and tell you to your face, you're a racist. And then immediately you put up the 1991 letter thing and what was up with the investigation. And since then, I've been on hold for my comments, right? You know, the person that wrote that letter, though, they should have done what I'm doing, is coming down here, tell you to your face you're a racist. But having learned more about you, Oscar, you seem a little different than I perceived. And so I wanted to go over some things that are problematic, really. And we need to get together and talk. I will do that, if you would. And I know there's discrimination against Latinos. But the Native American resistance, brown beret, reconquista mentality is really what one of the biggest problems is. There's an issue. In 1848, there was the Treaty of Hidalgo, right? And what the United States did was, in a false war with designated troops to decide the land, what I want you to realize, from 1848, 100 years later, in 1948, Israel incorporated as a nation. This is who took the land. And in 1918, Israel wasn't incorporated yet. And in 1918, there was a flu pandemic. And then 100 years later, in 2019 into 2020, there was a COVID-19 pandemic. And this isn't an oops, bro. Okay? So there are some problems. Things that we need to really talk about here that are not being represented.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input for this evening. We will now move on to public input on special agenda items, closed session, and consent. And we have one speaker for this item, and it's Peter Borenson.
Evening. Please pull item 5C for further discussion and read the public comments from the Housing Commission. Now, the city is proposing development fees of $43 a square foot for apartment construction and $51 a square foot for condo construction. This puts condo purchasers at a clear disadvantage to landlords. The Commission asked the Council to equalize fees and other conditions, parking, density, etc., where for sale housing is disadvantaged to market rate rental housing, and equalize them if they're currently not. Corporate landlords gain future wealth appreciation, whilst market rate renters have no rent control protections and accumulate nothing. If built as condos instead, owner-occupiers would gain housing security, price stability, and could grow wealth. Many of the higher density apartment buildings going up on our boulevards are rented by the working classes, and so would also be affordable by those same people if built as condos. Furthermore, inclusionary units in those buildings could be sold as deed-restricted condos instead of rentals, and so would benefit low-income Santa Monicans also. Indeed, city staff have stated that state RENA numbers can be met with deed-restricted condos, not just affordable rentals. There is no possibility of a shortage of market rate rentals as our city is flooded with new supply, but there is a critical shortage of newly built entry-level condos. Currently, only a small number of high-end townhome-style condos get built, but via fee equalization, higher density, lower-cost condos could be built along our boulevards, not just rentals. Currently, corporate landlords are favored by the city and grow wealthier, but working-class residents who are desperate to own their own homes at an entry-level price are being shut out. Please pull item 5C and read the comments from the Housing Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we now have Mark Verville as well. And Mr. Verville, I have a message that you're speaking on behalf of the Audit Subcommittee.
No, I'm speaking on, I am the chair of the Audit Subcommittee, but I'm speaking on my personal behalf.
Okay, so if you're not speaking on behalf of the committee, you only get 2 minutes.
All right.
We'll see how good I'm at extemporaneous editing. Good evening, council member and mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of, or on consent item 5E, which is the declaration of surplus properties. This is the three properties, the Apple Building, the Main Street parking lot number 29, and the Expo parking lot. My key concern in all of this is that there is absolutely no data that has been provided to this council to make this decision. And this is basically a continuation of no data being presented to the council to make any of these decisions. For example, for the parking structure 3 demolition and actually declaration of surplus. And this goes back all the way to 2019 when that council basically, without asking for any information, did not contest the RENA allocations that were completely discretionary and basically had moved 154,000 units in 2 weeks, and which was documented in the council's materials, and yet staff never brought any of this to the council's attention. The council never asked staff for basic information on what the financial impact to the general fund would be by basically agreeing to the RENA allocations, which the council at the time agreed it was about 30,000 units. So this lack of information about what the impact is going to be on the general fund, on the general fund's viability across all of these decisions on city properties is unacceptable. And I'm asking you to reject this item and insert a requirement that the staff comes back with a fully thought through analysis of not only these properties, but what this policy is going to do. If the state came to this council and said, we want you to make the city an unviable financial entity, I don't think you would agree, but that's the path you're going down. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes public input on that item for this evening. Moving on to item 3A, City Manager Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. And I'll preface this will be a bit of a lengthy City Manager report because there's a number of items I have to get through. First and foremost, I want to start my comments on a bit of a somber note and address the troubling incident on Saturday evening involving one of our police officers. I want to start off unequivocally by saying that violence absolutely has no place in our city. And it was deeply troubling to see such a horrific incident unfold outside of our public safety facility. I am thankful, truly thankful that our officer is at home and recovering. Our thoughts are with him and his family during this very difficult time. I also want to express my deep gratitude and appreciation to Chief Batista and the entire police department and his leadership team for their tireless efforts to keep our city safe. The police department will continue to update the community as information becomes available in the coming days and weeks. So I'll transition to, we have a very significant agenda to tackle tonight, but I ask for your indulgence as I highlight some important events and programs coming up. First, there she is. I want to introduce our new Human Resources Director, Dana Brown. Dana, if you want to quickly stand up. Dana has nearly 4 decades of public service experience and has held a number of leadership positions in the city of Los Angeles, including as Chief Employee Relations Officer. Most recently, she served as General Manager of the Personnel Department for the City of Los Angeles, where she oversaw more than 600 full-time employees engaged in recruitment, examining, hiring, and training. Yesterday was Dana's first day, and we're absolutely thrilled she's here. But to demonstrate how committed she is, we had a leadership team retreat about a couple of months ago, and before she was even fully an employee, was already hitting the ground running and integrated seamlessly into our team and was a meaningful contributor. So really appreciate Dana's contributions and really appreciate working with Dana. She's a wonderful person, and you'll definitely love getting to know her. Thank you, Dana. In other great news, I'm really happy to share that the Santa Monica City Attorney's Office, thank you so much, Doug, and your team, in partnership with our Police and Housing and Human Services departments, has been awarded nearly $8 million for ongoing efforts to address public safety and homelessness. That grant will be used to create what's called SAMO Bridge, a diversion program that will focus on connecting individuals with services as an alternative to incarceration. And I certainly look forward to sharing more details of that program as it unfolds, and it's certainly fitting to be able to make that announcement tonight, given one of the items on our study sessions. We also learned important information this week regarding the upcoming election. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District notified the public that ballots printed and mailed by the County Registrar's Office inadvertently include both school improvement measures, Measure QS and Measure MM, on both Santa Monica and Malibu area ballots in error. Measure QS pertains only to Santa Monica voters in schools, excuse me. Measure MM pertains only to Malibu voters in schools. The school district created 2 school facility improvement districts, or SFIDs, in 2018 so that voters in each of the communities the district serves, Santa Monica and Malibu, would fund school projects only in their areas. The school district wants to emphasize that Measure QS will improve Santa Monica schools only, and Measure MM will improve Malibu schools only. The Los Angeles County Registrar Recorder / County Clerk has taken full responsibility for this error and is collaborating with the school district and both cities to notify constituents that votes will be determined in each area by registered voters in that district only. If you want to get more information, you can go to the school district website, smmusd.org. And I have a few events I want to highlight because it's certainly going to be a busy week. This coming Monday, October 14th, is the start of LA Tech Week, featuring big events throughout Santa Monica. I certainly encourage folks to check out the happenings right here in Silicon Beach. Sunday, October 20th, is the last day to submit a survey to share your feedback for Phase 2 of the airport conversion project. And you can find the survey at smacproject.com. It is a lengthy survey, but please do encourage constituents to complete that survey. The input is incredibly meaningful to us. And last but not least, Cirque du Soleil's Cusa is officially here at the pier. You may have noticed some initial construction this week, and the big top is set to go up this weekend. The show launches on October 19th, and I look forward to many exciting activations and celebrations to come. They've been wonderful community partners. Finally, I want to briefly provide a 90-day report on the newly formed Santa Monica Bitcoin office, approved by the council in July of this year and led by nonprofit Proof of Workforce. First, I want to extend deep gratitude to Doug Sloan and the entire city attorney's office and Melissa Spaniolo for working incredibly quickly and making sure the memorandum of understanding was signed quickly. Proof of Workforce has been preparing an education campaign in collaboration with the library, set to launch in early 2025. Giving community members an opportunity to learn Bitcoin 101 and explore possible career opportunities within the industry. The Bitcoin office has seen significant interest from the public and gained impressive traction, generating more than 2 million organic views on social media, more than 100 inquiries from the public, and widespread media coverage. Several other cities have also reached out to learn more about the office's operations. The office has begun outreach and events in the community, hosting a meetup in collaboration with the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, and is set to present at the California Municipal Revenue and Tax Association Conference this week. And on October 18th, in concurrence with LA Tech Week, Proof of Workforce and the Bitcoin office will host a Bitcoin Peer-to-Peer Festival, a free community event from 12 to 6 p.m. on the 1200 block of the Promenade. As this office continues to grow, we'll provide regular updates on its progress, and you can find out more on our website, santamonica.gov. And I want to thank Mayor and the City Council for your indulgence this evening. Thank you.
We'll now move on to closed session. Item 4A, conference with legal counsel addressing litigation, John Doe UNV.Doe versus the city and all other cases referenced on the agenda. And item 4B, conference with legal counsel addressing litigation, the city of Santa Monica versus ICSOP and others.
And what do you anticipate our timing?
We shoot for 7:15.
All right, I like that. So we will reconvene at 7:15.
Okey dokey.
Thank you.
Did you give me this book?
Yeah,
Thanks.
books for me.
I figured, but I wasn't sure.
He's my new hero.
I'm gonna try to find time to read it.
Yeah,
at some
please do,
point.
because it's.
Brody needs to be your new hero. You got a certificate of bravery.
What? Wait.
They're not doing it.
I went to the game on Sunday. Terrible game.
Oh, yeah.
I was throwing the stuff on the field.
Wait, seriously?
Just don't make a mistake and throw your child.
Wait, I shouldn't have done it. Well, get your child to do all the obnoxious stuff. When I was a little kid, my dad got me to spit on people.
We don't want to.
I'll tell you the story.
That's why you wanted the domestic abuse.
That's right. You know, my dad got me to spit on people. I was so spitting on people.
Wow. Okay.
Not a big spitter, but.
Good evening. Welcome back to our city council meeting. We apologize for being a little late, but we're back and we're ready to rock. Clerk.
Actually, I think the city attorney wants to say something first.
Oh, report out. There you go. Yes, my
For
fault.
the closed session, all the matters were heard. There was nothing to report out, and Councilmember De La Torre recused himself and did not participate. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we have our video on the Pacific Palace, or I'm sorry, Palisades Park.
Yay. Ooh.
Palisades Park started out as a strip of land with Monterey cypress trees and spectacular ocean views. Today we're going to talk about structures in the park after the eucalyptus fence was installed for public safety and appreciated today for its artistic value.
Sorry.
The first monument to be installed in Palisades Park were the two cannons. When the federal government announced their interest in lending surplus war material for public display, it was the Evening Outlook, started in 1905, that lobbied for transfer to Santa Monica. On July 4th, 1908, they were installed, shipped from San Francisco, at about the same time that President Teddy Roosevelt's Great White Fleet sailed past the California coast. Roosevelt's ambitious display of American military prowess, consisting of a fleet of new warships, was on an around-the-world tour. The cannons reflected the same pride in military power of Roosevelt's era. The intention was that the cannons would evoke public admiration and respect, but they have been embraced quite literally by park visitors. You may notice that one cannon points directly at the pier. If you wonder why, it's because the pier was not built until 1909, after the cannons were already in place. Our next artifact is the camera obscura, with a long and complex history. As an optical device, it consists of a revolving turret with a prism, lens, and mirror, projecting images from outside into a dark room. You're seeing the Deauville Beach Club. Invention of this type of optical device goes back to antiquity. The camera obscura became a popular tourist attraction in the 19th century before movies existed. Santa Monica has one of the few remaining examples of this optical novelty. Ours originated in 1898, created by Robert Jones, nephew of a city founder, and was placed next to the North Beach bathhouse on the beach. In 1910, it was moved up the bluffs into Palisades Park, near the Pacific Electric Railway Station that you can see on the left. It was placed as the second story in an octagonal shingled building with a revolving turret on top, and the Chamber of Commerce below. It became a visitor center and site for special events such as a checkers tournament. It remained a defining structure in Palisades Park for decades, until the construction of the Senior Center in 1955, where it was moved again and relocated to the second floor, where it remains intact today. It works just as well now as it did in 1898.
Thank you so much to the Conservancy and the History Museum. And of course, I never waste a moment by saying that my mom and dad met at the cannon closest to the Santa Monica Pier.
Okay, I will now ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since our last meeting. Hearing none, we'll now move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And I have a message that the mayor would like to pull item 5C from the consent calendar.
Yes.
Is there anything else being removed? Okay. Hearing none, do you want to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll move.
Second.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Item 5C, adoption of affordable housing production program fee resolutions.
And we'll have Natalie Valentis from the Housing and Human Services Department, but we don't have any reports. So we're just here to answer any questions to the greatest extent we can. And if not, we'll ask to continue the item and come back.
So earlier speaker tonight from the public talked about the differentiation between condo and apartment fees and asked why they weren't equal. So I think that's the question that I'm picking up from that part of the discussion.
Yep.
Is it on now?
It's on.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Brock. So in regards to the fees, this staff report and this item is specifically about the annual increases that happen on an annual basis, which are equal. The fees themselves were established through a variety of nexus studies. First, when the original affordable housing production program started, and then through a variety of additional nexus fees since. And then from there on out, each year annually, the same annual increase was applied to those fees.
So I wasn't really familiar with this topic, but could these be equalized or should they be equalized?
Again, they were created through the nexus fees, through the creation
So
of
the studies were done
inclusionary-
separately?
Yes, they were done separately. And one thing I also would just like to highlight is that the fees are for the inclusionary program, and they would only apply in two cases. The first case is if it's for a development that has less than 6 residences. Therefore, they could elect to pay the fee, or they could continue to build the inclusionary unit on-site, off-site, or there's other options as well. But for those developments that have more than 6 residences, they are required, this is not an option to pay the fee. It's only applicable if there's a fractional inclusionary unit that's 0.5 or less. And in that case, they would pay the inclusionary fee for that fractional unit only.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick.
Oh, well, this just gave me the occasion to read this, and I had a question as well. So our annual adjustments are based on calculations around inflation and the cost of construction?
Yes, so it was approved by City Council in 2006, this methodology, and it's looking at the recent sales within Santa Monica by zip code, and also looking at the construction cost inflations as well.
I guess just from a feasibility standpoint, that means that when construction costs go up, making it harder for people to build, we are simultaneously raising our fees and making it even harder.
Well, it also factors in, though, based off of our recent affordable housing developments, our general affordable housing developments, of what the price of the land was versus the construction costs, and it weighs it against those. So it's not a one-for-one.
Right. I just mean the feasibility. Both of those things would be pushing projects into being less feasible, raising both costs.
But since it's a nexus and it's basically the connection between constructing market rate housing and the impact and, the need for affordable housing as a result of the construction housing. So that is true. It may impact feasibility, but it also impacts the feasibility of affordable housing, which is to be built with the inclusionary fee.
Unless it doesn't get built.
Well, and I'll also add too, though, that this is an option that the developers have. This isn't the only option. They can also elect to pay or build off-site or other options as well.
What's the nexus between market rate development and affordable housing construction?
I have to say that predates me, but a study was done sometime in 2006, and so we hired a consultant to, calculate what the impact would be, and that's how they started the base fee. And then ever since then, since 2006, it's
All right, well, I'd love to see that report if I can, if that's possible.
Nexus study, yes, it
Councilmember
should be.
Davis.
I was just going to say I was on the Planning Commission, and I believe, if my recollection serves me correct, the nexus between the two was that as you had more tenants who could afford to live in market rate units, you increased the demand for services, and some of those services were provided by people who needed affordable housing and could not afford market rate housing. So the idea was to create an opportunity for people who were providing services to people living in market rate housing to be able to also afford to live here. That was the nexus. I'm not vouching for it, I'm just saying it's my recollection that that's what the nexus study said.
But we should be able to produce that study.
Is this something that needs to be approved tonight, or could we go back and see the 2006 study and some of the other things? And understand better whether it should be updated or if everything is fine the way it is?
It just means there'll be less money going into the housing trust fund from the fees.
Because again, this is for the annual increase, not for the fee itself, like the Nexus study.
No.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yeah, just a quick question. I mean, obviously, we want to generate as much revenue as possible. Did we consider a higher annual fee adjustment, or is this the highest under our current policy?
It's based off of the methodology, so it's based off the calculation. So there is not a higher one. It's based off this methodology.
Right. So, I mean, it's not like if we were to not approve this tonight, we would be basically saying we disagree with the underlying methodology and you need to go back and redo all of this. Is that what we're saying?
That could be an implication, yes.
Yeah, so I think that what we should do would be to approve this so that we can start collecting the higher fees. And then perhaps if we need to study this and bring it back, we could do that at a future date.
Yeah, makes sense.
Does anyone have objection to that?
Councilmember, would you like to?
Sure, so I move to approve the item with direction to staff to just give us some underlying information where council can decide if they want to bring this back.
I'll second.
Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick? Yes. Excuse me, Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes.
Moving on to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. I will now call the names. It looks like we have 20 speakers. Let me just double check. Yes, 21 speakers. I will call the first 5 names. If you could please line up by the podium. Jerry Rubin, David Newberg, Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, Gigi Drosh, and Rob Bayless. Call those names again. David Newberg, Denise Barton, Jonathan Foster, Gigi Drosh, and Rob Bayless. Looks like Jerry Rubin isn't here. Mr. Newberg? Okay. And if you could just please state for the record which item you're speaking on when you give your public comment.
For 7A, the study session on the Olympic venue.
You may proceed.
Okay. Good evening, council members and city staff. My name is David Newberg, and I reside next to the proposed venue site under discussion. In 2016, the residents living in the Sunset Beach Tract were invited to attend a meeting by the city to present the proposed plan of having an Olympic venue site on the beach. At that meeting, the residents did voice concerns and had more detailed questions asked, but the city mentioned that discussion of details would take place in the future once Los Angeles was awarded the games and when the agreements were being put into place. We now move forward into 2024, 8 years after the initial meeting, and the residents have had no further communication from the city or LA 28, even after requests were made to meet and talk. The proposed venue is in a location that is unique to other named LA 28 sites. That is, the venue is next to residential homes, with the perimeter being as close as where I am speaking to where the exit door is now. The close proximity of the venue, along with an increase in visitors, will cause a major impact during the games to residents, and it should be obvious to why the residents have concerns and more questions to be answered. The residents are asking to have an active voice and participate in the planning of the operations discussions within the residential area to ensure that our concerns are heard and reasonable solutions are in place. We do not want to see a typical project process of the city staff coming down off the mountain and presenting their plan with no input, no changes, and one that does not cover all the concerns. If the council does decide to move forward to host the event, the question we are asking is what can and will LA 28 in the city be doing for the neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Denise Barton. And Ms. Barton, I see you signed up twice. You speaking on 2 items?
Yep.
So you'll get 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. On item 7B, I find it very interesting that our city manager would say violence is not tolerated in relation to the Santa Monica police officer stabbed last weekend. Considering wasn't he the one crying poor mouth the last time this issue came up before the council recently, saying services will be cut? Yet I've been attacked twice within 6 months and 1 day in a year. But when the residents and other visitors of the city are attacked, there is no violence is not tolerated saying for us. Then in looking at the different options, I have to ask why you continue offering more services to the homeless when what is needed is more officers on the street. Let's take your alternate court for the homeless, which you clearly state is to keep the homeless out of the judicial system. But there are no consequences when they don't attend the diversion programs. You just let them back out to reoffend again with no consequences. So in reality, the city is protecting the criminals and leaving the public vulnerable to their reoffenses. And the police chief says he needs 50 to 100 new officers. And considering there were over 300 officers before the pandemic, I wonder why the city council refuses to quit defunding the police. Here I have to ask, how many of the homeless you're protecting are reoffending, showing that your programs are not working? And you continue to throw taxpayer funds at the homeless with no accountability for the homeless services spending. And for the funding, you should look at the district voting case and the DEI department to divide and conquer city staff as a place to start due to your misuse of public funds. Then on item 16F, of course, this is an item of the 2 city council members, Davis and Zwick, who voted against providing more funding for the police, who want to make the promenade an entertainment zone, meaning that the public can walk around the promenade with open alcoholic containers. Who doesn't see that as a bad idea? And since council members Davis and Zwick are against giving more funding to the police, how will this be enforced? Or will that only happen after something bad happens? Because if you don't have the personnel or funding to enforce the Supreme Court's decision on the Grants Pass case, where's the funding and personnel going to come from to enforce an entertainment zone? Then how will you guarantee that the patrons with the open containers won't take them to their cars? Or are you setting it up so you will be a contributing factor to people drinking while driving? How do you plan on enforcing everyone in the entertainment zone is 21 or over, during the times you allow people to walk around with open containers? How will you keep the homeless from buying brands of alcohol served on the promenade and having a second set of intoxicated people? And finally, about the entertainment zones tax. Would that be for only the establishments that participate in the open container sales on the promenade? Because you know the promenade pays the highest assessment rate of all the zones downtown. And how can you tax them a fourth time? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Jonathan Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I think it's 16B and 16F. So the drunk zone in Santa Monica, really? Saint Monica. Boy, what's the incentive to kids who see this to stay off drugs, off cigarettes, off alcohol, off pot? And why stop with what Gavin Poopsum or Gavin New Poop, whatever way you want to put, the truth about this corrupt criminal poop hole? Why stop with what he says is allowable? How does Santa Monica prevent other drug sales? When someone overdoses, where is the money coming from to pay the lawsuit? How about when the fight breaks out? Or on 16B, the charge of a repeat supplier might get charged with murder. Don't you see this is bad? New poop is bad. This is going to be a repeat sale incentive for dealers to dispense on 3rd Street drugs. You ready to let Poopsum do this? This is wrong. 16B, the peddler dealer. Read the text of 16B, right? That's what it says. I'm supposed to read that text here. What does it say? 16B. At the bottom, third requires courts to warn people convicted of selling or providing illegal drugs to others that they can be charged with murder if they keep doing so and someone dies. Okay, so what about the elected poops like you, like Gavin, like I forgot my name, poops that allow this repeat drug dispensing out? When do you get arrested? When does Gavin get arrested and charged with murder when someone dies and they're selling drugs over and over and over and over and over and the government knows? If a child dies, Biden's guilty, Kamala's guilty, New Poop guilty. If Santa Monica Council allows this and someone dies, you need to be arrested. I never want to play and perform for drug scenes. But if for a street performer, me on 3rd Street, I am being forced to play for a drug den. This is why I'm not in the music business. This is the second, it's not the first reason, but it's the second reason I'm not in the music business and why I've been trying to do the music business my way. This is because I don't want to play for cigarette smoking, pot smokers, drunk, cocaine, tripping on acid, even though I support psychedelics at your house for the right reason with a psychologist. But not at my show and not on 3rd Street. And you people, if you think you want to do this, you're crazy. Crazy. This is nuts. You're going to have drugs just out on 3rd Street. You think it's going to stop with alcohol? Where does this idea come from? How does this idea get to New Poop? Or excuse me, Poopsum. Gavin, Poopsum, New Poop. I can't figure out which one it is. How did this get to him? How did they let this go on? God, I wish I could rip his head off. But I would be put in jail, so I don't want to. But this is nuts. Where does this come from? Who told him, hey, where does this get into the state legislature? Where did this come from into there? Into they walked up to somebody who got elected and say, hey, can't we do drugs out in this everywhere? Where did this come from? Who is that person? Arrest that person. That way we don't got to arrest you. Arrest the person that put this out into the legislature. This is nuts. Don't do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gigi Dresch, or Drosh, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it right.
Hello, I'm Gigi Drosh, and I am going to be speaking on Agenda Item 7, I'm with Olympics LA, and I'm here to ask that Santa Monica does not engage with LA 28 and the wider Olympic project. This is a bad deal for Santa Monica, just as the Games agreement signed by the City of Los Angeles was a bad deal for LA. The LA Olympics is already causing widespread damage to working class communities around the region, from displacement of unhoused and housed tenants to permanent expansion of police, and Santa Monica will be no exception. Santa Monica's city's own analysis shows that the city stands to lose more than $12 million from hosting volleyball. And since the City of Los Angeles will be reimbursed by LA 28 for the Olympics expenses first, before any other city, that puts Santa Monica who knows where in the pecking order. If LA 28 fails to raise enough revenue to cover costs, that means that Santa Monica residents will be on the hook for millions of dollars. Reimbursement will also be based on city service levels from 2021 to 2024, determined by LA 28 in the City of LA. It will likely not include increased city services throughout Santa Monica, but only in the zones directly around the venue. Moreover, the Olympic flag handover from Paris to LA conflated Venice with Long Beach, which shows how little LA 28 actually cares about the identity of individual cities in the LA region. Santa Monica may not even get the desired visibility from hosting. That's a lot of money that is going to be taken out from other city services just to maybe get a shout out. It's also unacceptable that the city is considering using the Olympic CEQA exemptions to build the temporary 12,000 person capacity volleyball stadium on the beach without any environmental review. Parties for the rich are the last thing that merit exemption from standard environmental and democratic procedure. And just as a reminder, this was an undemocratic process. This was voted on by LA City Council, not the people of Santa Monica, not the City Council of Santa Monica. So there's no reason that Santa Monica needs to be put under the IOC's thumb by any of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rob Bayless. And Mr. Bayless, before you get started, I'm going to call the next set of names. Susan Jane, Adam Smith, Jan Williamson, Harvey Etter, and Alex Brown. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed council members and city staff. My name is Rob Bayless. I'm the Artistic and Executive Director of Broad Stage, and I'm here to talk about 7A in the study session on the Olympics. Having reviewed the staff comments, the effects of the Olympic Games themselves in the form of beach volleyball coming to Santa Monica may indeed cause more environmentally and economically negative impacts than positive. So I offer comment against the actual games coming, particularly as we in Santa Monica stand to benefit anyway in all the best, of many of all the best with little of the worst if we simply remain the shining destination beach city right next door. As we know, by contract with the IOC, a cultural arts festival, also referred to as a cultural Olympiad, must accompany the Games in 2028. In the absence of the restrictions that would come from hosting a sporting event, another possibility surfaces. The opportunity to anchor the arts and cultural components of the Games on the west side could be an immensely productive and, dare I suggest, lucrative opportunity for the city. I urge the City Council to consider setting aside resources now to support Santa Monica to take the lead in delivering these cultural elements. Telling statistics of our creative economy is that for every $100 an out-of-town event goer spends on a ticket to an event, they typically spend another $334 on accompanying goods and services in the region. Additionally, communities that invest in their own civic arts infrastructure leading up to a critical mass opportunity, such as the Olympic Games, reap a number of the following benefits. The first is fast growth dynamic industries begin to cluster, particularly around the arts. We are our own ecosystem, and you begin to see when we interact with others, that's where that $100 becomes $334. You'll see mature industries become more competitive and current. You'll see a catalyzation of community revitalization, and we will indeed deliver.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is, I think it's Susan Jane.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Susan Jane, and I live in Sunset Park. I'm the former director of global partnerships for UCLA Center for Entertainment, Media, and Sports, and I'm a newly elected member of the Santa Monica Arts Commission. I came here tonight to express my opposition to Santa Monica's serving as the host site for beach volleyball. From the staff report, it seems clear that there is too much ambiguity in the terms and conditions of the agreement and a high potential for negative financial, social, and environmental impact. I would like to suggest an alternative way for Santa Monica to support the games. This is through a cultural Olympiad, a required element of the games. A bit of history. The Olympics began as a multi-day public event centered on healing and rejuvenation. Before each games, wars were stopped, the dead were mourned, citizens came together to nourish and heal themselves through spiritual practices, collective consumption of food and drink, enjoyment of the arts, parties, and sporting. Fast forward to the late 19th century when the modern Olympics were launched. Believe it or not, at those games, medals were awarded for sports and the arts. Today, the IOC requires each host city to offer cultural programs alongside sporting events. This cultural Olympiad is separate from the opening and closing ceremonies. Given Santa Monica's location, people will come here. Let's leverage that. Let's also leverage our arts and cultural resources, our creative industries, our food markets, restaurants, hotels, galleries, and our youth arts programs to position Santa Monica as a key cultural hub for the Games. A final thought. Since 2015, the IOC has made furthering the UN's Agenda 2030 a part of its strategic plan. That agenda lays out 17 sustainable development goals for the planet. These include no poverty, zero hunger, quality education, clean water. In the spirit of the ancient Greek games, perhaps we could create a plan that supports the games, advocates for our planet, and reflects Santa Monica's reputation for progressive thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Smith?
Good morning. Is it possible to speak to 16B too? I didn't sign up.
You can speak on both items, yes. You have 2 minutes each for each.
All
item.
right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Adam Smith. I'm a community organizer at an organization in Skid Row called the Los Angeles Community Action Network. I'm a member of No Olympics LA, and I'm a longtime resident of Santa Monica. And, you know, I agree with some of the things that have been said tonight about Santa Monica bringing anything having to do with the Olympics to the city. I think what precedes and follows Olympics that we've seen historically in the last 100 years is criminalization and violence. And I think particularly in the last 20 or 30 years, how that has disparately impacted poor and working class communities, particularly Black and brown and working class poor communities, like in South Central Los Angeles in 1984 and beyond. But, you know, I think specifically the fact that Santa Monica voters, just like Los Angeles voters, have no say in the Olympics coming to LA or Santa Monica is egregious. It was referred to like what the Olympics looked like when they started, and it's become so far beyond that. It's a machine of big business and corporations and has little to do with even the athletes, you know. It has everything to do with expanding business interests, expanding real estate interests in places like Los Angeles, and it shouldn't be brought to, nothing about that should be brought to Santa Monica. You know, I know your own analysis shows that we as a city stand to lose more than $12 million from hosting volleyball, and I think the point that someone made earlier is really important, that like the recouping of that is not guaranteed. And that LA has first dibs on what's going to be what I think they first projected the budget to be $3 billion, and then it became $6 billion, and that's just going to keep growing. And so as Los Angeles spends all this money planning to recoup, which I don't think they will, I guess I got to switch to my other point. I guess I'll do that. But no, we shouldn't have the Olympics in Santa Monica. No disrespect to all of these swimmers and beach volleyball players. Yeah, I didn't realize 16B was about Prop 36. And as someone who spends most of all of my days building relationships with and spending time with houseless folks in Skid Row, I think we have to look at what Prop 36 really is. I think you look behind what Prop 36 is, and you see Home Depot, you see In-N-Out, you see Target, you see a retail lobby that made up this myth of, you know, the reasons that they're covering up Enfamil and diapers and all this stuff in these stores, and that's not the reason why. It's not about theft, and they've admitted as much after lying about it for years. The reasons that they're covering items in these stores isn't because of any type of organized retail theft. It's not about poor people stealing stuff. It's about profits and realizing that if they have less workers and they force people to self-checkout, I'm going off on a tangent here, but I don't know. I mean, looking behind who's behind these things, I feel like tells how it's going to impact the public. Prop 47 wasn't perfect, but it brought a lot of money home to communities, and Prop 36 is going to steal all that back. The so-called crime rate has been stagnant for decades. We can't believe myths that we read in the newspapers.
Thank you very much.
Jan Williamson?
Just lost my place. Good evening. I'm Jan Williamson. I'm the Executive Director at 18th Street Art Center, and I'm also the Chair of the Experience Management Arts and Culture Committee. And I'm here to advocate for the city to set aside funding for arts and culture activations during the LA 28 Olympics. Based on the staff report and the economic impact study, it looks like hosting volleyball will have a negative impact on the city's already stressed budget. On the other hand, investing seed money for pre-game arts and culture activations will have a major positive economic impact on the city for our artists, our arts producers, and our city's hospitality industry. Recently, Cultural Affairs and the Experience Management Committee surveyed our arts and culture community, and then we hosted a town hall which drew over 36 arts leaders and artists from Santa Monica to consider what a coordinated arts offering prior to the Olympics might look like, which is, as somebody else said earlier, a requirement of the LA 28 contract. Overall excitement, and this is in a written report, was very high, but there were concerns from the arts community about inclusivity, about representation, about long-term impact on the city, as well as the cultural producers. Also, a desire to promote community care over policing and environmental sustainability. There was also a desire to elevate local artists and producers, and there was universal concern that we are way behind as cultural producers on planning an arts offering of this scale. We need to be planning now, especially because all of us will need to fundraise for it. Early planning funds and seed money from the city will make a huge difference in our ability to produce exceptional arts experiences.
Thank you very much.
Harvey Eder?
Good evening. I'm Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself, for Public Solar Power Coalition. I'm speaking on 7B, safety, public safety, addressing homelessness, and on 12A, I believe it is.
You can't speak on 12A.
Okay, so then I can speak on it later. We're going to have a hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. On this, in reference real quick to A, in the last Olympic in '84, there was a plan for no drive days, and there was a federal plan to control air pollution here. Now, the federal government is threatening, and they are writing federal plans now. And this should be included because it's the only time they cleaned up the air other than COVID. So that's important, and I just wanted to state, because that's before the Air District now, and part of this thing for the 28 Olympics. So that's all current anyway. On 7B, in reference to homelessness and whatnot, the equity issues, we're speaking against CEQA exemption, that in EIR, they require socioeconomic analysis, and this has to be done for homelessness in this community, and basically a kind of class analysis, okay? So under socioeconomic, they also have to do political economic, who owns and controls. Okay, I see that they have been using 10% for low income on buildings going up, 100 units, 10%, and they've recently increased it to 20. Under last year, they're going to build 2.5 million units in 5 years in the state, and 40%, 1 million units, is for low and middle income, basically very low on the street, and right off the street, and then middle. So that's what's got to be on each thing that goes through. Also, your housing commission requires that they be one person be over 62 and the other person have been homeless. I've been both. I've got the applications, and I don't think either of those people have one of those. I'm offering myself, and we look somebody else.
Thank you very much.
Alex Brown. And Mr. Brown, before you get started, I'm going to call some more names. Zoe Montaner, Dustin Shahan, Paula Sizik, Carl Villain, Phoebe Garfinkel, and Priscilla Chang. You may proceed.
Hello, everyone. I'm speaking about LA 28. My name is Alex Brown. I'm here on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. While we at the Chamber have no set position on the hosting of LA 28 beach volleyball, we do have one very quick ask for you in the case that you decide to host the games. If at all possible, we would appreciate if you negotiate into the agreement with LA 28 to prioritize our local Santa Monica businesses for procurement and vendor opportunities. We believe a focus on local vendors will bring a huge amount of economic value for our businesses and community, and we at the Chamber will be happy to help in any way to ensure this is possible and successful if the proposal for LA 28 goes through. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Zoe Montaner. And Ms. Montaner, you're signed up for 2 items. I'm sorry, twice.
7A and 7B, and they are sort of related. Mayor Brock, bold fashion statement tonight. Bold, show to the viewers, bold fashion statement. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to talk about the Olympics because I don't know, in the last meeting, there was a vote to amend its anti-camping ordinance and to make it illegal to sleep in public using sleeping bags. And I don't know if you're familiar to what happened in Paris during the Olympics. So I'm going to read you a little bit of what Associated Press wrote about the Paris Olympics. Migrants and homeless people are cleared out of Paris during the Olympics. So carrying backpacks and small children, hundreds of people sleeping on the streets in Paris climb aboard buses surrounded by armed policemen as the latest group of migrants and homeless people to be driven out of the city ahead of the opening ceremony of the 2024 Olympics. The group of largely African migrants headed for the fringes of the city to live in hotels, lodging at least at the end of the games. While some living on the streets were happy to have a roof over their head for the night, few knew that what lays ahead once the world eyes were off Paris. And I think we can have the similar situation here. And that's why I think it was smart to start now to prevent people from sleeping in public areas, because we have the Olympics, and that was my thought process when I, supported that measure, because we cannot wait for the year before the Olympics to deal with the homeless issue. There's a lot of eyes in the LA Olympics because they know that we have a high houseless population, and we are exposing the city of Santa Monica and the city of LA to be sued by these organizations that are protecting the rights of houseless individuals. So I think it was wise to start working now into removing the obstacles to prevent what happened in Paris. And following that thought, 7B, the budget study sessions on enhancing public safety and addressing homelessness, we don't know if if measures K and PSK are going to pass. So what I want to see is more services for people to be out of the streets, because I go to Will Rogers when I want to go to a park. I don't use any local park in Santa Monica anymore, because I feel a sense of powerlessness seeing houseless individuals, and I cannot do anything for them. So if I want to be around nature and have a good day, I go to Will Rogers on my scooter and I come back. And the moment I come back and I take Pacific, I start seeing the homelessness here, and it breaks my heart. It really does, because the sense of powerlessness is real, and we need to work for better solutions. So thank you so much, and good night. And keep the good fashion choices until election. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Justin Shahan?
Good evening, Council. I had two thoughts on item 7B. The first, kind of pointing out that the whole study session's kind of missing the entire topic around traffic violence. The implementation of the city's Vision Zero plan is already behind schedule, and we continuously get daily notices of whatever traffic, closures, crashes, fatalities, et cetera. The voters are currently considering the details of both of those measures, and I think that the city should consider the definition as written in those measures to address all of those public safety factors, including the traffic violence portion of it. The second part, all these topics are certainly very critical, but those measures have not yet passed. It seems premature to be, spending a lot of time studying something that, may or may not be implemented and would likely be implemented, with new council after the election. So just urge you to revisit the discussion after the election and after fully studying the actual problem as defined. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paula Sizik?
Hello there. I am speaking in opposition to 7B. So about 2 months ago, just on the bridge up the street, I was actually assaulted. Somebody threw a cup of water at my face from about 3 feet away. Thankfully, it was just water and there was no lasting damage. The police responded quickly and courteously, so I want to thank them for their efforts. 2 years ago, I was the victim of a hit-and-run in my car. My arm was shattered. You can still see where the bone left my skin. This is the scar that remains from the surgery that I had to go through in order to get all the bones put back together. I've had friends who were hit while scooting around town and had to go to the hospital to get put back together. My point is, unfortunately, I am not a stranger to a variety of violence in this city. Traffic violence creates real and lasting damages. It is a constant threat. Every time I step outside of my house, I run the risk of being hit. 2 days ago, I was in the middle of a crosswalk in the middle of the day with flashing lights on, and a car literally drove 2 feet in front of me. I don't even have to leave my house. I overlook a one-way street, and literally every other day, I see a car going the wrong way down the one-way street. My point is, you can't have a broad, holistic approach to public safety without taking traffic into consideration. So please don't take action on these proposals without accounting for and incorporating traffic safety. Thank you.
Cara Villain?
Good evening, Council. My name is Kiara Villain, and I'm also speaking on item 7B. I start by saying that I find it a little odd that, in the middle of a budget crisis, we're spending time and resources on a measure that hasn't even passed yet. But regardless of that, I'm pretty disturbed by the report for the same reasons that were already mentioned. There are many things in the report that are totally valuable, and that I think there are ideas that could be really beneficial to the city. But I was also glad to see that it mentions that different departments contribute to safety in different ways. But then I realized that it mentions that it takes a broad and holistic approach to public safety, and yet it doesn't mention our Vision Zero goal of eliminating fatal and severe injury crashes by 2026, which we are nowhere near on track to meet, by the way. The whole point of Measure K was to help solve this. And we're likely, possibly going to take half of that funding away through Measure PSK. So I think the very least we should do is at least acknowledge the traffic violence crisis that's going on. Just in the past couple of weeks, there's been multiple serious crashes on our streets. Those crashes are preventable. We know how to prevent them. And if we do, we would be saving time and resources that first responders can use for other important things that they need to do. As someone who is proud to live in a city that fares a little better than other cities in terms of mobility options and infrastructure, but also as someone who has also been hit and will also be dealing with multiple injuries from those hits for the rest of my life, I was really disappointed by this report. It made me question what our city's true values are. I thought we cared. Do we? I hope we do. I know some people do. I know some people on this council do. I know a lot of our staff does, but if our reports don't even mention traffic violence, I kind of question what is really going on. So I really hope that we can figure that out. And I also want to mention that I totally do not support item 16B. I'm sure a conservative majority will support it, but I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phoebe Garfinkel?
All right. Hello there. My name is Phoebe. I'm speaking in opposition to item 7B. I am a Santa Monica native. I went to Santa Monica schools. I am very proud to be from here. I also, on August 8th, became a survivor of traffic violence. And I'm actually going to show you a photo that was taken of me in the hospital. So this was taken at UCLA Reagan. This was me at UCLA Reagan after I was hit by a truck going upwards of 30 miles an hour in front of my home. I sustained broken ribs, a concussion. I almost developed a brain bleed. I ended up not. My concussion lasted a month. I have broken ribs, broken skull bones. I have muscles in my face that will be paralyzed moving forward. And this was preventable. What you're looking at is preventable. This did not need to happen. A driver with his giant truck coming off the freeway did not need to send me to the hospital for a 4-night stay. And while I will commend the police officers that did, courteously report to the scene of the accident, it's having police around is not enough. And even though the report does include a lot of ideas that will improve the city of Santa Monica, it doesn't address Vision Zero, and we're not even on track to meet Vision Zero. None of what the report mentions involves traffic safety, and traffic violence is killing people. It's a constant threat every time we leave our houses. Children are not safe. Think about children biking, walking, busing to Santa Monica High School. They're not safe from drivers. And even if we have police out to react to the situation, to whatever situations happen, we need to be prioritizing traffic safety. We need to be prioritizing multi.
Thank you very much.
Priscilla Chang. And before you get started, Ms. Chang, I'm going to call the last names on the list. John C. Smith and Austin Sir. You may proceed.
Good evening.
Hold on 1 minute. Now you can go.
All right.
Your
Do this again.
microphone wasn't on.
Oh, I do like your fit, sir. But everyone else looks great too. Priscilla Chang, good evening. My name is, I'm Priscilla Chang, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for LA 28. We're the organizing committee for the 2008 Olympic and Paralympic Games. We're excited to be here in Santa Monica this evening, the birthplace of beach volleyball. When LA 28 won the bid in 2017, we shared a games plan that reflected the best venues for the sports anticipated in the LA 28 Games, including beach volleyball here in Santa Monica. We continue to optimize this plan that offers the best possible experience for athletes, fans, and of course the surrounding communities, while supporting our commitment to fiscal responsibility and sustainability. We look forward to continued conversation with the city manager and his team, city attorney and his team, that brings us one step closer to bringing beach volleyball to this region. On the heels of the Paris Games, the world now turns to us in Los Angeles. We look forward to partnership with Santa Monica as we welcome the world in 1,374 days from today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
John C. Smith.
She's going to like me. Good evening, Mayor, Council,
My name's John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner, and I have two quick stories about why we should host the 2028 Olympics. Years ago, I was a TV news producer at NBC4. One of my best interns, she calls up and she says, John, I got this reporter job offer, but I need a great story for my reel. It just so happened that the Olympic torch was coming through Santa Monica, and I was like, go down there, get the crowd, the anticipation, get it going by. It's going to be exciting, get the reaction. It's a great story. So guess what? She got the job. And you know why? Because everyone loves the Olympics, and the Olympics are exciting. Story number two. This council was discussing the future of the Civic Auditorium about 1 year ago. On this very same night, there was a 16 item about how to boost tourism in Santa Monica. And I kept thinking to myself, you know, if you want to boost tourism, why don't you fix up the Civic Auditorium, invite some good bands to play it, and, you know, people will come. It's a no-brainer. The same thing holds true for the Olympics. Don't overthink this, guys. Come on. The Olympics are exciting. I've covered 8 different Olympic games in my life at NBC. They're incredible. They're going to bring a lot of people here. It's our chance to put us back on the world map in a wonderful way. We're going to make money too. You watch. You should also direct staff to engage with AVP volleyball tournaments, the ones in Manhattan Beach and so forth. We should have one of those every summer, as early as this summer. You know, it could be like a practice run, a trial run. Let's not blow this, guys. Let's get busy and let's have the games here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
And Austin, sir.
Good evening, Santa Monica City Council members, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City staff. My name is Austin Sear. I am serving as Deputy Director of Community Affairs for Los Angeles County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Supervisor, and first I'd like to thank the Santa Monica City Council, the city's negotiating team, members of the public who have come out to share feedback about the proposed games agreement. As a former mayor and council member of an independent city, Supervisor Horvath understands the city of Santa Monica's concerns about moving forward with the games agreement, particularly those outlined in the staff report. She appreciates that the city is doing its fiduciary responsibility and due diligence in weighing the long-term financial and legal risks to the city. She hopes LA 28 will reconsider the city's request to include benefits such as local hire or workforce development. Santa Monica is a world-class destination that has proven it can rise to the occasion time and time again, and there is no better place to hold the beach volleyball competition. This summer, the world was stunned by the venue for the beach volleyball games with the iconic Eiffel Tower in the background. For the 2028 games, Santa Monica's beach could be a major highlight for spectators, providing a beautiful backdrop of California's coastline right in the birthplace of the modern sport, while also offering an unparalleled opportunity for the local community to experience the local games. Supervisor Horvath wants to underscore that the county stands ready to lend its support and work together on the planning and execution of a successful games. In the coming months, the supervisor will invite all 88 cities in the county to convene on a regular basis to share information and help create a regional vision for the Olympic and Paralympic Games that is inclusive and highlights our vibrant and diverse communities across Los Angeles County. We look forward to hearing comments from members of the public, even if I'm the last one, as well as the council discussion this evening. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes public input for this evening. Moving on to item 7A, study session on the City of Santa Monica's proposed games agreement with the LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games Organizing Committee. Do you have a presentation?
I do. You're doing it, or am I?
Did you send it over today?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, I see it. I'll pull it up.
We're going to have to sell your dad to pay for
Good evening, Mayor Brock, Vice Mayor Negrete, and council members. I am Melissa Spaniolo, your Community Partnerships Manager. It is an honor to be here before you this evening to discuss a truly incredible opportunity for Santa Monica to host beach volleyball for the 2028 Summer Olympics, and specifically to discuss the Games Agreement, which would provide a path forward for hosting beach volleyball, as well as a framework for the 3 future agreements that would be negotiated as well. So this is the first public presentation to the council since 2016. You did have the guarantee letters come before you last year, but those were on consent. So I thought it would be helpful to go over quickly what the schedule would look like. So we anticipate April would be when LA 28 would start moving into Lot 1 North, or the 1550 lot, as most people know it as. And would take up about half of the lot at that time. By June, there would be 800 spaces occupied, as well as the beach construction area. And you can see a rendering here on the left side of the screen that shows what the venue might look like. And then the Olympic Games would run through the last couple of weeks of July. The Paralympics would follow, but Santa Monica is not anticipated to host an event for the Paralympics. And then, July and August would be the tear down of the venue. And this is just image is just a different view of what was also shown to the council in 2016. And it shows, I know it's a little difficult to see the image, but it shows there would be the small red square at the very top would be controlled parking for residents. The purple area would be the enclosed venue space. There would be still public access to the pedestrian bridge, as far as we know. That bridge would, of course, not provide access to the venue. And then the red area adjacent to the pier would be secure loading for pier operations and venue logistics. And again, this was all what was anticipated in 2016 and is subject to change. So just to provide some clarity around the legal agreements that are required to host beach volleyball, let's start with the past, the guarantee letters that I had mentioned previously. Those were originally approved by the council in 2016 for the LA 2024 bid. And then following the award of the 28 Olympics to Los Angeles, the guarantee letters were updated to LA 28 and affirmed by council last year. Now, the present agreement that is a focus of tonight's study session is the Games Agreement. This agreement, again, is intended to provide a framework for cooperation and a foundation for negotiating the remaining 3 agreements. Following the Games Agreement, we anticipate that the Enhanced City Resources Master Agreement would be negotiated. This would provide some clarity around the city services to be provided, the service levels required, the cost, rates, and payment and timing and terms. This is anticipated, according to LA 28's schedule, to be brought back to council by approximately October 2026. Have a little bit of time to work on that. And then the other future agreements would be the venue use agreement and venue services agreements, which are specific to the venue and surrounding areas and would include terms for things like what type of advertising, if any, would be allowed, the vending restrictions and events, if any. So these last two agreements, the timeline for that is expected to be October 2027, which this is noteworthy because there are many currently unknown things that we will discuss this evening that would be included in these 2 agreements. And therefore, we would not have certainty around these things until October, which is only about 6 months ahead of when LA 28 would start moving into Lot 1 North. So to dive into the Games Agreement a bit, while Santa Monica would truly relish the opportunity to host beach volleyball, it is important that there is transparency around some of the risks involved. Some of the notable terms here is that One, it's unclear if pier operations would be impacted. This is obviously a highly sensitive area and very significant because of those impacts on the pier tenants would be absolutely, catastrophic if they had to close their businesses for 2 weeks or longer, possibly. Also, a couple of things, the normal and customary level of city services is going to be based on the City of LA's service levels, which are currently unknown and I believe still being negotiated between LA 28 and the City of LA. So that is an unknown, and just the way we provide services in our city is different, and we're obviously extremely different in size. The reimbursement for services provided would be in the unknown games footprint, so we're not sure exactly what area that would encompass yet. And so if we're providing services outside of that are enhanced city services, then it's possible that the city would not be eligible for reimbursement for those. Couple other things is that right now the games agreement prevents any revenue generating opportunities for the city. So sponsorships, co-branding, public or private events would be prohibited without approval from the IOC and from LA 28. So given that, these are issues, we want to bring up one that has come up continuously, I feel, when I have spoken to people in the community, and that's the community benefits. So currently in the games agreement, there are no community benefits being offered. When the city has negotiated agreements with Cirque du Soleil, for example, or the MLB All-Star Game that was on the beach a couple summers ago, there were, a list of community benefits that were negotiated as part of those agreements. So not to say that there won't be any in future agreements, but right now we have no idea, and we can only assume that, what's in here is that there are none. But I would like to say that even though there's no maybe tangible community benefits being offered, there would be intangible benefits from hosting, such as community pride of being part of the Olympics, enhancement of our global brand, and earned media coverage. So of some of the key terms that were talked about on the previous slide, I wanted to bring special attention to a few that have changed since the guarantee letters were originally approved. So one of the biggest changes is that there are now 4 agreements to be negotiated separately. When the guarantee letters were first brought to council and even affirmed by council, it was assumed that there would be one agreement that negotiated all of the terms of all 4 of the agreements that we discussed, so that we would be entering into this agreement with all of the costs, expenses, reimbursement terms, all of that known. So now we're going to be negotiating the games agreement, and then the other 3 will follow. Again, it's unclear if the pier operations would be impacted. In 2016, when this was brought to council, we were assured by the 2024 bid team that the pier would definitely remain open, just perhaps with enhanced security measures, which I think we all understand and would welcome. Another change is that the normal and customary level of city services is now based on the City of LA's unknown service levels, and in the guarantee letters, it was said that it would be based on our own historic budgets to determine what our normal and customary service levels are, and then anything above and beyond that would be considered enhanced. And then again, just the reimbursement for services provided within the unknown games footprint when we were under the assumption that all enhanced services would be, and perhaps they will, but again, not knowing what the games footprint is makes it hard to determine that. So with that, I will invite up our HR&A team to talk about the fiscal impacts study. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff. My name is Mark Kubacek. I'm a director with HR&A Advisors. I'm joined here with my colleague Amitabh Barthakur, who's a partner with HR&A Advisors. We're a real estate, economic development, and public policy consulting firm, and we were brought on by the city to do the fiscal impact study to understand the potential impacts to some of the city budget concerns around hosting beach volleyball in the 2028 Olympics. Some of these facts, just sort of speak to some of the assumptions we made during our study, which Melissa already pointed to. 12,000 seats within the arena, 39 ticketed events, and really, I think the games period itself lasting over a 16-day period in July, but potential disruption starting in April through September. And so these are, considerations that we worked into our analysis. Most of our analysis focuses on this timeline between the 16 days the games are taking place, but we're also trying to factor in some of the fiscal impacts that we're aware of between April and September, along with some of the operational impacts as well. We studied the event scenario, Santa Monica hosting beach volleyball events over those 16 days against the non-event scenario, thinking about what it would look like for the city to opt out, and then what some of the impacts from regional visitation would look like during the non-event scenario. Ultimately, our analysis yielded the following takeaways. And so quickly, just a little bit about how we approached this. We took a look at regional visitation in both the event and the non-event scenario, and then we factored in overall visitation from the attendance to the events. So when we think about visitation broadly, in the non-event scenario, this came out to around 300,000 people. In the event scenario, with the addition of what we believe to be about 400,000 unique attendees, a total of about 700,000 visitors visiting the city of Santa Monica over the 2-week period. This is also driven in part by some of the public comments that we already heard here today, that Santa Monica is a highly prized, sought-after destination. When people come to LA County, they come to Santa Monica. And so we reflected that in our analysis, understanding that this is really a beacon of attraction for an event like this. And because of that, part of what takes place when so many people come to the county and they know that Santa Monica is an attractive place is that they will fill up your hotel rooms, they will fill up your Airbnbs, they will fill up your short-term rentals. And so based on our projections, drawing from everything from historic Santa Monica visitor data to Olympic tourism data, other regional event precedents, as well as the city budget, what we can determine that to some degree, given all the visitor demand, you will likely fill all of your accommodations, your overnight accommodations, within the 2-week period with a reasonable, sort of extra buffer for additional capacity that you're just unlikely to fill. So it's not 100%. We assume 95% occupancy, but generally speaking, you will fill all of that regardless of whether you host the events or not. And so understanding that that is probably your most significant driver of fiscal revenues, it's more likely that the city would receive those revenues regardless of whether they hosted the Olympics or not, or the beach volleyball events. So understanding that, many of your revenues are going to be maxed in either case from just hotel occupancy, you have to then think about the event costs themselves. And so from our analysis, we believe that the costs associated specifically with hosting the events and the services that are geared towards simply executing the Olympic events on your beachfront, that will lead to significant costs. And those costs would not necessarily be present in the non-event scenario while still reaping a lot of the benefits, the fiscal benefits, the revenues that would help the city maintain its operations over time without some of the risks that other folks have described. And then finally, I think there are lots of costs that I'll talk about in just a little bit that we can't point to, we can't quantify at this time, but are just the same costs that should be accounted for, and other uncertainties that ultimately we could not factor into our analysis outside of pointing to them and saying that we should be aware of their potential impacts as the city moves forward in its decision-making. So overall, in our analysis, I'll focus first on the event scenario. Our projections suggest that on the revenue side, the city is likely to bring in about $14.1 million compared to about $15.5 million in costs. So in the event scenario, so just isolating this, should the city choose to host, the city is set to lose roughly $1.45 million as a projection. In the non-event scenario, with some of those event-specific costs going away, really just looking at increases in baseline costs from city services in response to increases in visitors, alongside maintaining some of the revenue production, again, from that hotel occupancy and all the visitor spending. The net benefit to the city in the non-event scenario would be about $10.65 million. So looking at this from an incremental standpoint, thinking about the loss in the event scenario, as well as the opportunity cost of revenues potentially lost in the non-event scenario, the cost of hosting to the city is roughly $12.1 million. As I mentioned, there are some costs that we can't account for at this time in our analysis, and so this is one, potentially staff time and attention, so either hiring staff or asking staff to dedicate some of their time towards facilitating the Olympic events against accomplishing other city priorities. And so both in terms of actual staff time, but also the opportunity costs of staff time working on other things. There are the capital costs around setting up the event itself, alongside of any other post-event restoration that needs to take place, long-term infrastructure investments that are needed to support either the before or the after, and then the potential environmental mitigation effects that are currently unknown given the scope and scale of the events. I think those at this point are a little unclear. And so to round this out and to give you a sense of where our study stops and starts, we make some assumptions, and we have to make some assumptions because of some of the lack of certainty in the analysis. So first, we make some assumptions in terms of revenues where LA 28 will reimburse the city of Santa Monica, particularly around parking. But ultimately, we do not know if there will be a financial surplus to actually support reimbursement to the city of Santa Monica. So that's an open question. Point of sale. In our analysis, so with all the sales tax revenues we're projecting, we're assuming that the point of sale is in Santa Monica. We have heard from city staff that there have been previous events where point of sale around a major event was not necessarily guaranteed to be attached to the city of Santa Monica. So those are revenues that in previous events you've lost. As far as we understand, that is not guaranteed in this situation, but we, as part of our study, are assuming that that's the case. This has been mentioned before, but the city may have to forego certain revenues around advertising, branding, other event revenue opportunities if they choose to host beach volleyball. And again, there are the concerns about whether the pier operations and businesses are either partially or fully disrupted as a part of hosting the games. A part of our analysis, so we understand that there may be some other negotiations going around facility usage and the city potentially receiving revenues on that front. We were not aware of those. We did not participate in any of those conversations, so that was not treated as a part of our analysis. Additionally, we understand that LA 28 may be negotiating to bring events to different host cities. And so, again, we're not aware of those negotiations or conversations, so any of those impacts are also not accounted for in our analysis. And then finally, we did not look at any impacts before or after the Olympic period in terms of changes in visitation, specifically including the Paralympics, because the city of Santa Monica is not expected to host any events during the Paralympics. So very much focused on the effects of hosting the beach volleyball events. And so that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. So as Mark mentioned, there are a lot of unknowns and uncertainties that were part of the fiscal impact study, and a lot of that stems from there being a lot of unknowns in the games agreement right now. So just to touch on the things that we do know versus what we don't know is the venue footprint, which we showed. We believe that's going to be the venue footprint. We don't know, again, the games footprint, which is the area where we will be reimbursed for enhanced city services. We do know we'll provide those services, but the exact services and levels needed are unknown. We do know that LA 28 is willing to reimburse the city for enhanced services, but we don't know which services, the rates of reimbursement, a payment schedule, or priority. Again, we know that there will be some pier impacts. There will be lost parking, and we can assume there'll be enhanced security measures. What we don't know is if the pier will be fully open with uninterrupted operations. We know that events, private events, and any events the city would want to host would be restricted. We don't know the extent of those restrictions and if there would potentially be opportunities for collaboration with LA 28 on either cultural events or private events that could be hosted, for example, by our peer tenants. We know that the city will be expected to enforce in some form ambush marketing, illegal merchandise sales, unfair business practices such as price gouging. But what we don't know is what the city's role exactly will be in that enforcement, the staffing required, or the cost impacts. And we do know that this will be binding and that we'll be expected to cooperate in good faith on regional efforts to support the games, such as regarding regional efforts with mobility, security, et cetera. But we don't know, again, what that cooperation will entail and the staffing costs and impacts. So just to provide a little bit of clarification on normal and customary versus enhanced city services, we will be required to provide all of our normal and customary services at the city's cost as we would normally do. Those will not be eligible for reimbursement, and again, would be based on the City of LA service levels and rates. Enhanced services would be subject to reimbursement from LA 28, but right now there's no real guarantee, timetable, or process for reimbursement, so we're not sure when that reimbursement would be paid to the city for the estimated $15 million in costs. Again, we're unsure of how large of a space where we're providing these services would be eligible for reimbursement. And so, we'd be looking forward to gaining clarity around all of those things in the future agreements. So I'd like to touch on the financial guarantees because there's been a lot of questions about this. There has been a pledge from the state of California and the city of Los Angeles each to provide financial backstops in the amount of $270 million each. And the LA 28 would have to expend all of their financial reserves and their profits, and then the $270 million from the city of LA would kick in, and after that's expended, then the state of California's would kick in, and after that is expended, then the city of LA would be responsible for all other financial shortfalls. Again, even if the city were to be paid back, assuming that there would be revenues available, it is unknown what priority we would fall into because there's several other venue cities that we know of, the County of Los Angeles, but we do know the City of LA is going to receive first priority for reimbursement of services as the host city. And USC and UCLA are also in there, but we don't know, either what their priority would be. So again, this is a lot of people that would be vying, or a lot of agencies that would be vying for every dollar. And there's no assurances that the funding would be available to cover all of it. I think most importantly, perhaps, is that the agreement would prevent the city from pursuing legal action against any entity except LA 28. And that's, they're a nonprofit that may dissolve shortly after the 2028 Summer Games. And so we just don't see the legal recourse that we would have to recover any funds if not paid according to the plan. So again, just to provide a little bit of a visual here, LA 28 will reimburse for select enhanced services, assuming that there's money available. Payment prioritization and timeline is unknown. The area reimbursement is also unknown. And again, we would not be able to take any legal action against the IOC, City of LA, or State of California. The City of LA would provide $270 million after the funding is exhausted. They have the discretion to release funds to LA 28 for third-party debts. And then state, for their guarantee, is eligible for debts owed to the City of LA and the IOC for claims by third parties. Again, that would be provided after LA 28's funding and the City of LA's $270 million guarantee is exhausted and paid at the governor's discretion. So again, I think that that's the most important component, that we really hope LA 28 is going to be very profitable, and I think that we as partners would love to see them succeed, but I think we also have to consider the worst case scenario, and that's if there is no money, and would we be able to pay for all these services without reimbursement? And with that, I'll turn it over to Oscar Santiago, Director of Finance.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. So I want to talk to you about the financial implications to the city, specifically to the general fund of hosting the LA 28 beach volleyball event. So we know that the estimated cost of the event is approximately $15.5 million. Reimbursement amount is undetermined and unknown at this time. We don't know yet if there will be requirements for capital infrastructure improvements or new construction. There will be additional staff time and resources needs across the organization. It is yet to be determined whether there will be a post-event site restoration and potential long-term infrastructure maintenance after hosting the event. So in summary, we have known financial risks with unknown magnitude. The main takeaway for me is that there will be service or program trade-offs required if the city takes on this additional liability. And I'll talk to you about that further in the next slide. So this slide shows our most recent 5-year forecast. The line graph shows, the line in red is basically how our revenues minus expenditures fare out, and specifically in fiscal year 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27. So it shows here that we're in a deficit. The reason that we balance the budget, the dark line in blue, is that we're using 27.6 million in one-time funds to keep us balanced through the forecast, right? Until our revenues catch up with our expenditures. I want to set that stage, but that's the environment that we're working on. We are in a fragile space with the city's finances, so this demands that we have fiscal restraint, be prudent with our expenditures, and if the city does decide to take on these additional costs, it means that we have to make trade-offs to our services and programs in order to fund this additional liability. The remaining challenges that I show in this chart are things that we've talked about. Legal liabilities that are outstanding, reserves below pre-COVID levels. We borrow funds from other enterprise funds. Capital needs are unfunded. Services are not fully restored. We need funding to address our public safety crisis. Inflation is also impacting us, high interest rates. And we have labor negotiations coming in the spring of 2025. So these are all things for you to consider as you make these decisions. Thank you.
So just in closing, we wanted to summarize with a couple potential options and alternatives for moving forward. We're looking for, direction from the council tonight, and if you do direct staff to bring the games agreement back to council as administrative item for a vote, we could do that as early as your next meeting on October 22nd. The other option would be to decline the current games agreement terms, holding firm to critical deal points. If you were to do that, we would go back to the negotiating table with LA 28, assuming that LA 28 would be open and amenable to doing so. So in closing, I would, I have the staff recommendation here for your reference, but I would like to thank the city team that has really tirelessly negotiated the terms of this agreement over the past nearly year and a half. A couple of them on the dais with you tonight, Susan Cola, Susan Klein, and Oscar Santiago. And I would like to thank the HR&A team and our outside counsel, David Sunken from Shepherd Mullen. I would also like to extend gratitude to LA 28's negotiating team, Kevin Masudi, Amber Haywood, Vic Knoll, and Priscilla Chang, and I think 3 of the 4 of them are here tonight. So thank you for being here. We really appreciate your presence. And with that, staff and HR&A are available for any questions.
Councilmember Zwick, you're first.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. A couple questions. You raised a few times the issue of the pier and some uncertainty around that, and also the fact that that has changed in recent times from a previous assumption. Can you elaborate all on what's changed and what we know or can expect or can reasonably expect in that situation?
So it's our understanding that the reason that it has changed is because the Department of Homeland Security, including the Secret Service, would be determining what safety measures are needed for the venue. And since that is yet to be determined, we don't know if they will allow the pier to operate fully. Of course, I think that we would expect there would absolutely be enhanced security measures on the pier, but it is unclear, I think, to us and to LA 28 as well, if that would be permitted by the Department of Homeland Security.
Do we have a timeline on knowing that?
So I do not. I know that that type of term would be included in the venue use agreement, I believe, which would be not brought back to council until 2027. If there is a sooner timeline with the Department of Homeland Security, I'm not aware of it.
Got it. And when it comes to the splitting out of these agreements, you mentioned that it was going to be one. Now there's 4 separate agreements that are being contemplated, a lot of which are about the terms that are currently unknown. If we were to enter into this first agreement, I think there's some discussion of this in the staff report. What does that mean as far as our ability to negotiate any of these other terms going forward? What kind of leverage do we have or not have?
I will defer to our Assistant City Attorney.
Well, it does set the framework for the negotiation, so it would be hard to deviate from the framework without causing issues. So, I mean, the intent of this is to establish what we're going to negotiate in good faith and to sort of limit the parameters of that.
And I guess the follow-up is, assuming we negotiate in good faith and the terms are not, ones that the city finds favorable, what are the options then?
Well, that has yet to be determined, but we do feel that this does bind the city further because it does open the door to a commitment that we are going to provide normal and customary services. So then it's really more of a determination of what those normal and customary services are, which hinge on future events which have not yet occurred. And to the extent that any of the LA 28 representatives want to weigh in on that, that's our understanding, that it's basically limiting what is going to be negotiated, the scope of what's going to be negotiated.
Yeah, I guess, let me restate. Say we enter into this first agreement, and then in the scope of negotiating further ones say, actually, this doesn't seem like a good deal, we don't want to do this. What happens?
Well, if we deviate from the parameters, the framework, potentially we could be viewed as breaching the games agreement, and so whatever remedies would flow from that, which are in the games agreement, we could be determined to be in default. On the other hand, if we are acting in good faith and there is a dispute resolution procedure, it is subject to binding arbitration the way it is now. So it would have to be worked out.
Okay, thank you. There's mention of the venue footprint and the games footprint. At one point in the staff report, it says, if we are reimbursed, it would only cover mutually agreed upon enhanced services within the venue and the games footprint. But then I was also I thought I was under the understanding that there might be only reimbursement. I mean, is there reimbursement for both the venue and the games footprint? Or, because it says it here in the staff report, but I thought I heard elsewhere that it was unclear whether the games footprint would even include a reimbursement.
So we've been told by LA 28 that the reimbursement would be within the games footprint, which would encompass the venue and potentially areas beyond that. It's just that right now, the games footprint is not determined. So we don't know what area that will be. It could be.
Is that the same footprint or zone as the one in which we are expected to deliver enhanced services, or are those separate?
That's to be determined. We think, so that's not included specific, what you want to speak to that?
I was just going to say, I think the intent is to deliver the enhanced services within the games footprint. That's the way the current draft reads. So what is unusual about this is that to determine exactly what the games footprint is, the way the agreement reads currently is 2027. We assume that it will be very close to what is in the guarantee, and there's a diagram showing the approximate area of where the games will occur, overlapping over the parking lot. But the way that the agreement is drafted, it's uncertain.
But I feel like I heard previously there's a concern that where we actually will need to deliver enhanced services would be larger than said footprint?
Well, there's something called the identified venue, which is in the games agreement, which again is a different term from the games footprint. So the way the agreement reads, the enhanced services will be provided within the games footprint. That could be larger than the identified venue until we know what the boundaries are. It's intended to be like a geographical boundary that has yet to be established. But the way the agreement reads, the boundaries will be determined, and then the enhanced services would be provided within that boundary.
I just want to clarify that the enhanced services provided within the games footprint and the venue footprint would be the areas eligible for reimbursement.
Yes.
We will be obviously providing enhanced services throughout the city, throughout the duration of the games. But so the distinction is where we provide enhanced services that are eligible for reimbursement are only within the footprint areas that are yet to be determined.
Got it, thank you. Then, when it comes to, there was some talk of, opportunities that were presented to us, in the instance of we hosting or not hosting, and them being different. What opportunities possibly exist in the not hosting scenario that have been contemplated? I mean, we heard from some speakers about art stuff, or about cultural arts festivals and Olympiads, but I've also heard talk of fan zones or other partnerships or things like that, and I'm just trying to understand what other opportunities exist.
So there are potentially other opportunities if we weren't to host, because if we were to not host beach volleyball, we wouldn't have the same constraints about not being able to host any, events within a certain area of the venue. We could potentially, and yes, sure, maybe there could be fan zones or there could be brand activations by, brands that either are or not affiliated with LA28, which would not be, would not be permitted if we were to host. There's also potentially higher advertising revenue that we could make with our media partners. If we're selling that at a enhanced Olympics rate instead of, if we, to LA28, it's assumed we would give them first right of refusal to any city-owned advertising, assuming our media partners are amenable, according to their agreements. So there is potential for more revenue there.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Negrete. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over you. Councilmember Davis, I apologize.
No problem. Well, and so thank you for the presentation, and I want to thank the folks from LA28 for coming out. I don't know if they're going to be available for any questions or not.
I do not think they anticipated questions. No.
Okay, then I guess you're stuck with my questions. I want to start out by saying, of course, we recognize that these are the Los Angeles Olympic Games, not the Santa Monica Olympic Games. But I also, do want to point out, as someone who's lived in the region for most of my life, that whenever there's an establishment shot, whether it's the local news or, even just in some sort of entertainment milieu, there are two things that people tend to show to establish that they're in Los Angeles. One of them is the Hollywood sign. The other is the Santa Monica Pier. And the idea of hosting beach volleyball in this beautiful venue at the home of beach volleyball with the iconic Santa Monica Pier behind it, I just don't think there's any other, it's almost like there's no other appropriate place to do it. As I've been joking with people, I sort of envision just like, I was in Paris twice before the Olympics and saw the Olympic rings up on the Eiffel Tower, and I said, that's really beautiful, but I can see those rings on the solar wheel on the pier, and that really symbolizes beach volleyball, I think, for not only us here in Santa Monica, but people around the world. And so I think, I'm hoping that this is a mutually beneficial agreement, that everyone recognizes that both parties here want to have successful Olympics. I think everybody in the United States wants to host a successful Olympics. But there's obviously, as far as I can tell from the presentation tonight, a fair degree of uncertainty, and the question is how we negotiate that. So I want to focus on a couple of things, and I think the answer to a lot of these is going to be we don't know, but I just want to make sure in my own mind that that is in fact the correct answer. So we know, for example, that LA28 provided some community benefits to the city of LA for youth soccer programming, I believe, or other youth sports programming. And as I understand it from your presentation, there's no talk about similar community benefits coming to Santa Monica, is that right?
That is correct, and we have raised the issue with LA28, on a few different occasions, and they have told us that that money was provided to the city of Los Angeles for having to wait, an extra 4 years when they had wanted the LA 2024 Olympics, when it was awarded for 2028, that was, given to them as reimbursement for having to plan the extra 4 years.
Didn't we wait the same 4 years?
We did indeed.
Okay,
We
just
were part of the
checking. Just
original
checking. I didn't know if
bid,
maybe we
part of
had
the
beach
original bid.
volleyball in 2024 and I completely missed it. And then to I mean, because it seems to me that we all know. I mean, if I would invite anyone from LA 28 to come down to our, I don't even know how many beach volleyball courts we have here in Santa Monica, but on any weekend, they are packed. And they go all the way from north of the pier, literally to the city limit with the city of LA, and they are packed. And there are all sorts of tournaments, everything from youth tournaments to junior college tournaments to USC and UCLA folks playing down here. And they're, of course, frequently the national champions in beach volleyball. And I mention that because it seems to me that the opportunity to really promote that particular sport, I mean, we are the home. St. John Smith, who was one of the people who popularized it early on, lived on 26th Street, for example. And so I guess it seems to me that that is the sort of thing that there could be a mutually beneficial relationship where we could be promoting a sport that's already popular, but make it even more popular. And we already have a lot of the facilities that you need to do it. We have, I don't even know what the number is, but it's got to be dozens of beach volleyball nets, and it's easy to set up a tent and host a tournament. And it seems to me with the financing, you know, with some financial support, we could really be able to start to build the momentum for 2028. So I would hope that would be something that LA 28 would think about. I want to follow up a little bit with Councilmember Zwick's questions about the pier. Obviously, the pier is iconic, but, and I understand we may not understand what Homeland Security has in mind for how the pier operates. It's my understanding during the Paris Olympics, to get into certain areas, for example, you had to through a QR code system, you had to download a pass, and then you showed the pass. There were some technical glitches, but you could get in. I mean, if there were a possibility of doing something like that, the question is, who would the responsibility for monitoring people coming onto the pier, making sure they had the right code and stuff like that? Would that be part of the enhanced services agreement, or would that fall on us, or do we not know yet?
We don't know is the simple answer.
Okay. And in terms of the businesses who are on the pier, who obviously depend on tourists throughout the year, but certainly the summer is, if we have one, a high season. If we had to close the pier, the pier is owned by the city. Would we have some obligation to those businesses that might suffer because the pier was closed?
Yes, potentially we could have abatement claims, we could have breach of lease claims. So yes. And just to be clear, I think there's a provision in the games agreement which was still being negotiated. It's of concern to the city, having to do with the fact that it basically prevents the city from hosting public or private events. And so that's what started the discussion about, well, we have no control over our lessees' private events. And so there is some language which we have settled on, which just gets us through the negotiations. And LA 28 has promised to work that out with us. But I mean, that was some of the ambiguity in the agreement, that it begged the question of what kind of limitations could we impose on private events at Pacific Park, for example.
Right. So as I understand it, it would perhaps tie their hands in terms of if they wanted to host an Olympic party, you know, come down. Even if you're not going to the Olympics, we're having an Olympic party. Does the agreement tie our hands only within the venue or the enhanced service area? I mean, so for example, if Busby's in the east side, which is nowhere near the pier, wanted to host some sort of special event, like close off a local street or something and do a block party for the Olympics, would that be affected?
It includes the city and its neighborhoods, the way it's currently drafted.
Okay. I'm sorry, the lawyer and me actually read the agreement between LA 28 and Long Beach, and I did have a couple of questions. For example, one of the provisions in there had to do with regulation of vendors. As we all know, here in the state of California, our ability to regulate vendors is more limited than it might be in other parts of the world. And is that an issue for us? Because we don't, I mean, we know there have been a number of lawsuits surrounding what have been alleged to be unlawful limitations on vendors, and I don't want to promise something that then turns out to be unlawful.
Right. We did get a concession from LA 28 on some mitigating language, so it says subject to, legal constraints.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the other question I have, again, and because this has to do with the venue area versus the enhanced service area, we have a number of beach parking lots that would be outside of both those areas. The ones I'm thinking about specifically are the larger ones toward the south. South of the pier, south of Casa del Mar, again, all the way down to the border. Would the use of those lots be, I'm assuming they would be impacted because people who wanted to come to beach volleyball would probably want to park in them. But would our use, the city's use of them, other than offering them up for parking, be affected in any way?
Not that we know of, and this is a transit-first game, so we're hoping that, attendees will be incentivized to take public transportation.
Right, we understand that, we do that all the time, but we also know that despite all of our best efforts, people get in their cars and drive. Okay, but at least so far, those are not within the enhanced service area, so those would operate presumably, they're still first come, first served parking. Well, and let's talk about, maybe, I'm gonna skip down in my notes here a little bit, because of the question about normal and customary services and who pays for what. Is our concern there, and I don't want to offend anyone from the city of LA, but that the level of services that Santa Monica normally and customarily provides would be higher, is normally higher than what the city of LA provides? So if the benchmark is what the city of LA provides, we would not even be getting reimbursed at really what's our normal and customary level, because we provide normally and customarily a higher level of service. Does that make sense?
I think it's actually the inverse. What they don't want is a situation where there's a disparity between our normal and customary and their normal and customary. And so the enhanced service levels, which are subject to reimbursement, would be, for example, more because our level of normal and customary services, just for example, would be less.
Okay.
So it's sort of to have an equal playing field. I believe that's the intent. It's something that was negotiated in the LA Games Agreement, and I believe LA 28 feels that they are constrained by that. But for us, it creates an uncertainty. But for LA, I think it's to level the playing field, so it minimizes, yeah.
So for LA, it's to level the playing field, and then uncertainty is just the level of reimbursement then that comes back for that. Is that correct?
For the enhanced services, because we will be paying for our own normal and customary, as will LA.
Right, so we pay for what we normally do, LA pays for what they normally do. If those two happen to be different, though, the level of reimbursement could be different then.
Correct.
Okay. Marketing. So I happened to be in Paris last November before the 2024 games, and they were already selling licensed merchandise. I used to be a trademark attorney, so I always check to make sure it's officially licensed merchandise. They weren't making a big deal about it, but just in a few of the stores. Do we have any agreement about, for example, we have a wonderful store down on Main Street operated by our travel and tourism people, the ability to, before the games, and this was literally November, so more than 6 months before the games, began to market Olympic merchandise and stuff like that?
So currently, that is not provided for in the games agreement. That is potentially something that we could try to negotiate in one of the future agreements.
Okay. But again, just we go back to that word uncertainty. Okay. And then I had asked about this because we know that while they were in the Paris Games, for example, the equestrian events were held in Versailles, which is not part of Paris. Surprise, everyone. It's a separate city. It's actually about the size of Santa Monica. Do we know anything about the relationship between Paris and Versailles and what Versailles financially did or didn't do as a result of the Paris Games?
I am not aware of that at this time.
Okay. Well, because when I've asked this question before, and this is going to lead into my next question, one of the answers we got was, well, France, the country of France, provided some subsidy to the games. And I know that there's a Homeland Security subsidy attached to LA 28. Do we anticipate, there is no mayor in the United States who's more connected to the federal government than the mayor of LA. Do we anticipate that the LA 28, along with city of LA and hopefully the other venue cities would be able to perhaps go to the federal government and seek additional subsidy to provide some more financial certainty for all the cities that are sort of taking on these risks?
That would be wonderful, but at this time, it's not anticipated.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. And we heard a number of people talk about cultural events in connection with the Olympics and that they're actually contemplated by the games coming here. Have there been any conversations about that?
There have not, but we would, I know that our cultural affairs staff and others locally who are in that space would absolutely love to, participate and partner with LA 28 in the cultural offerings.
Okay, and then I suppose, I guess one of the issues is I know that there are things in the agreement, for example, that we need to cooperate against price gouging and things like that, which I totally support. But I'm just wondering, again, these are enforcement things. Do we have any agreement yet as to who has to pay for that level of enforcement? For example, we have one of the stricter vacation rental ordinances, maybe in the United States, but I would anticipate during the games, there are a lot of people who are like, what are you going to do? Fine me because I'm going to be able to charge, $1,000 a night for my house. Fine me, schmine me. So in terms of enforcing things like the anti-gouging, getting us to enforce our vacation rental ordinance, that sort of thing, again, that will fall on the city? The cost of that would fall on the city?
It's not clear. What it says is, a lot of smushy language like good faith, cooperation, and best efforts in some cases. But there are a lot of provisions that are similar to that, like for ambush marketing or trademark infringement. Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Those were my questions.
Vice Mayor Negrete.
Well, I think my colleagues asked every question that could possibly be asked, and hopefully we'll go into comments soon. But the only thing I wanted to add to that was she already mentioned capturing of all sales. I just wanted to be clear that I think, all of us, the sentiment of having it here and this unrealized opportunity of having, to say that, but we had the Olympics here, there was the discussion around like, could we capture sales? But the reality is, I think we looked at when you go to games or concert venues, people come in and they sell you things, but those sales the sales tax may actually not be captured by the city. Is that correct?
It is correct that in certain events in the past, when they have their point of sale system, it goes back to cities like Los Angeles or, wherever
their Stripe is set up in their business.
Exactly, wherever the event producers or whomever is set up for that. So there is, at least in the games agreement, it's not guaranteed that sales tax revenue would come to the city of Santa Monica.
Right, because I don't think they can control that, and neither can we in a lot of circumstances. I mean, I think most people don't realize, like, you need a physical POS system, and most people are paying with these electronic devices, which are, smaller companies that set up with.
Sure, but if the point of sale systems within the venue and operated by LA 28, you would think that there would be some control over that, but.
Yeah, and we have found that in previous events, where the point of sale was outside of the city of Santa Monica, and they've come back in future events, they did change the point of sale.
To the city of Santa Monica. But were those future captured sales, is there anything to compare it to say, like, I don't know that we've had anything that we could say that the future unrealized benefits outweighed the initial outset or loss. Because I think we discussed some numbers and it seemed pretty small, right? I mean, in terms of merchandise. Some of the other issues, I think all were brought up and most of it is comment, but I do have a question, and it was sort of asked by Councilmember Davis, which is, obviously LA 28 is not going to answer questions they spoke during public comment. Is it possible that they will come and engage so that we can have this conversation publicly for the community to observe? I mean, have we asked that question?
So regarding the games agreement negotiations or
I mean, would LA 28 talk right now? We just asked. It's just sort of awkward to be asking questions that potentially could be asked because we want to daylight this conversation to the community so that people can really understand that while the sentiment behind holding such a phenomenal thing like the Olympics, we have to be fiscally and fiducially responsible. At the same time, I don't know how many people in the community actually read these staff reports and will see this piece of it, but it would be nice if we could actually have LA 28 up here to engage and ask questions. Is LA 28 willing to come up and speak and answer any questions from the council tonight?
They've indicated no for
Do we know
tonight.
why? No? Is there like legal issues around it or?
I don't know. I think.
I don't mean to put you in an
negotiating
awkward-
the agreement on the dais is something that we try to avoid, but, as far as answering questions.
Just questions, yeah.
Yeah, and just leading up to the guarantee letter in 2016, LA 24 at the time that was putting together that bid package did do community engagement. I think that's more of what you're asking.
Yeah, like, will there be
Not
commu-
negotiating the
Not
agreement.
negotiating the contract, but will there be-
actually, yeah, like there was one homeowner that came, and that's the kind of engagement we had when we were putting the bid package together for the 24 bid. And we've asked of LA 28 to, partner with us in that engagement, similar to what they came to, I believe, the Rec and Parks Commission, leading up to the getting some witnesses to that. So they declined to do that in advance of bringing forward the games agreement. I'm not clear on when that type of engagement would start back up, but we have communicated very clearly that our expectation is that we would do that level of engagement with our neighborhoods, with our businesses, and in the community in general. We apologize, but we can't say for certain when that would happen, but our expectation is that it would absolutely happen, and it would be led by LA 28 like it was led by LA 24 for the bid.
But that could potentially happen after we sign some agreement of which there's
Agreed, yeah.
all these unknowns. And I just want to ask, you've been doing community partnership contractual agreements for a long time. Have you ever seen an agreement like this where there's so many unknowns and you're asked to sign something?
I'm not a legal expert, but I'll defer to our assistant.
Or have our city attorneys?
To address that.
Can you compare?
Well,
this to
we've
anything
all
you've seen?
commiserated together, and the answer is no.
Is it safe to say this is like, as a business person, taking out the fact that it's the Olympics, if this was just a straight up business deal, would this be a pretty slam dunk? This is a horrible business deal. We're being asked to sign something with a bunch of unknowns that have severe financial impacts with really no financial gain. I mean,
Again, it's hard to take that out of outside of the context, no, we've never entered into that kind of an agreement.
I know I'm alluding into comments. I just want to separate, if we take out the fact that this is the Olympics, the sheer agreement, the financial impact, the negligence in being able to offer or answer any questions that are going to impact an entire city, our organization, impact our public safety, our clean beaches. I mean, that's a big part of it too. We haven't really talked about that as well, how important it is after any sort of event, when we've had pure concerts, the impact of the trash that's been on the beach, which took many weeks and days to clean up after each concert. These are all things that are not only going to impact us from a financial standpoint, but also from a community standpoint. And so taking the Olympics out of it, it seems like any other deal given to the city, this would be considered
atypical.
Yeah, exactly. The other thing about the pier, and this is my last question, but then I have a comment. As a small business owner myself, I just want to be clear for the community and for the small business owners out there. Nobody would be able, if we did host the games, be able to capture saying the words Olympics or hosting it or putting any sign that says that. If you're a restaurant bar, you can't host any special party because you wouldn't be able to use those words. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there really isn't any benefit.
Unless you get IOC approval.
And how do you have to get IOC approval? Is that an easy task?
I doubt it, but I would defer to LA 28 to answer that question.
Do you guys want to answer that question? No? So, and then to be clear, if I was a small business owner and I had a restaurant per se, restaurant bar, and we didn't host the games, I could potentially then, would I be able to have events, not being able to use the word Olympics, but I guess I would be able to take on other marketing agreements, like if Pepsi-Cola or some other large entity wanted to sort of pay me a ton of money to market there.
I would say you'd have to be careful because you have to make sure that you're not representing any sort of affiliation.
Right, if it's a
unauthorized
non-affiliated.
affiliation with the Olympics, right. But depending on the situation, it could be perceived that way, it could be perceived as confusing. And so I would just say caution.
But to be more clear, on the pier, if we were hosting it and if a venue was offered there to advertise for some other beverage company that is not affiliated, you're not allowed to do that. So that venue would not be able to take up that opportunity.
Right, well, the first issue is we wouldn't be able to host an event during that period because the games agreement currently.
No, I mean during the games agreement, like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain that, like, the businesses on the pier specifically or around the beach area are not going to benefit. And in fact, they benefit even less because if they weren't hosting it, then they could maybe partake in, right, some sort
Yes.
of marketing. And I think during the summer, the pier experiences an influx anyways. That's their busy time. During the winter, it's their slow time, right? So safe to say, when I look at all the parking, it's a few months of losing out on parking. It's not just that short time period. So I worry because we're still not certain or clear whether or not the pier, and is that clear? Because I heard something else. I just want to be clear, because in the report, it says that we are still not clear whether or not the pier would be shut down.
Correct. That's an unknown.
Nothing's changed between tonight and this report being done?
No, nothing has changed.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. I wanted to interrupt for 1 minute just to clarify. Our Assistant City Manager mentioned that the Olympics came before the Recreation and Parks Commission, et cetera, and had a full, open discussion. I was the chair of that commission during that time, and we had a long, clear discussion. It was very amenable, and our commission voted to support the 2024 games because we thought everything was very clear and very simple. And I believe it was a 7-0 vote by our commission that then advanced it to the city council. So I wanted to let you know during that time, it was a different situation. It seemed like it was much more open and easy. I've talked, in clarification, I've talked to members of the Olympic Organizing Committee over the past 2 weeks. I suggested that they come tonight, and they agreed to make a statement. I suggested several times that I thought it would be great for the people in the city to hear the differences, see if there were any misconceptions on our part, misconceptions on their part. They declined and said they would come listen and issue a statement, but they were not going to negotiate the agreement in public. I think that's pretty clear. Okay? Thank you. And the next speaker is Councilmember Para.
Thank you. So just want to begin by thanking staff. I know you guys have done a tremendous amount of work on this, so thank you. I know it's been a lot of work, so thank you. So practically all my questions have already been asked and answered. One of the last ones that I did have, and again, going back to the pier, understanding that if Homeland Security were to say that the pier can remain open, but we would have to have some type of enhanced services. So obviously that comes to mind to me is like, metal detectors and, additional security and support. That's obviously something that would probably come out of our budget, correct?
It's unclear.
It's unclear. So, but that's something that we would have to negotiate, okay? I mean, clearly, in order to keep our businesses open, that's something we would probably put forth and try to negotiate at a later date if we were to move forward, I'm assuming. I'm assuming, yeah. Okay. And then we heard from a committee member, and actually we've heard from emails, from a couple committee members that live close by and also use PCH on the daily to commute to and from home. And we know that this is supposed to be, a car-free event, but as Councilmember Davis alluded, people are probably not going to be adhering to that, and they will be using their cars. And there's a strong potential that there could be bottlenecks of what have you in that area. And we talked about community benefits and the lack thereof. And so I just wanted to ask the question, even though I know the answer, but I want to put it out there about when we do talk about, or if we move forward and give any type of direction about reaffirming some type of community benefit, especially for those that live directly adjacent. I mean, literally, their house is a stone throw from that. And so not only will they be affected by traffic, but they'll be affected by sound, they'll be affected by construction, they'll be affected by people, circulation, population, trash, you name it. And so those are additional community concerns that we all need to, and which I know you've all thought about, but.
Yeah, I mean, we've thought about it, and it's also our number one priority is
Absolutely.
to minimize the impacts on our community, whether it's the pier tenants or the beach residents or residents in general, all of the businesses.
Correct.
Certainly trying to minimize impacts and maximize benefits is
Absolutely.
really overarching our entire,
But there's so many
objective for the
unknowns, so it's kind of like, it's difficult to make a decision. I mean, clearly, we are all excited about this opportunity to host it, and I'm sure quite a few of us have very fond memories of '84 Olympics here. And so, thank you again for this work, and I'm sure we have a lot of comments. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Terosas.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the presentation. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this. So I just want to make sure I have my facts straight here. So HRNA is proposing that hosting beach volleyball will result in a net loss of $12.1 million. But if we don't host, we could realize a financial gain of $10.65 million. Is that correct?
It's correct with the caveat that it's with the unknown amount of reimbursement from LA 28. So if we were to be reimbursed for all of the enhanced services, that number could, be considerably less.
But if LA 28 is financially unsuccessful, Santa Monica has literally no recourse to get reimbursed, correct? And we don't know where we would be in a waterfall of all the other cities waiting for reimbursement, correct?
Correct. So there's no guarantees either way.
Okay. A couple of questions just around what we've heard around community benefits. So I understand that the assertion is that the city of LA is serving as the financial backstop. They are assuming the risk, they get the reward, they get the community benefits. However, it's my understanding that Paris signed their social compact in 2019 with very robust community benefits, local hire provisions, et cetera. 2019 being 5 years in advance of the games, laying out a specific plan for community benefits that would benefit the entire region hosting the games. Has LA 28, despite the fact that we can't see any specific benefits for Santa Monica, shared their plan for community benefits regionally?
They have not shared that with us, I'll say.
Have we asked for that?
I'm not sure that they've shared it publicly. We've asked about community benefits, specific to our city, but also, largely when it's like local hire, we would love to have that here. And we've been told that, that's very specific to LA as the host city and that there would not be other community benefits other than, the modest potential increase in sales tax and TOT.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even just talking about local hire. I'm talking about using social enterprises, using folks who might have barriers to employment, getting people back into the workforce. We obviously know that there's a huge tourism economy here. We have very strong partnerships with our labor unions who employ these folks. Has there been any discussion of general regional community benefits along this line?
Not during our negotiations, no.
No, and just to be clear, we have, throughout the negotiations, we have combed through the LA agreements, and during, the redlining process and the redline process for the agreements have included a lot of the provisions that are in the LA agreements, and
There's no mention of
they
any.
were taken out. And as you can see, I mean, they're template agreements, so I think it's important to note that the 3 agreements that have been approved by other cities are basically the same agreement.
Yep.
And
Templates with them.
that's the template for the agreement we're working on, and I'm not sure how it would be different going forward, since this is the binding agreement, right, that binds us. So just to make sure we're clear about expectations in terms of what we, as a negotiating team, can negotiate going forward, would, based on this experience, it would be very limited. And that when we've asked about, working together across venue cities, that would happen at some point. But, so that's why we've reached out independently to other venue cities throughout this process and talked to them about how we can work together. But that hasn't come together yet through LA 28. I will say that the city of LA has reached out to us as a potential venue city to partner with them on procurement processes. So we have the same standards, but that would mean that we have, consistent standards across the region when we're independently contracting for services, but it's not to ensure that local provider, Santa Monica businesses are actually going to get a concessions contract, for example. It's just to standardize that process. So I
And
do
my
appreciate
understanding is
from
that
LA.
City of LA's expectation was that all procurement opportunities would be run through RAMP that they had put together, but has LA 28 committed to that? Because we could use RAMP.
I don't know about that, but that's what the city has asked us to align our standards to RAMP, so that
Okay.
they would at least be consistent.
Okay, but with no potential guarantee that that's going to be the procurement platform that LA 28 uses?
I am not, it may be, I just
Okay.
don't know.
And have we discussed any sort of ADA accommodations? Because I think everyone knows that in my actual job, that's demeaning. In my other job, I've talked with a lot of people who went to Paris and said that the accessibility issues were constant and concerning because, this is an older city that didn't have ADA accommodations. Are we going to be responsible for providing ADA accommodations to the venue and upgrading all of our sidewalk, streets, ingress and egress points, et cetera, or is that something that LA 28 would do for us?
Well, the venue itself, they're responsible for building the infrastructure, and there is a provision in the games agreement which requires everything to be ADA accessible. So that's the way it's structured right now. If we were to provide additional, if I understand your question, to provide additional enhancements to existing streets, there's been no discussion about that.
I just know that we've talked about once you open up that can of worms with ADA accommodations, you make one change, you have to upgrade the entire CASP report for the entire area, go out and make these accommodations, and I assume that would be a cost. Do we include that in the cost? No. And then we've heard that this is going to be a car-free games, and a car-free games needs a mobility infrastructure. Have we planned for that mobility infrastructure in Santa Monica? And was that included in the financial analysis?
No, it was not included, but we took the initiative here in Santa Monica. BBB reached out to Metro.
Okay, great.
We have a bunch, as we're transitioning to an all-electric fleet, we are disposing of a number of buses between now and 2028. So, I think it was about a year ago, we offered to Metro, to use these buses so that we would hold on to them and not send them, for auction. So that they could be used, because I think there's something like 2,700 buses and shuttles that need to be identified in addition to what's already in the region. So BBB is already a partner with Metro on that.
And have we accommodated for the additional service that we might need on any of these routes and how we're going to get those buses and drivers into operation?
No, I think that's all TBD once the venues are all need to be
Okay.
solidified.
And what about like, increased maintenance in our parks because we're gonna have more people here and more people using our public amenities? Did we account for that?
So there are some services that we took a deep look at. So this was primarily police, fire, transportation.
What about public
Yeah.
works?
So we included some of the calculations for public works. Parks in particular, no. So, we tried to zero in on the categories that would be most relevant to the games themselves and provision of services that would be impacted by additional visitors. So some of the costs you just identified, we did think about with more people in the city on a daily basis, what that would lead to in terms of increased costs alongside the event-specific costs.
And what about like enhanced trash collection and cleaning?
That was included.
Okay, great, thank you. It's my understanding that it's a requirement in reading this, that the city has to advance we have to advance all costs related to the games with no clear timeline for reimbursement, is that correct?
It is correct that we would be paying to provide all the services, and then it would be pending reimbursement.
And that would be in 2028, correct, that we're paying for these services? I'm just trying to figure out, given our fiscal, do we have to advance those costs in advance of 2028?
Well, potentially, it depends on what, and we've discussed this with LA 28, it depends on what the services are, right? And, I mean, we're municipal government.
Right.
Things take time, so having this finalized just 6 months before, what the
Right.
services are, just 6 months before LA 28 takes control of the site is concerning, because it could take us 2 years to get to where we need to be in terms of developing an RFP if we have to contract for services, right? Some things that are temporary in nature, and we don't need to, we aren't looking to restore positions to provide the level of service that we're going to need during that time. There's a significant process that we have to go through to do that and go through a budget cycle. So,
Yeah, and
timing is concerning.
appreciate that. On the closure of Beach Lot 1 North, can you just remind us, how much do we get in revenue on like a monthly basis? Do we project for that?
That I'm unsure of off the top of my head, but that was calculated, and it, and LA 28 did agree in the guarantee letters that we would be reimbursed for the lost parking revenue and also, for rental of the space itself and rental of the beach.
Okay, and so that still stands?
As far as we know, yes.
Okay, so we would be made whole there. And then I want to just, again, go back to this issue of the businesses on the pier. I've heard quite a bit of high level of concern, and I mean, we have to be responsive to our constituents. I think all of us have been engaged with, in the past few months. How are we going to protect the interests of the businesses on the pier here?
I think that's a good question, because the games agreement doesn't really provide for that protection. It'd be something that would be negotiated as part of the venue use, and I think Susan might want to add more.
I think you could give us direction to focus more on negotiating, if we can go a little further in the games agreement with more specificity.
Okay, and then how are we going to ensure that we allow the pier businesses to remain operational throughout the duration?
So that's the complicating factor. I mean, if Homeland, my understanding, and it's very high-level understanding, is there's going to be a cooperative effort amongst this, the federal government, the state, local officials, and there will be meetings to coordinate what security measures have to take place. My understanding is that has not happened. Like, we have not been contacted. Our chief of police has not been contacted yet, but that is going to happen soon. And so we don't really know, but I anticipate it's going to start rolling.
Okay, and my understanding, though, is that, let's say these businesses did have to close for part of the time, they are not permitted to put on any ancillary events using any of the branding, messaging, framing of LA 28, correct? To try to recoup some of their costs?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, and again, I want to be explicitly clear. If we sign a games agreement, we are not permitted to put on any sort of event using LA 28 unless it's approved by the IOC. Is that correct?
Right.
during the duration of the Olympics. However, if we do not sign a games agreement, we then are permitted to put on, special hospitality houses, activations, events, et cetera.
Yes, I mean, we still have to be careful of trademark infringement, but yes.
Okay, that's it for now,
I
thanks.
just want to clarify too on the events. As of now, that's to our understanding from the games agreement that the events would be prohibited. There could be potential that could be negotiated with LA 28 in the future, but again, it's not guaranteed, and it sounds like it likely wouldn't be possible, but I mean, it is really just an unknown.
Right, I mean, I think, I understand there are all these unknowns. I appreciate that you're trying to work through these. I'm not trying to be a naysayer here. I would say that my primary concern, even if we were to lose revenue, we need to ensure that this is a legacy games, and to ensure that this is a legacy games, I have not seen any benefit for our community. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Well, a lot of questions have already been asked, but I have a couple. Do we know if there's been a trademark or a branding of SM28 to our knowledge right now?
Not that we have done, no.
No. And in terms of the, we're being selected right now for volleyball, right? And that selection was made by LA 28. All these events, it's like cities aren't saying, hey, we want to host, right? They're saying, this is what we'd like to host in your city. That's how it works?
I believe that's how it initially happened in 2016, yes.
Okay. And in terms of like, do we know if like breakdancing or skateboarding, for example, which I found extremely entertaining, despite some little, interesting maneuvers by one of the participants in the breakdancing category, but it was still very entertaining. And I was thinking, is there any possibility that, well, first of all, have they already determined if breakdancing is going to be a part of LA 28, or also if the skateboarding competition has already been assigned to a certain city?
About the breakdancing, I don't believe it's been confirmed as a sport for 2028, but I could be wrong about that. As far as skateboarding, I remember that this was raised, we did ask LA 28 about this early on in the negotiations, and I think it actually was prompted by your suggestion. We were told that, beach volleyball is what was being planned here, and that skateboarding, I think, was planned for the Valley, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so, and just to be very clear, in terms of the reimbursement, well, first of all, a question on, let's say, for example, the construction of the facility, the venue to host volleyball, we have to pay all those costs, correct?
No, I think the guarantee letters had.
No, I think the infrastructure within the venue footprint is on them. It's in the games agreement that they are the ones who have to front the costs for that construction. It's the services that we're advancing.
Okay, it's the services, so that clarifies that. And then, well, no, that was it. I think all the other questions have been asked, and I just had these other few. And I have some comments, but I'll reserve my comments until that portion. Thank you.
So I'll take a turn. First of all, I'm very bummed that breakdancing will not be on the 28 Olympic schedule, because Oscar and I were planning on competing against each other. And well, yes, you would, because the Olympics will charge for everything. So I'm just going to make a couple of comments. Yes, this contract has been troubling for the last year and a half when we've been talking about the fact that you sign something and you have no idea what you're signing, how much you'll be reimbursed, how much this will cost. It is something that if someone asked you to do this on the street, you would walk away and laugh at them. So I want the Olympics here, and I'm the old guy on the council. Everyone can quote that for election purposes. But I will tell you this, I went to almost every event in 1984. It was a spectacular time in Los Angeles. And I went to the opening, the closing, and at least one event in every single sport during the '84 Olympics. It was an amazing time, and it was an amazing time in LA. There was no traffic. Everyone got along, no fights. UPS delivered only at night. Grocery stores delivered only at night. It was an amazing 2 weeks in LA history. And I've said this before, as I do a beach walk from my house up to the Bel Air Bay Club, and there are 2 Olympic benches right at the end of the Han bike trail. And I'm always just like struck by there are those 2 concrete benches, and I was upset one day because someone had graffitied them. And I called LA 311 to try and get them cleaned off right away. So I come with a large bias toward the Olympics. But, you know, and I've been trying to keep a very open mind. The first negative reaction I had was in 2015 when they came to Recreation and Parks. I don't know if you were there. You may have been there when they came.
I went to most of those meetings back then, so
Yeah.
I probably was.
And I asked the same thing I've asked to the Olympic Committee several times. Where's our community benefit? What kind of spectacular volleyball court on the beach will be left for us? What else will they be doing to leave a legacy for the next 50 or 100 years of the Olympics that were held partly in Santa Monica? And unfortunately, I've been hearing, no, we're not doing anything. Well, if we have money left over, we might do something. All those are huge ifs. Yes, we know Peter Uberoff did an amazing job in 1984. We had money left over. There is still, this summer, the 84 Olympic Committee, or their legacy nonprofit body, distributed more funds in Los Angeles this summer to help youth in our city and the region. I want that legacy from the 2028 Olympics. However, I'm concerned. And I know some of the other cities that said yes right away without discussion, without anything. They just said, yeah, we'll do it. We don't care if we lose money. Long Beach is now a major host because they kept saying, yes. And I will refrain from directly quoting their mayor, who said to me, well, I'll quote him, we want to be Santa Monica. So we're building hotel rooms. We're going to do anything we can to make our permanent mark because of the Olympics. The difference is Santa Monica already has a permanent mark. We're not aspiring to be Long Beach. They're aspiring to be us. And that becomes something that's quite relevant because we have that worldwide reputation. We have been a destination on the coast, and yeah, the Olympics should be proud to have us because, yeah, they had the Eiffel Tower this last summer in Paris. They'd have the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Ocean, the waves, and yeah, the Ferris wheel. Now, if we don't host, the Ferris wheel will still be on the Olympics 20 times a day. It just will. Because as someone said earlier, Santa Monica is one of the symbols, along with the Hollywood sign, along with very few other things, that symbolize the Los Angeles area. Our hotels will be full regardless. Our restaurants will be full regardless. I said to the city manager a couple of weeks ago, but I want to host it for our communal heart, for the legacy of our city, for the legacy of children and grandchildren who could say that we hosted an Olympic event in our city. And that I remember, yes, the marathon or the Olympic torch coming up the incline in '84 and being there. All the different things that happened for my lifetime, as much as I've done a lot of different things, that's something that still stands out for me. And I think it would stand out for Santa Monicans. But we're a city that I could characterize us right now as the once rich city of Santa Monica, who will be the rich city again sometime. But right now, we're not. So the question is, how do we, first of all, front money for the Olympic Games when we don't have it right now? When that money won't be just spent in 2028, it'll have to be spent in 2026 and 2027 to get ready. So as much as, yes, I absolutely want to be here during the legacy of the 2028 Olympic Games, and I like the LA 28 people, but you know what? I'm really disappointed that they're asking us to not negotiate a contract, not give us terms that even guarantee any type of normal reimbursement, not give us any certainty at all, and just say, we have to accept whatever they want because we're going to have the privilege of hosting the Olympics. I hear staff saying, is that really a privilege? Is it something that we could accomplish? West Hollywood is not hosting any events, but they're going to have a huge LGBTQ cultural festival there during the entire Olympic Games for 2 weeks. And they went to Paris. John Erickson, their mayor, their staff went to Paris to participate in planning already for 2028. I heard people earlier tonight talk about that, and yes, I realize we're now in comments. It's my fault.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I just realized that. But that's, we'll just.
realized that?
Yeah, I realized I just took us in the comments. But, well, what the hell? So I'm concerned. I want us to host the Olympics. I desperately want us to host the Olympics. But at some point, there has to be physical reality as well as emotional reality. And I'm not sure our city can front $1 million, $10 million, $15 million a year or two in advance, and then wait maybe another 6 months or a year after the Olympics to experience those reimbursements that we desperately will need. So I'm concerned. I'm glad 3 members of LA 28 are here tonight. I'm really happy to see them. And I hope that they come back to meet with Susan and our other staff with more understanding of Santa Monica's situation. And look, I hope that 93,000 people in Santa Monica jump up and say, we want the Olympics. It doesn't matter what it costs. But I also know we are in a situation as a city, as a city council, where we must be prudent. We must be. So I'll stop with my comments, and Vice Mayor Negretti, I bet you have comments. And then Councilmember Davis.
So now that we're in comments, I think everybody's asked the questions. I just will say that I share the same sentiment. I was 5 years old during the 1984 Olympics. My brother created a really cool memorabilia photo album and that we have of all the events that we attended and newspaper clippings. So when we first heard of this, of course, I shared the same sentiment and excitement that anybody would, being born and raised in the city and knowing that this event would come here. But being in this position, it was not easy as a council member. You have to be fiscally responsible. It would be completely irresponsible knowing all the things that we are going through to put ourselves in a financial binding contract with so many unknowns that could potentially put us at so much risk that not only would we not see any community benefits, but it could really be destructive to just basic city services in the future by not being able to capture any revenue. So I guess the direction would be to come back with their best offer. And I hope LA 28 is listening that we need community benefit that makes sense and is clear. We need transparency to our community, which means engaging with the small business community and our constituents. We need to allow for input. I think the agreement must just reflect really certain basic aspects that it's concerning and disappointing that this elaborate discussion is happening over a very bizarre offer that has so many holes and unknowns. There needs to be partnership versus leverage. And we need to be fiscally prudent right now, given all of the legal issues that we have and financial what-ifs that we have separate from this. So I hope that, LA 28 will come back with their best offer and we can fill in some of those gaps and give direction tonight. I think we kind of know what they are. It's all the what-ifs we've been asking, but I think a big part of it is what is the community benefit? And of course, there's that piece of being able to negotiate and figure out for sure what is going to happen with the pier business. The pier business owners there want to know if they're going to be shut down or not. I don't think it's fair, given all the other events that happen there, that sometimes may seem to the community like it's a big benefit, but in fact, it can hurt those businesses. Can we have lucrative opportunities? It seems like there's a lot of constraint and there's very few opportunities. And I think we need to fill in a lot of those gaps because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of community benefit or benefit to the small business owner. So I hope we can come back with a better offer. I would love to be able to say we're having LA 28 here. I just don't think it would be responsible to sign a contract based on a bunch of unknowns and what ifs for the heart of it, when in the end, all people remember is that we were irresponsible about the agreement and we ended up impacting basic city services. So hopefully we can come back with something and have more answers.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I want to echo what my colleagues have said. I think at a fundamental level, we actually all are very enthusiastic about having beach volleyball come and be here in Santa Monica. I think when we talk about it in the abstract, when we talk about it out in our community, people are very excited about that. I could walk to the venue, and I guess maybe that's a mixed bag because I could walk to the venue, but it also means that I'll probably be impacted by the venue. But I say that because I think that in each in their own way, everybody in Santa Monica thinks about, wow, that would be really cool, but how would it impact me? And I hope that the folks from LA 28 are hearing that our concerns are genuine, come out from a place of genuine concern for our community. That our community needs to feel, as the mayor and the vice mayor have said, that we are so enthusiastic about this, but that we do have our community's best interests at heart. And as someone who looks at contracts for a living, usually they're contracts that have been breached somewhere down the road because I'm a litigator. I think what's really important is that the contracts are designed to provide some level of assurance to the parties, not to create uncertainty. And, I remember my contracts professor Clark Bice would always say an agreement to agree is not really much of an agreement. And I sort of get the sense that that's where we are now. We have this sort of agreement to agree somewhere down the line. And that's why I wanted to focus on uncertainty during the questions period. So I certainly want to give direction to staff to work with LA 28 to bring beach volleyball to Santa Monica. But I also would hope, and I'll confess to being somewhat disappointed that we couldn't interact directly with LA 28 here tonight, but that they have taken everything we have said to heart and understand that we want to be good partners, but we also need to feel that they are good partners and that everyone here is negotiating in good faith to bring the best beach volleyball experience to LA 28 and to the world. And I meant what I said at the beginning of my questions. The Eiffel Tower will have nothing on the pier, I guarantee you. And I think having the beach volleyball venue in the home of beach volleyball with the iconic Santa Monica Pier behind it, with the rings on the solar wheel, will be a shot that will be in the top 5 of Instagram for a very long time. And so I certainly support directing staff to go forth and negotiate. I'm hopeful that all these issues that would provide some level of comfort to our community will be issues that LA 28 is willing to talk about. And I certainly understand the idea that you want to have standardized agreements. And having looked at all the agreements that were attached to our staff report, it's clear that the agreements with the other cities that have already signed, Long Beach and Inglewood, et cetera, are fairly standardized. But the fact of the matter is that we have some concerns that are unique to us, and that calls out for a unique agreement. And we're not asking you to fundamentally change the way that LA 28 does business, but we are asking, hopefully, that LA 28 will understand that we also need to make sure that, as the mayor and vice mayor have said, we are responsible stewards of this community. So I would certainly support going forth and directing staff to negotiate and hopefully be able to return to us with all due speed with an agreement that gives us the comfort that we can enter into subsequent agreements with LA 28 that will create a unique and experience that cannot be replicated in any other location in Southern California. So unless you're thinking about taking beach volleyball to Oklahoma City with softball, you better darn well have the beach volleyball here. Thanks.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yeah, I think I kind of forecasted what my comments were going to be at the end of my questions, but to me, it's really about how are we leaving a legacy for this community, for the greater LA region. And we know that LA County and LA City are very unique, and it's unlike any other jurisdiction that's probably ever hosted the Olympics. And yeah, you have to deal with 88 cities that are here. And we are one of those cities, and I think, like Councilmember Davis said, we have very, very unique constituency and unique needs. And I would think that if we're negotiating in good faith, we could have not just a contract of adhesion that we are required to adhere to, but really an opportunity for negotiation. And I think an opportunity for our community to be apprised of what the situation is here. Our community tells us on a daily basis, why have you not opened up all of the libraries that have been closed since pre-pandemic? Why are you not cutting the trees on my streets that haven't been cut for 6 years? Why are you not paving the roads or paving the potholes that are causing us continued liabilities? And we know that we have still reduced youth programming that we haven't restored. We haven't opened the Miles Playhouse or Camera Obscura. We honestly are operating at a bare minimum with our Public Works Department. So to think that we're going to be able to go and hire more people and keep clean beaches and streets and parks at a higher occupancy rate, we are still struggling as a city to return to basic levels of services, and we are responsible to our constituents first to make sure that those services are both maintained and expanded on. And I'm just concerned because if you look at data in a 2020 study from the University of Oxford found that the average cost overrun for the Olympics is 172% over budget. I don't want to go into this with rose-colored glasses. I want to go into this with eyes wide open that we probably will not get the $12 million back. Maybe we will. Maybe this will be fantastic, but we just have to look at history. But again, I absolutely want to host beach volleyball here. I think we would not be having this discussion were it not for the fact that this is the Olympics. I don't think in any other scenario would we ever be entertaining such terms. But I think we have to be realistic about the fact that we still have significant legal liabilities coming forward. We have a really stark budget outlook here, and we have to be able to keep the lights on at home before we're bringing a global event here. And that necessitates some give and take. And so I hope that the special needs of this community are taken into account. And I really hope that we're all committed to not just a bottom line situation, but an event that benefits our local community. Thanks.
Councilmember Delatorre.
I always tell my children, I tell them there are things that you want to do, and then there's things that you have to do. And we don't have to host, volleyball here in Santa Monica. We want to host volleyball here in Santa Monica. It's something we want to do. But everything that's just been talked about tonight, this city right now we are in a difficult place. Aside from all the issues that, all the programming and services that Councilwoman Terosas just mentioned, I also want to point out that our city staffing remains 176.9 positions below pre-COVID levels. That means that, our organization is stretched thin right now as we speak. And we all know the liabilities that exist as well, So it would be fiscally prudent, to demand that we negotiate, go back to negotiate, and for LA 28, to consider the comments that were made tonight, the discussion that we had here tonight. We want to be a great host. I think this is the best place, to host beach volleyball for many reasons. We just need some assurances. We need to make sure that we do this responsibly. This is the obligation that we have as council members for the city of Santa Monica. So I hope that these negotiations yield are something that's much more productive for us to work with than what's currently on the table. And I would be very happy to see that. And I think once we see that, you're going to have one of the most willing partners. I mean, we're going to go all out. This is a city that will really quick get excited, once we know that there's something on the table that we can work with, that we can convince our residents. Like when people ask us, like, why are we doing this when it's a risk? It's a huge risk. We want to be able to say that we mitigated those risks. There was fruitful conversations and negotiations that happened that allow us to move forward. We want to be able to champion that, in our community. So I hope that we can come back with something that is more realistic than what's currently being proposed. And I'll be super excited, to get behind, this whole plan. I think it can work out, but it's just, it comes down to everyone just listening to what happened here tonight. This presentation, I think, was a very good presentation. It's very transparent, and I thank staff. And I think I want to thank the representatives from LA 28 that came out tonight, to be here for the whole duration of the conversation. And we look forward to, our partnership together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that concludes our discussion on this item. Staff, that's what I was going to ask. Staff, you have your directions and a clear sense of this council's views?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear the next item.
Next item is item 7B, budget study session on enhancing public safety and addressing homelessness.
And we'll wait for people to clear the room.
Thank you. I got it for you, Christopher.
Places, everyone.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Vice Mayor. My name is Christopher Smith. I'm the Deputy City Manager, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to open our study session on ways to enhance public safety and address homelessness, two issues that consistently rank as top priorities in our community. And Santa Monica is not alone. In fact, cities across our country of any size are grappling with these issues today. To set the foundation for tonight's discussion, our finance director will provide us with an abbreviated, updated financial outlook, not something I'll say twice. Following that, we will hear from the lead departments working to enhance public safety and address homelessness. Our police chief, our fire chief, our director of housing and human services, our city attorney, and our chief resilience officer will discuss their team's roles, the constraints they are facing today, and provide background on the proposals before us tonight. Following this, our city manager will review the three funding scenarios put forward in the staff report. And at the end, we will be available, of course, for questions and seek your direction. To briefly recap how we got to where we are today, in 2023, this council adopted our priorities, including clean and safe and addressing homelessness. During the June budget adoption for the 24-25 budget, desires to address community concerns around safety and homelessness came up. And subsequent to that, placement of a parking facility tax that could be used to help support some of these things was directed to put on the ballot in July. with a direction to come back to have this discussion today in October. In the spirit of the council's priorities to keep Santa Monica clean and safe and address homelessness, council's direction was to take an expansive and system-wide approach and encourage staff to think of the most impactful strategies to respond to council's request. With these priorities as a backdrop, we engaged the City Attorney's Office, the Office of Emergency Management, as well as our police, fire, and housing and human services departments to develop tonight's proposals. They also engaged supporting departments where collaboration was needed, and you will see this team approach embedded in the proposals themselves. It should be noted that while we will ultimately focus this discussion on proposals from the 5 lead departments, we all take safety seriously, and just about every department plays an important role in our community's safety. This includes building and safety, programs that keep our youth programs safe, our technology safe, our parks clean, and our buildings safe, to name just a few. Today, our city administers a multidisciplinary approach to addressing public safety and homelessness, and the departments you will hear from tonight operate programs designed to engage and support community members through housing services and outreach programs. This includes programs such as our C3 teams, our community resource officers, our youth engagement programs, help teams, and human services grant partners. We also have teams who respond in different kinds of emergencies, criminal acts, mental health crises, or health emergencies. This includes our police and fire responders, our 911 dispatch teams, our therapeutic transport team, and the public safety technologies that support them, to name just a few. And of course, once we cite or arrest people, we prosecute dangerous and repeat offenders, advocate for victims, and divert others through innovative programs like Step Court. As you will see, or have seen in the staff report, the needs are great and in fact far exceed the potential revenues from the tax measure. To help guide our conversation, we have organized our proposals into 3 primary themes: increasing visibility, increasing capacity system-wide, or right-sizing operations, including restorations to bring services back to 2020 levels. We believe this is a good place to start tonight's presentation to give you a broader sense of the needs, and the direction you provide tonight will shape future budget enhancement requests. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Oscar.
So you've seen this chart, I think, twice already, and I'm going to talk to you about it again. It's our forecast. Again, what it shows is that the red line shows that we are in a deficit over those 3 years. We were able to balance the budget by using one-time funds, 27.6 million in one-time funds to balance our budget. That's what our forecast tells us. The table on the side in blue gives us all the things that we're coming across in the near future. Our liabilities, the fact that we haven't restored services, that we have to be financial stewards by rebuilding the reserves, repaying our enterprise funds, and then in going into labor negotiations, we know it's a competitive labor market, so we need to be ready for that. Future considerations are our unfunded CIP projects, equity reparations, homelessness, police and fire strategic plans, behavioral health study, renters' rights to council, ambulance operator program, and things like the airport conversion project as well. So these are all things that are not reflected in our current forecast, but are going to hit us in the near future. Things to consider. So now I want to talk to you a little bit about our current efforts around public safety and homelessness. Santa Monica has a broad cross-section of staff devoted to communities' public safety and addressing homelessness, the homelessness emergency. As Christopher mentioned earlier, in addition to direct services, nearly every city department plays a key role in our community safety. For example, code enforcement addresses issues on private spaces. We also strive to provide safe transportation and mobility across the city, including Big Blue Bus operations. And the mobility teams work on the bike and pedestrian safety enhancements, Vision Zero implementation, and various other projects. Our internal services departments assist us with the management of public safety finances and grants, recruitment of public safety personnel, and also the management and support of public safety technology and cybersecurity. At the libraries, we have safety officers and proactive security monitoring. We activate city parks and continue to work to reopen shuttered cultural facilities. Our public works team oversees the city's homeless support team, and they also keep our public spaces and parks clean, and our city vehicles and facilities operable. So in response to the community needs, the city has also implemented a wide variety of programs within lead departments to address public safety and homelessness. The investments were made possible primarily through a combination of Measure CS revenue source and the reallocation of funds. So this slide basically shows you some of the initiatives and investments currently in place to address public safety. The investments include the addition of 6 police officers and 1 sergeant position as part of the Homeless Liaison Program, as well as 4 additional police officers in the 24-25 adopted budget. We have deployed the Crime Impact Team, the DART team, the host teams. We have security services at the pier and downtown parking structures. And we added Transit Security Officer program at the Big Blue Bus. We are also managing the STEP Court program and have introduced various technologies to our tool set for addressing public safety. Santa Monica has a long-standing, comprehensive, coordinated, and interdisciplinary approach to addressing homelessness. These efforts are advanced by nonprofit partners, federal, state, and county governments, and city departments working together to address and prevent homelessness and its impact on the broader community in Santa Monica. This slide summarizes some of the initiatives currently in place to address homelessness, including the creation of the Department of Housing and Human Services to lead these efforts. So with this, I want to hand it over to our lead departments, who are our lead departments that are working to enhance public safety and address homelessness. They will discuss their team's roles and their constraints that they are facing, as well as provide some background on the proposals that they will be discussing tonight. So we'll start with the city attorney, Doug Sloan.
Hello, Council. First of all, I'd like to establish a little bit of a baseline. The City Attorney's Office is down 5 positions, or about 10% from pre-COVID, and 2 of those positions were in criminal prosecution. So with or without the parking tax funds, we need more positions just to keep up with PD as it is. Administering these grants for the diversion programs, about $1 million so far for STEP Court, and another $8 million coming, is taking lawyers' time, lawyers that could be spent, their time that could be spent reviewing filings and going to court. Also, we have lawyers acting as basically domestic violence advocates, helping victims of domestic violence, whereas previously we had an administrative position that helped with that. So we're losing lawyers' time to administrative tasks. Now, the value of the diversion programs is that not only is it a good thing to do it, but it gets people out of the criminal justice cycle, so they'll see fewer police contacts in the future. So there is value to those programs. Arrests and citations are up about 70% from a few years ago, and that's with about 10% of PD positions vacant right now. We have a hard time keeping up right now, and if those PD positions are filled, plus adding more, they're going to be writing more tickets, arresting more people. We won't be able to keep up with that. On top of that, as of January 1st, pursuant to state law, each case that we file has to be reviewed once without racial information in it, and then again with that to ensure that we're doing race-blind filing. So it takes more work to do each filing also. Our load is also high as we prosecute many matters that otherwise, as misdemeanors, that otherwise might be felonies in other jurisdictions. So that adds to our load also. Prosecution is the final link in the city process to address crime. It doesn't do any good for PD to cite or arrest if we don't have the available time to prosecute them. We want to ensure that we can prosecute all PD cites and arrests and do not make filing decisions based upon capacity. Our goal is to prosecute every case in which we believe we can get a jury to find a guilty verdict. So to do this, at minimum, we need 1 administrative person, but ideally 2, plus another lawyer. The cost of that ranges from about $150,000 all in to about $500,000 all in. That's it.
Good evening, Council. Lindsay Call, representing the Office of Emergency Management. OEM is comprised of two divisions that both respond to emergency events, and tonight representing the Public Safety Communications Division. This team consists of 28 individuals who answer every single 911 and public safety non-emergency call, 24/7, 365. In the last fiscal year, dispatchers answered over 216,000 emergency and public safety phone calls. In addition, our team dispatches all police, fire, and McCormick resources, including specialty units. Radio communications is an essential part of this job, with dispatchers relaying caller information to our first responders and performing critical status updates on field units and overseeing unit accountability. Our staffing levels are dictated by our service level agreements with the police and fire departments. This details the minimum staffing required to answer 911 calls per state requirements and perform our necessary radio duties. Staffing levels in dispatch do not change based on changes in police and fire hiring. In 2020, OEM lost one full-time dispatcher position during our citywide restructuring. This position has never been restored. On top of that reduction, the nation experienced a dispatcher staffing crisis after 2020 that severely impacted Santa Monica's staffing levels. In 2020 to 2023, our communications center lost 25% of our staffing and experienced tremendous difficulty hiring dispatchers. However, there's some good news. In response to that staffing crisis, we took proactive steps, overhauling our hiring and background check process and improving dispatcher salaries. Thanks to the actions of this council, since the salary increases, we've hired 6 dispatchers in the last year. However, we have some room to grow. The hard truth is our budgeted staffing levels, it's just-in-time staffing. It does not account for employee vacations, leaves, sick days, or periods of high turnover. Safe dispatcher staffing for our community and first responders is the #1 priority of OEM. We have gone to great lengths to not have our staffing crisis impact 911 or non-emergency answer times. Over the past several years, OEM has required dispatchers and supervisors to take on immense mandatory overtime, including every pay period on top of voluntary overtime and emergency mandated assignments. In the last fiscal year, each dispatcher and supervisor had an average of 446 hours of overtime, with 35% of that overtime being mandated. That's almost adding a month of work, mandated work, on top of every employee. High turnover or high overtime leads to morale challenges and turnover. To reduce this burden, we've reduced our elective activities, team meetings, training, things that are not required of our team. However, it creates hardships in team dynamics. I want to take this opportunity to thank every single one of my dispatchers and supervisors for the personal sacrifices they've made to ensure that the city remains safe despite these staffing challenges. It's been an incredible act of teamwork for the past 4 years. It's unsustainable, though. Moss Adams just recently completed an independent audit of our dispatch center and the consolidated dispatch model. They found the conditions that I just described, where deficiencies are largely attributed to inadequate staffing and the just-in-time staffing model. They commended the center for implementing positive changes since 2020, including our new CAD system, Spider technology to proactively text reporting parties and retrieve feedback, and revise our training program. However, the Moss Adams report is clear that the current model is not realistic. It recommended that we add 3 dispatcher positions to break away from our current staffing model and having supervisors fill our vacancies. Moss Adams also recommended considering a lead dispatcher position to enhance supervision, provide opportunities for employee growth, and employee retention. So based on those recommendations from Moss Adams And due to the limitations of this funding, OEM is asking council to consider adding one lead dispatcher position. While this does not meet Moss Adams' full recommendation, it allows us to incrementally increase our staffing, especially during peak volume hours. It will help us give more flexibility to the comm center to handle sick calls and vacations. Adding the lead dispatcher position will reduce our reliance on supervisors to fill staffing vacancies and enable them to actually be real supervisors. The lead dispatcher position will also have the responsibility as serving as the communications primary trainer, hiring new staff, and adding consistency to our training program. So restoring this working dispatcher position is critical to maintain the foundation and really the backbone of our public safety infrastructure. Nothing happens without emergency communications. Thanks for your consideration.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Fire Chief Matt Halleck. The fire department, much like many of the departments in the city, operate under certain constraints and specific department-specific constraints. As the city's first responder, we respond to all health emergencies within the city. Often they are involving our unhoused and vulnerable populations. We work in partnership in the fire department with many city departments, including Housing and Human Services, along with our police department. We also partner with regional agencies such as the Department of Mental Health and Wise and Healthy Aging. To give some context, in the past 3 years, we have averaged 17,300 calls for service annually. Of that, over 2,600 calls are specifically related to homelessness and behavioral and psychiatric call types. These calls tend to be very lengthy, lasting over an hour, tying up critical advanced life support resources that could be released to remain operationally ready. In 2020, the Community Response Unit, or CRU, was developed. However, the one-time funds were, 2 years later, the one-time funds were redirected to establish our Emergency Medical Services Division. So given that none of the teams that I discussed, the Triple T or Wise and Healthy Aging, operate on a 24/7 capacity, the fire department must respond to overnight and weekend calls without these specialized resources available to us. So what we are proposing is the implementation of what we call an Advanced Provider Unit, or APU. We're actually requesting the implementation of 2 of these units. These units are comprised of 1 nurse practitioner and 1 firefighter paramedic. We're asking for 2 simply because that would give us these specialized services in a 7-day-a-week capacity in partnership and coordination with our therapeutic transport team. Currently we have 2 ambulances in our fleet that could be put into service to make this a reality, therefore not creating any capital outlay expenditures for our apparatus. So to give you some benefits of what this APU can provide in a kind of high-level overview is they can write mental health holds, they can treat, transport, and or release patients, meaning that they can potentially prevent a visit to the hospital for these types of calls, freeing up a hospital bed for a much more emergent type of a call. They can make house calls, and they can write prescriptions for both the housed and the unhoused population. They can provide a higher level of medical care and intervention since it is not regulated or governed by the local Emergency Medical Services Agency, or LEMSA. In addition, the APU can complement other programs that are currently in place in the city. The APU can complement the HLP team as they come across homeless individuals suffering from substance abuse and mental health issues by providing evaluation and medical clearance. They can complement C3 by assisting with medical evaluations and writing prescriptions as needed. They can complement the Project Homecoming by offering transportation to various locations within LA County. The APU can also complement the people concerned by assisting with health care and substance abuse services. And finally, they can complement West Coast Care by accompanying them on their outreach visits and offering medical evaluations for those who need them. In order to remain aligned with our current strategic plan, our proposal addresses within that plan the long-term solutions to the impacts the unhoused and vulnerable populations have on our operational capacity. As indicated in the slide, Our proposal addresses all three of the categories. It is visible in that it's forward-facing and it's something that we can implement in a relatively short amount of time. It's system-wide in that it adds capacity to our current service delivery. And finally, it's right-sizing in that it continues where the CRU left off. And finally, this type of APU service has been in use in LA City since 2016. And most recently, it's been implemented in the city of Beverly Hills. Both of these programs have been extremely successful within these agencies. In fact, LA City is currently expanding their APU implementation to a 24/7 capacity. So we're kind of keeping an eye on both of those to see how those work out. But ultimately, that is what the fire department is proposing this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services. So as other departments thus far have spoken to, we are also, we have fewer positions than we did due to the 2020 restructure. However, despite less staff and funding constraints, we have expanded and launched new programs to prevent and address homelessness in our city. This includes things such as the addition of the third C3 outreach team to cover the balance of the city, the therapeutic transport team van, which is operated by the County Department of Mental Health with one-time funding, San Michelle expansion to allow for first responders to refer and take individuals there 24/7, the Pathway Home program, which is fully funded by the county and provides our city with 25 interim housing beds, the Laurel, which is providing 57 permanent supportive housing apartments to former residents in need, and the expansion of the POD, or Preserving Our Diversity program, which keeps our vulnerable seniors housed and enables them to age in place in our city. That said, citywide outreach coverage continues to be a challenge. So in support of a tangible way to make tourists, employees, and community members feel safe, we are proposing, both for the visibility and system-wide approach, a downtown outreach team. And this would be two teams that would be paired with a code enforcement officer and an outreach worker to respond to no trespass, as well as enforce the city's no sit, no lie doorway ordinance in the downtown corridor. In July, there were 157 no trespass calls for service in the downtown beat. Of those, 86 were for people experiencing homelessness. Alternatively, we're proposing providing ongoing funding for the therapeutic transport team van. From February, which is when the program started, through September, Triple T has responded to 175 calls. Of those, more than half resulted in transports, and over half of the calls involved people experiencing homelessness. This valuable resource and program allows our first responders to continue their important work in our city rather than take their time to transport individuals in need of psychiatric support, which can often take them out of our city anywhere for 2 to 3 hours at a time. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City staff. Ramon Batista, Police Chief for the City of Santa Monica. I want to first, before I start with my presentation, take a moment as the Police Chief to say personally to you and to our community listening tonight how much we appreciate the outpouring of support over the course of the last 72 hours. It has definitely been a trying period for the organization, but we can genuinely see the care and support from the council, from the city manager, and certainly from our community. And we are forever thankful and grateful for that. So thank you very much. So I'd like to start off by talking about the fact that we're at the highest level of staffing that we've ever been in our city's history, 232 officers. And thank goodness for it, right? Year to date, we have taken over 100,000 calls for service. This represents over a 30% increase in the number of calls for service year to date. Last year, same time frame, we'd taken over 77,000 calls. It's important, right, to recognize that at the same time that we're doing this work, we're also been very active throughout the year recruiting and trying to staff up. Very, very challenging period. Had it not been for the city manager's effort to grant us $100,000 in one-time funding for recruiting and hiring, we wouldn't find ourselves, I think, leaning into what we think is a very prosperous future for our recruiting. But more to that in a second. The non-sworn positions that have not been restored are inclusive in crossing guards and traffic service officers. And I want to focus on our traffic service officers for a second, our TSOs, because these women and men are really the salt of the earth of this police department. On a weekly basis, they're averaging 5,000 parking citations a week. Again, very, very focused on our community safety, our residents' ability to be able to use the limited amount of parking that we have throughout our city, responding to a myriad of calls and traffic accidents. They're just an amazing group of folks. Not fully restored yet, but certainly working really to top capacity in their charge and their mission of public safety. I definitely have to touch on the fact that we've added a ton of new technology that's helped us be more effective and more efficient at not only detecting crime, but also responding to it and being effective at capturing crime suspects when the time occurs. But this has also come at a cost, right? It has been expensive. As we all know, software in today's day and age is expensive. And so these licensing agreements and the fact that we have an aging technological infrastructure at the police department makes it so that we are facing some challenging times ahead. I've decided to last touch on the reallocation of positions because I think it's important that you know that whether it was your charge or the city manager's charge in asking me and the police department to reallocate our resources in order to meet the specific needs that have come up. And so the first one that comes to mind when I first arrived here was the issue of folks on the pier using open flame to cook hot dogs, cook food, and of course, it was a big fire hazard. And with that hazard also came a lot of other disruptions and criminal cases that came out of that. We didn't have the staffing back then, but we figured out a way and joined forces with the fire department and code enforcement and created a task force. Eventually, that task force dissolved, like all task forces should, and it became now just simply the Directed Action Response Team. And so that team collaborates very closely with code enforcement and the city attorney's office to this day. Very, very successful team that started out simply because you asked for it. The city manager asked for it. We didn't have the staffing, but we figured out a way to meet the request and the need that you put forward. The help team. We got additional funding to increase the staffing of the help team to cover 7 days a week. I don't need to reiterate the challenges that we've had with recruiting and staffing. So it's been difficult, but you know what? We have figured out a way to staff the help team 5 days a week and intermittently staff it on the weekends. So we are meeting the charge. We don't have the staffing, but we are doing our absolute best to make sure that we have folks from one of the top multidisciplinary outreach teams in the country working here in Santa Monica. Police officers and mental health clinicians working together, a model for the rest of the country. Crime Impact Team. So we have been challenged with the issue of car thievery, catalytic converter theft. I can't tell you the number of times that the city manager sent me a message or an email after reading the daily bulletin and seeing that another handful of cars were stolen overnight. What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this? So we dug deep and figured out a way to recreate our crime impact team. Crime impact team focuses on specific issues in specific neighborhoods wherever they're occurring. Burglaries, for example. The team here recently has been very successful at identifying folks that are kind of driving around the neighborhood with the intent to commit burglary. And so, again, a charge that came before us with the resources that we have, we figured out a way to make it happen. Versaterm. I think that Office of Emergency Management spoke about the new CAD and RMS system. So the records management system for a police department is the lifeblood of a police department. We're like a baseball team with the amount of data and statistics that we can produce. But it can't happen if the records management system is not in place to be able to produce that information for you. But in order to get that system off the ground, you needed to have a team on the ground to help implement that. So the police department put together a team of a sergeant and 5 members, 4 sworn and 1 non-sworn, to assist the 1 or 2 folks from our IT department that were assigned to supposed to make this Versaterm project occur off the ground. Can you, we can't imagine what would have happened if we wouldn't have cobbled together officers and a sergeant from within and a professional staff person in order to help these 2 folks from IT, from our IT, get this project off the ground. Again, right, we saw the need, we figured out how to make it happen. I wanted to touch on traffic enforcement, because I think that that's something that is somewhat of an Achilles heel for us in some ways, right? When I first got here, and I really reflect on that period because I had to cannibalize detective positions and traffic officers at the time. And there was a whole segment of the community that was so excited about the fact that I was going to essentially deactivate motor officers and put them in patrol cars to take calls for service. But it was because that's how deep the need was. We couldn't even staff enough to be able to respond to calls for service. So over the course of the last 3 years, we've rebuilt the traffic unit, rebuilt it to the point that we have 5 motor officers and 1 sergeant. And I'm very proud to say that to this day, to this month of October, the officers have issued out over 2,800 citations for a variety of moving and non-moving violations. Traffic enforcement, to me, is very, very, very important. I think the city manager knows that I spent 6 years as a traffic sergeant on a motorcycle. So I know the work and the importance of keeping our residents, our cyclists, our pedestrians safe. I see it every day, and the violations span the entire horizon. Everybody. But we need to be out there. The special details that have been deployed. They've been deployed in downtown to address retail shoplifting. They've been deployed into the parks. They've been deployed onto Oceanfront Walk, onto Oceanfront Drive, onto Ocean Drive. They've been deployed on Wilshire, on the main corridors, on Santa Monica, on Main Street. Every time that something comes up where we have to pour our resources into it in order to quell a hot spot, we respond with the resources that we have. Again, at your direction, at the manager's direction, because that's what we do. We figure it out. I wanted to touch on a couple of things related to technology because I think it's important. We talked about the technology that we brought on and how expensive it is. One of those systems is called Live 911. I think I've talked about it before, but it's essentially the ability for the officer to hear the call from the resident into the dispatch center and then self-dispatch in order to kind of beat the clock, get there ahead of time. That's one system that we're paying for. Another one I think that Ms. Call spoke about is called Spider Tech. Spider Tech allows us to communicate with the residents when a call has come in. So it gives them a little bit of an idea of how long it's going to take us to get there. It can be very challenging because there are times when a call prioritization process makes it so that we're not going to get to a call for a long time. And it can be frustrating, but at least we're communicating what is occurring. We pay the lion's share of Spider Tech. One of the great advantages to Spider Tech is that we get feedback on our service every single time that we go out on some of these, on all these calls, so long as the person responds to the survey. The rating that the officers get in Santa Monica, your Santa Monica officers, is 4.5 out of 5. 4.5 out of 5, over and over and over again. I just read the report from the latest rounds of stats. And something else that's really important out of Spider Tech is that it is a free-form software system that allows the residents for them to tell us what things are impacting them. And it is just a variety of things that they really voice their concerns about. And it really points to the issues. It helps us understand what issues are affecting them day in and day out. It's very telling. And thank goodness that we have that system, because it's instantaneous feedback. So, with all these issues, what are we suggesting? We're asking for the Special Investigations Unit to be brought back. We're asking for a sergeant and an officer. And we're also asking for the drone program to be able to be expanded to 7 days a week with 2 officers. And we're also asking for funding to provide security for the monitoring of the security program that we're using at the library. It's proven to be very, very successful. And we want to expand that program to camera obscura and the Miles Playhouse. It's been successful. It's proven that it works, and we want to be able to use it again, continue to use it. I spoke about the technology and the reason for the funding, because there are components to our technology that if we don't address those issues today, they could go for another 5-10 years, or they could go out in the next year or 2. And there are critical components that have to do with our radio and communication systems. Of course, we always want to be able to enhance our police training, because it is so important for our officers to engage in these very dangerous situations and come out with safe outcomes. This weekend was unavoidable. But most of the time, 9.5 times out of 10, and thank God for that, our officers are able to figure out a way to make sure that everyone walks away towards service or to jail if that's what it calls for. So, Special Investigations Unit, 2 officers, a sergeant and an officer, in order to get the unit off the ground. And why is that so important to us? Because the issues that are afflicting our community are directly related to those folks that are addicted to drugs. And some of those drugs are killing some of our residents. Now, thank God that not only here, but across the country, the number of drug overdose-related deaths is starting to go down. And why is that? So I'll tell you why. The studies are showing us that the more regular use and deployment of naloxone by service providers is making a difference. At the police department alone, since we started using naloxone, we've saved 122 lives. That is significant. That's a count that I can give you as of the end of September. And what else is working? What else is working is our increased effort in law enforcement to address these issues. I can tell you that we have increased the number of narcotics-related arrests since this year. The things we're tracking where we know that folks that are addicted to narcotics are the ones that are committing these types of crimes, are the ones that go back to issues of property crime, shoplifting, burglary, very, very unsophisticated car break-ins where the window is just smashed, very unsophisticated burglaries where the back window is just broken. These are not cat burglars. So a narcotics unit would help us stem the flow of the drugs that are coming into the community. We're figuring out that there's different ways that this is occurring. People on motorcycles, people on bicycles. Just 3-4 months ago, we stopped a car with nearly a pound of fentanyl in the car. Nearly a pound of fentanyl in downtown. Like, of all the things that are killing our residents and our unhoused, that's it. A traffic stop. So And of course, the drone program, the 2 officers, to be able to expand the program to 7 days. The drone program has shown for the last 2 years the invaluable nature of that program. So really, I think that concludes what I've got. Yes, and I'll hand it over.
So Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I will take it over from here. And in doing so, first, obviously, as you can tell by the number of staff that are here, there was a tremendous amount of work and analysis and partnership and collaboration that went into developing a number of proposals for you that are all very well thought out, very much needed, and we deliver a tremendous amount of service to the community. But as you can imagine, one of the most frustrating challenges we have for you is to figure out how to make these proposals work with extremely limited resources. And the challenge that was in front of us, right, was to think about how we could deploy 50% of a proposed tax measure to address public safety and homelessness. And so ultimately, as Christopher mentioned earlier on, we settled on an approach where we outlined 3 different scenarios for the council to consider, and ultimately we'll be looking for feedback on those scenarios. And there was the high visibility scenario. So it was about trying to figure out what is the matrix of programs and services that could be deployed on the street that would maximize visibility, right? We heard from you, Vice Mayor, about, wanting to make a difference on the street, that people would see tangible impacts. And so that really, as I said, defines what we consider and call our visibility scenario. And you saw bits and pieces of that sprinkled throughout the discussion earlier this evening. So that really consists of all services that would hit the streets, right? The special investigations unit that the police chief just talked about, that's the sergeant and the police officer. That's the drone program expansion to get to that to 7 days a week. It's the proactive security monitoring at a library and important facilities in our parks. It's the advanced provider unit that the fire chief mentioned earlier. And it's the downtown outreach team that Heather Averick mentioned earlier this evening as well. But in crafting these scenarios, right, we had to think about the totality of what we discussed tonight and had to understand and recognize that, for us to think about how to address public safety and homelessness, we're concerned about providing a disservice to the community when our city attorney, recognizes to you that, we don't have capacity in the office to hold people accountable for the crimes that they commit in our city. That as they're pursuing new diversion programs and expanding this diversion work in our city, that it's taking away from our attorneys being able to do the attorney work that we want them to do every single day, day in and day out. And then we hear from Lindsay, overseeing our dispatch operations, how challenging it is for that division to function properly, knowing that they are the first line that people speak to when they're calling 911 seeking services. So that's how we pivoted going to scenario 2, which was taking a system-wide approach. Because we understand that, with the challenges we're facing in hiring police officers, that we have a higher level of vacancy. And we want to make sure that all the dollars that this tax produces can go to work. So in that regard, we had to make some difficult decisions and trade-offs to provide a comprehensive approach looking across the totality of the public safety system. So in that, we had to reduce the resources allocated to the Special Investigations Unit from 2 FTEs down to 1. But what allowed us to do was look at both not only our dispatch function, but our city attorney function as well, and provide resources into those divisions and departments to help provide a more holistic view on how we're addressing public safety. But the challenge with this approach is it doesn't recognize what was discussed earlier, is that we have technology within the police department that could break. And if it breaks and doesn't work, we'll have existing officers that aren't capable of delivering on the mission that everyone expects them to deliver every single day. So that's where we came up with the right-sizing proposal, which is where instead of allocating more resources into the police department for staffing, we're acknowledging the needs to address important technology needs and training needs as well. As it pertains to the other departments, we continue to hold with the advanced provider unit. We have the therapeutic transport team. So as Heather mentioned, this was a team that was funded with one-time resources. And as you heard from Heather, the immense amount of value that resource brings into our community. So instead of providing a new service, the downtown outreach team, we're swapping that out with the therapeutic transport team because we want to make sure that pilot, which is working very well, can continue in the future. And then again, we continue to provide resources through the city attorney's office to support that department and the work that they're doing, as well as providing resources in our dispatch division. So that in totality frames the 3 different scenarios for the council that we were hoping to really provide a starting point for this discussion We don't necessarily expect that you will pick even any one of these scenarios, although that would be nice. But we also hope that this is a framing device and a tool to help you think about what kind of scenario really meets the needs of the moment that we're talking about. So what's ahead, right? A few really important milestones for us. Obviously, we're asking you to spend money that we don't yet know that we have, and we'll hopefully get better clarity at the election day on November 5th, at least later that evening, as to whether or not it passes. And then as we look further down the future, right, as we did a couple years ago, we hope to convene the council in an all-day workshop. I'll give you all the date now. It'll be Saturday, March 8th. And we hope to spend time with you, right, talking about what are the priorities of the organization? Have they shifted over the past couple years? And that's really important because we're entering into a biennial budget cycle. And starting later this winter and certainly lasting likely into the early spring, our finance director and our deputy city manager will be working in the community on a community engagement process to help receive the feedback that we want to hear about how we should craft our biennial budget and what that should look like. And we hope to bring that all to you in this council workshop. And then naturally in June, and we want to put it out there now because we want you to get your thinking caps on sooner than later, what is going to be in that biennial budget? What are the proposals that are going to be most important to this council in terms of where you want resources to be deployed? And so it's anticipation of all those milestones that we're obviously here this evening at council's direction to have this study session. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to
you. Vice Mayor Negrete.
Thank you, everybody, for putting this together. I'll save the comments and go right into questions, but I just want to highlight that we came together as a council because the original measure was proposed that was addressing the needs of public safety from a safer streets model, which of course we all recognize is also important. And this was an opportunity to combine really our public safety definitions, as some of us define it, which would include our fire and police officers in addressing crime, homelessness, and the things that I think our constituents are continuously concerned about every day. So with that, I think what's great about doing this work is it provided the opportunity to expose that we have issues that we're not able to take care of currently. So regardless if you're creating financial opportunities to address these things, these are basic needs that I think we should be looking at anyways. I'm going to start with the Chief Batista. I just wanted to say thank you for the strategic plan. It's very nice. Made for great reading in the evening. And I just wanted to point out that something that was great and ask a question is, or maybe point out just for the community, a sort of rhetorical question. There was a taking the pulse, diverse perspectives, which was basically getting an internal and external stakeholders process, getting their engagement, right? Meaning you asked community members and also officers and civilians, I guess, within the department, a set of questions. And the one I just wanted to point out, because there was many, which is there was a lot of doing well, not well, more of, less of. And from the employee perspectives, one of the things I looked at was the not well was filling vacancies and issues preparing the next generation of department leaders, old and unreliable technology, more of accountability and ownership, and hiring and growth and building better tech platforms. So I found throughout there was tech platforms, there was old and unreliable technology. Those are things that I understand that from an internal perspective is a problem. From the community perspective, the not well was specific, not best resources for specific problems like homelessness, not available 24/7, and lost opportunities for engagement with youth. Poorly functioning website, again, technology, police commission, not functioning as hoped. They wanted to see more of sharing successes with the community on social media, community forums, but availability of the help team, more foot patrol, and outreach to the community youth, and create opportunities for Santa Monica locals to join the department. Those last ones might seem like, creating opportunities for youth and going out to recruit more locals to join the department. That requires really officers physically being out on the streets, not behind a desk. And so I wanted to point that out, that that this was really great, and I found, and I'm sure you found, like some continuity between the need for technology. Some of this may not say it quite blatantly, but even social media, one could say there's technology there. So thank you for that. These are some of my questions. First of all, I wanted to ask, is there a set amount of necessary officers? I don't know, is there some sort of agreement that we have to have X amount of officers responding to calls? Because there's a difference, as I understand it, between how many officers we may state that are working, but that, that doesn't mean that those are officers that are responding to 911 calls. Do we have a set amount on any given day? Does it change whether it's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? And is there a legal agreement that we have to have X amount of officers available to respond to 911 calls?
Correct. There is an agreement, a binding agreement with the Police Officers Association that day in and day out, there is a minimum staffing level that we must meet depending on the day of the week and depending on the shift. It varies. Monday may be, obviously different than a Friday or Saturday night. It's been in place for a very, very long time, and that is a constant. So we always have to make sure that that minimum staffing number is always met. And if it's not for whatever reason, then we either have to hold people over or we have to call them in on overtime in order to fill those spots.
And what happens if we don't have that minimum set? Does that expose the police department for liabilities or?
It can happen where we can't fill some of those spots, and so we'll start the day off with under the minimum. The POA is very keen to watching those things, and the deputy chief who's with me today representing the rest of the command staff and is always by my side. We meet with the POA on a monthly basis, and this is an issue that does keep coming up. But at the same time, POA realizes that sometimes there's going to be days when we can't meet the minimum number.
But I think, Vice Mayor, I think if the question is what are the repercussions, I think that's a question really, I don't know, Doug, if you can help with that, because it would be an issue about the MOU, which stipulates minimum staffing levels. So if we can't meet them on any given day in the context of an MOU, what would that mean? I think that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, potentially there could be a labor claim.
So by not having the appropriate amount of officers available to respond to calls, we could have a labor claim because something could occur and it could create an issue where an officer is injured, for example. Right. And so keeping staffed to a certain level is extremely important. Yeah. And I know that you guys are working hard to recruit. So on that note, I just wanted to say, well, first, before I go on, I wanted to extend my heartfelt gratitude and support to, and my prayers to the officer who was injured over the weekend and to his family, and to say that he is a hero. And I think everybody up here on City Council feels the same. And we want to send our love to everybody in the department, because I know that also everybody suffers when something like that happens, because you imagine yourself in that position. So I just wanted to say that. So having said that, we've talked a lot about staffing and numbers, and I think when we talk about the visibility piece, it's really about what community members see, right? So creating some of these strategic, I don't know, whatever you want to call them, task forces, if you will, are really important. For example, the DART team was a baby of mine that I've worked closely with to help coordinate when we saw not just what was happening on the pier in terms of like the exposure of maybe it catching on fire from illegal use of the cooking utensils, but rather the crime that was created by the different groups that were there. And by having that collaborative team, it really thwarted that. And now we know that the pier looks completely different. People forget what it looked like back then, but it looks completely different. But that team does not count. They're not responding to 911 calls, right? That would be different when we think about officers available, right?
Right. The specialty teams are not tied to the radio in the same way that a patrol officer, that's his sole responsibility.
Right. So if there's a crime happening within, a mile of each other, within the same area, say the downtown services area, if they're responding to one call, there's not to say that if there's other teams out there, that doesn't mean that they are accessible and available to go to like a second call right down the street, or how would that work?
I think it depends at what point the staffing level starts to break down, that then those teams have to leave their assignment in order to begin to cover the deficits that are in place.
Right. So if you're in the middle of already engaged in something, you wouldn't be able to leave to do that, in which case you're leaving. oftentimes as a small business owner, it just happened to me a week ago. Christine was with me at a dinner. An individual took a baseball bat to our signs. And I think about the time that incurs between catching that person, who I think also damaged cars on a brand-new car lot. They can move on and continue to do more damage in the city, because if we don't have enough resources to get to that person or get to the scene to find that person. In scenario one, which I guess would be considered the best scenario in terms of visibility, my question is the sergeant that is listed, is that somebody who would be responding to 911 calls, those two positions that are created for that special investigations unit?
They would not be. Their role is to more deeply investigate the issue of the narcotics trade in our city.
Okay, and then the other officer would be somebody that would be considered a boots on the ground position?
So again, the officer would be working for that sergeant in that capacity of identifying the drug trade and what's down the road affecting the livelihood of our downtown and affecting our residents because of the low-level crimes that folks are engaged in that activity.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Because I think you touched on it, that a lot of the calls that you deal with have to do with individuals who are creating what may be considered low-level crimes, stealing bikes, breaking into cars and whatnot. You're finding drug paraphernalia, and so is this an effort to crack down on the root cause?
Right. So what I'm seeing is that folks that are also addicted are really the victims or the suspects in aggravated assaults, simple assaults, a lot of vandalism, shoplifting, burglary, other larcenies, theft from motor vehicles, theft from buildings, some robbery, and then like the high degree of narcotics-related arrests. Yes.
So this team is going to be working how to
basically identify who is bringing in the narcotics into the area, and then coordinating with the crime impact team, then to make a difference in the circle, very tight circles.
Okay, and then for the drone, we have 2 police officers. Is there any way to sort of compare if a drone, we've talked about before, which I think is really cool, because obviously it can see a lot more and can guide officers for a more effective, and I don't know if this is true or not. Would you say, though, that having 2 officers who we know need to operate a drone, because you have to be a sworn officer in order to do so, right, to be able to relay commands to the officers who are on foot, equals to some multiple amount of officers that would be on foot? I don't know if I'm making any sense. Like 2 officers operating drones, is that equal to X amount of officers who would be on foot?
So it is very effective. As I've shown video before of the drone being able to get to the calls over 80% of the time faster than a police officer can drive there. Cities around us that are using drones are operating them 7 days a week. We're roughly operating 4 to 5 days a week on a much lower number of operating hours than our partner cities that are operating the drone 7 days a week. It is definitely a value added because when it's up and running, it's responding to calls for service. And then so it'll respond to a call for service. On its way back, it can zigzag across the city and then address other calls for service that have come up. So, hey, we have an accident blocking at X and X street. Can you check to see if it's still blocking? Because then we can figure out from that whether or not we need to expedite the response to that accident. Hey, we also have a report of a person down in alley Y. Can you stop by and swing by and let me know if it's still happening, if it's still there? Because then that allows communications to make a determination about how they're going to continue to prioritize calls. So if those emergencies that came in as emergencies are no longer as they were originally reported, then that allows us to reallocate the resources. It allows the dispatcher to figure out where is the best place to use the officers that we have in order to address the number of emergency calls that are coming in. So yeah, it is definitely value added, and I especially see it when it's coming back from a call for service, because it can take multiple calls on the way back.
So it only goes out for, on calls for service,
It
right?
only goes out on calls for service.
But we saw, I think it was all over the news, I think then it must have been coming back from a call for service.
exactly.
It proactively saw car break-ins in progress, so in theory, it could also proactively thwart, because no one would have known that that was happening at the time. How many officers do we have operating drones at the moment?
2?
So this would just be doubling those efforts?
Yep.
And also, does this include the drone as well, or just the officers? We
Just
already
the officers.
Okay, because you're covering the time. So instead of 5 days a week, we'd have
7.
7 days a week. And is that 24/7? No,
It's not 24/7.
it's just covering the times that are heightened and would need it. Okay, the downtown outreach team, there's the, adding the code enforcement officers, and it says, and an additional MDT outreach team to enforce trespassing and no sit, lie, doorway ordinances specifically in the city's downtown core. My question is, when I think of code enforcement addressing sit, lie ordinances, I think of them engaging with unhoused individuals who are, right, sitting or lying in a doorway. I don't know what time of day this is going to operate because I don't know the hours. It's not really clear on here. But when we were at the pier, what? I don't know, I just keep hearing mumbling. Does it say somewhere where it's clear for the hours in here?
So the plan is for early morning. So the goal would be to help clear the promenade from people lying in businesses' doorways.
So what's happening now in the morning?
Well, I think as individuals are available, yeah, they're doing that. But I don't think it's as early as we would envision this team going out. And really, this team would kind of divert the need for calls for service and taking PD's time for these sorts of things on the promenade. And also pairing it with the outreach team so they're getting connected to services. So very similar to how kind of DART was envisioned. I
Yeah,
think.
so I'm glad you bring it up. So DART came to, because when I came on council, I came down to see what was happening on the pier because code enforcements were being physically assaulted, threatened, and were asking for stab vests and asking for protection essentially from police. They did not want to engage anymore with people unless they had a police officer with them because they were being threatened physically. And my concern is with, and this comes from things that have been happening, not even just most recently, but in the last couple years, that this could result in the same scenario with code enforcement officers who do not have any sort of stab vest to protect themselves or any other means to feel like if they got into a hostile situation, they have anything to protect themselves with. It just kind of puts them in that predicament. That's number one, and it feels more appropriate for a police officer. Our downtown services unit has a new sergeant, and from what I know and from what I've seen and from what I've heard from businesses there, it has been much better on the promenade. The ambassador program exists. DTSM is spending a ton of money in part to address in the morning this exact issue. So I was just wondering, like, it feels like doubled efforts when DTSM is already, like, they should be covering that and they're paying for people who are doing that. Not to mention there's people who clean and power hose in the morning, and that's sort of like a natural engagement where people have to move because that's happening really early in the morning. So I was just curious why we picked that to happen in that particular area when there's already efforts happening there, and then also why we would use code enforcement when we have this downtown service police unit that's kind of addressing these issues already.
So I think to answer your first question of why that area, you know, as we hear regularly, the downtown area is just a hotspot. And it's also not only a hotspot for people experiencing homelessness, but a hotspot for our visitors and our tourists and our community members and our workers and employees. So that's why we selected the downtown corridor. I think your second question is why a code enforcement officer versus a police officer. This is a discussion that we had, and we felt like when someone's waking up first thing in the morning, you know, I've done help team ride-alongs, and obviously there are going to be situations where you wake someone up and they're immediately aggressive. That's possible. But also oftentimes people are just willing to get up and move along. But code enforcement can write citations, and the DTSM ambassadors, to my knowledge, cannot, but I think that's something we could confirm. And so ideal is how can we help expand and support police and their efforts to ensure that they're addressing some of these higher level crimes versus kind of these, what I would call more like quality of life. And so this was the model that we came up with.
So writing citations, to me, if I'm being honest, just seems silly. For somebody who's unhoused, I mean, what happens with those citations?
Well, I think the benefit, and Jenna can always speak more to this, but the purpose of it, this is where we get people into step court and our diversion programs. And then the goal is to get them on a pathway so that they aren't reoffenders in the future. And so by writing these citations, if someone gets enough of these, they're eventually going to be ultimately end up in front of Jenna and her team. And so the goal is to help move a person into a different direction.
Jenna, are the majority of the people you see in step cart, are these citations buildups of sitting and lying in a doorway? Or are they more aggressive in nature type citations? I don't know.
It's a combination of all of the above. So,
and how many do you need to get into step court?
Typically, the way that we have been practicing when it comes to low-level quality of life crimes is we've created a process where SMPD help team officers have been trained that there is this proactive engagement for about 2 to 3 times. So officers will go out, they'll document it, they'll give the warning, they'll give every opportunity to change behavior, and then the citations will start. So I'm not quite sure how it will work if this new code enforcement team comes on board. Again, these are all going to be misdemeanor citations, so it's going to be an increase to what comes over to our unit, but they do eventually come over to us. And the reason we do this advisal site is what we call it, is so that we're building up the opportunity to show that we have done everything we can to change behavior. And so that when the criminal process has to become the option, we have that documentation that not only Help Team's been out, Salvation Army's been out, C3's been out. We've documented that whole process so that by the time they get to criminal court, it is established that these people are very resistant to any kind of behavior change. So we do have diversion programs. Obviously we have the ATI through the county. We have now step court. We're going to be building out our Samo Bridge. We have other opportunities for which to help engage folks and give them other ways to change behavior. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to write that criminal citation.
Yeah, so I think my only concern is I'm totally aware of what police officers deal with. They've been doing this for a lot longer than we've made it a larger issue. And so they have this training that you're talking about. It's engagement first. And I think, ironically, we want to provide services and connect our unhoused with the appropriate services. And as I understand, and doing the multiple ride-alongs, if you will, with the ambassadors through DTSM, that's one of the things that they do. So if in fact they were awaking someone and they were aggressive and they did need to make a call out to police, then they would show up and have that first engagement. And maybe it would lead to a citation or arrest. But if not, it's usually just asking somebody, do you need to be connected somewhere? Can I take you somewhere? Or having them move along, you can't be here. And I think to criminalize, as people have said before, we're sort of writing citations, which first of all, I don't know how you get in contact with someone who's unhoused unless you look it up. I don't know how they're keeping track of like 15 sit and lie citations. If that's something when an officer engages with someone is going to be like, oh, I see here you've got a dozen sit and lie citations. I don't think they're doing that. I think if they had a warrant out for their arrest, that would be different. So it just seems to me like code enforcement, who I think of as a small business owner who's coming by and addressing other issues in the city, doesn't seem like the appropriate personnel to be dealing with the homeless population and connecting them with services, because they haven't had that level of training. And also, furthermore, I just think it would put them in a precarious position with potentially being, having to act like a police officer. And oftentimes people mistake code officers, just the code enforcement officers based on their uniform, for police officers, and then engage with them in that way. And it just creates a lot of confusion. So that was my only questioning on not understanding it. And then sorry, Heather, to have you sit down, and thank you, Jenna. But I wanted to ask what the additional MDT outreach team is, because when looking at the financial impact, I'm assuming obviously these numbers, 670,000 year one, 690,000 ongoing, is including benefits, but I was just curious like what all of that entails.
So there's only two staff that would be city staff, which would be the code enforcement officers, and everyone else would be contracted, just like we contract for our other outreach teams. Our other MDT teams are comprised of 6 staff. 4 of them are full-time and 2 of them are part-time. And so we would probably mirror something similar, and that's the number that we used.
So we don't know, there's no number yet, but we're just roughly estimating. So this wouldn't just be this code enforcement officers, there would be a team that would be going out in the downtown area. My only note to consider is there's always a focus in the downtown area, and I get it because like you said earlier, it's where there's the most action and also the most tourists, but I do have to say that we do already put a lot of efforts there, and what happens is the businesses that are not in the downtown area see the rest of it, and so we should consider, because there's a lot of sitting and lying in doorways that aren't happening in the downtown area. I would actually say that probably more so outside, because I have seen specifically the promenade look a lot different since there's been a new unit that's patrolling that area that's specifically on foot. The rest of my questions were for the fire department. Thank you. I have a lot of questions because we've met before and had this discussion, so you probably already knew I was going to ask this. I know that the APU sounds great, but I do want to bring us back to May of 2023 when you were not here, and we were presented with the CRU, and I can read specifically verbatim what was said in that meeting if you'd like, but we were asked to, there was 2 positions asked to be created from the fire department, a battalion chief and an EMS division. That whole purpose was to work with LEMSA and follow LEMSA on any changes. And the presentation at the time was, we need this administrative support in order to do this work, this homeless liaison work, to have it be successful. It would be better if it was 24/7, but right now we can't staff it because of lack of funding, so it's only at 40 hours. And so when we do get funding, this is how we should fully staff it. And then we are here presented with it, and there was this pushback like, the CRU didn't work, and now we need this other thing that's even more expensive. And I agree that I think because of the restraints on being able to transfer someone, I've been doing a lot of DMH ride-alongs. I've had my own experience with helping individuals in front of my business, and firsthand have seen how ridiculous it is to get somebody the care they need when they need psychiatric help, or a psych bed especially, specifically. And so I do see the benefits with the check marks there, that by having this other FTE or 2 FTEs, the nurse practitioner, allows us to work more broadly to distribute patients where they need to go. However, in responding to the community wanting to see something right now, we were presented to invest in this CRU. We already have the vans, we already have the trained staff. We could roll this thing out tomorrow if we had the money. And we could roll it out on day 1, January 1st, I guess, if this passed, ideally. And my question is, why wouldn't we do the CRU and then lead up to the APU? Because the APU is going to take longer to staff, correct?
I mean, we could stand it up with overtime, just like we would with the CRU. And
But you wouldn't have the nurse practitioner.
Well, then that would be something that would be, delayed, in that there's staffing companies that have contract nurse practitioners that are available on a shorter term basis. So that would be something that we could look into, or have looked into, and other cities have done, to bring nurse practitioners on board relatively quickly.
Can you explain to me the changes from LEMSA that's impacted the CRU? Because it was a pilot. And then to my understanding, like, nobody came back. I mean, am I wrong? Was there a report that came back to the city that said there's been changes with LEMSA and this pilot is being dissolved, like a specific report on that?
I'm not aware of a specific report, but I know the chief can talk to, how LEMSA works.
Hi, good evening. So I think one of your questions was the duration of the pilot, correct?
Yeah.
So the pilot was for 2 years, concluded in July of 2023.
Was it 2 consecutive years, or did it go out in 2 different versions?
It was one budget cycle, so 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So the pilot concluded with a lot of lessons learned, and the APU proposal is basically taking those lessons learned, looking at what the ceiling, the limits were of what we could do with the CRU, and given what the task at hand, the the needs of the community, like how can we expand the services, and looking at our partner agencies, they're leveraging advanced providers to do exactly what the CRU was doing, or at least what the type of work that they were engaging in, but with a lot more tools at their disposal to provide a more value-added service.
Okay, but I mean, as we saw in our presentation, we have this therapeutic van, we have the C3 team, we have the help team, we have all these things. I mean, a comprehensive team, much like the DART team, would be nice rolling around the city to address all these things, because I think what people don't realize, I mean, I wrote down some stats, I had to go back. 18% of the 911 calls for the fire department are homeless related. The CRU responded to 288 calls for service, and 211 of those were people experiencing homelessness, right? So I think, we were asked to reallocate funds for the CRU to pilot, to add this battalion chief EMS division to sort of, serve as this liaison and report back to us. And this is the first I've ever heard of LEMSA changing things. Why? Because I think that's in part why the CRU dissolved, right? Can you expand on that?
There's been no significant changes with the LEMS. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but what has changed from the time the pilot, at that time, we had the ability to apply to be what's considered a triage to alternate destination program. So the CRU were the certified members, they got the training. We received pilot status from the LEMSA, and that's what allowed us to transport behavioral health patients to Exodus in Culver City.
Right.
So they did that. There's a small number of transport we were able to do during that pilot phase. Since then, we've been granted beyond pilot status, so now our entire department is trained to that level, and every paramedic engine company has the ability to transport folks to psychiatric urgent care centers. I mean, that's the only...
Well, there was a change that I experienced specifically. I worked with you with an individual that was in front of my music store, and it took over 2.5 hours because our engine can only go to specific places. Department of Mental Health had to contract with a private ambulance, and they would only pick an individual up in front of a residence and not in front of a business. I mean, it was pretty ridiculous, and that's when I learned that there was these new constraints, is what I was told, on our local fire, and it looks like he wants to, our ambulances being able to take people to psychiatric, specifically when there's a 5150 involved.
So the new constraints that you're talking about, it was a change of the California Health and Safety Code, Assembly Bill 1544. It was signed into effect, basically changing all of the pilot programs into a specific program, or a permanent program. So if we wanted to basically revamp the CRU, we would have to develop a community paramedic curriculum. So that was the change that you're talking about. So because it went from a pilot program to a permanent program, now you're subject to all the new regulations that come along with that.
So wait, just to be clear, the CRU van can't take them now. It has to be this paramedic rig. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Are you saying the CRU van could, I thought you said now that it's permanent. If you could just repeat that part again.
So what the CRU was doing from 2021 to 2023, they can no longer do it anymore, because in order to do that, you have to be a pilot program. Well, the pilot program status has been removed from everyone, so it's permanent status. So in order to get a permanent community paramedic program, they say you have to submit a written request to the state for approval of a community paramedic program. Then you have to establish the program's medical protocols and policies, establish access to data collection, quality assurance, and improvement processes, identify and then accredit community paramedics, which none of our current paramedics are. And then you have to establish a medical director, program director, ensure compliance with the Department of Transportation, determine program duration and schedule, and then develop agreements between the training program and hospitals and other clinical settings. So the requirements to implement something like this are very extensive. So LEMSA, LA County LEMSA, has made a very, very clear stance that they do not want to undertake this. So if we wanted to do it, we still could not do it because we fall under their regulations.
But we could have applied to the state to request this some time ago to say we find this effective based on some of the stats we just read out, and we want it to be permanent? Because it seems ridiculous that during a pilot status, we could do all this work, and now that it's permanent, we can't do this work. And it seems like we never engaged.
No, we could not apply to the state because the LIMSA did not apply to the state. It's up to the LIMSA, not up to us.
I know, but can you guys communicate with LIMSA as the liaison and say, this is the predicament we're in? Could we have done that? I mean, I guess we missed the
Yes.
boat on that,
No,
but.
we did. And
Okay.
they said they are not willing to undertake that lift. They said it's too much of a lift for them, and they want nothing to do with going down that road at this point.
Vice
Okay.
Mayor. Just wondering
Okay,
if-
sorry, just my last question then is,
Thank you,
is
because-
it possible then to go from the CRU to the APU, to start something early, just so that we don't lose time, right? We can start something and concurrently with all the other departments, whatever we decide to do. Is it possible to go in baby steps, and then once you get the APU fully staffed with the 2 nurses, is it possible to do that?
I believe that's above my pay grade. I'm gonna turn it over to Chief Halleck.
Yeah, anything's possible. The only thing is that what the APU can do and what the CRU can do are 2 different things. So we would be limited in what the CRU can do. Sure, we can stand that up if the funding is available with overtime paramedics, but they would still be limited in what it is they can do based on that chart right there.
Right, but they would still be responding to the calls and keeping, ALS calls, life-saving calls that are more urgent would be available to the rigs, right?
Correct.
And so it's not like, instead of doing nothing, we'd be doing something.
Correct.
Is that safe to say?
Correct.
Okay, that was my only question. I did want to ask you, Heather, about Semo Shell. I just wanted to know the availability.
We come back
But we can
to
come back
that?
to that. Maybe somebody will ask that
Yeah, we
question.
have other people waiting.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. I know a lot of work went into this report, and I actually have questions sort of for everybody, so please bear with me. So I guess we'll start, since you kicked us off, Mr. City Attorney. One of the things we heard earlier tonight, which was very exciting, was about the $8 million grant that the City Attorney's Office will be using. And the word bridge was in there, but I forget, I didn't write down the whole name of the program. But I did write down bridge. But I know you're not building a bridge. Samo Bridge. All right, well, maybe you are building a bridge then. And a question I had about that is that money that is coming from Prop 47 funds?
Correct.
Okay. Great. And how, just, can you, the reason I'm asking about the program, even though I know it's not tonight, is it seems to me the question is, does that make adding this analyst perhaps more valuable? I mean, in other words, as you add the analyst on top of this grant, does it sort of force multiply the grant, if you will?
Well, yes, it multiplies the grant and multiplies the lawyers. So it frees the lawyers up from not having to do grant work.
Right, so you could have the analyst doing the grant work, and then the lawyers would be working more on this new exciting program that we're standing up, that sort of thing as well, right?
And it relieves some of the pressure that we have right now, because we currently have lawyers doing all of the step court grant. You know, I have a lawyer and a half who help manage the step court grant, so that will free them up to do more just general casework. And I think with the new grant coming in, if we hire a person who's specifically there to help us process not only this grant, but to go out and continue to look for these new opportunities, I think we'll be able to streamline the process, make it more efficient, and hopefully, see what else is out there that can be beneficial for the city.
Right, so one of the things, for example, this person could do is, every grant comes with compliance
Yes, it does.
requirements, and so they could, instead of having a lawyer, and lawyers are very bad about that kind of stuff, I know, they could be responding, making up the compliance reports, here are our metrics that you've asked us to keep, and that will put us in line also. Being a good grantee puts us in line for other grants, I would assume.
Correct. One of the things we've really learned doing, the year of step court is how much work it takes to do this compliance stuff. We always joke that we went to law school, not math school, right? We don't do numbers like spreadsheets and data. And it's exciting when it comes to the prosecution, but when it comes to how much money we spent and the invoicing and really the nuts and the bolts of it, it is takes, I think, lawyers a lot longer to do that, especially prosecutors who are trial lawyers. We're really good at running our mouths. We don't want to sit and,
We're bad at Excel.
Right, we're really bad at Excel. Like bean counting is not where we thrive. So I think having a person specifically who is hired for that purpose will free up time on both sides and make us better at the things that we are purporting to want to get good at, which is grant writing, grant management, having these new programs that are helping, to really alleviate some of the, we think, longstanding processes and problems that create the criminal justice, rinse and repeat cycle.
Right, okay, great, thank you, that's very helpful. Then Chief Halleck, I have some questions for you, and I'm glad this chart's still up there. Because I have to say that I find this APU idea incredibly exciting, and I never show up without a book. My book, the Gleam Davis Book Club this week is When We Walk By. And it's a very exciting book about eliminating homelessness and things we can do. And when I saw this proposal, I noticed that one of the very things that they put in their Fixing Broken Systems section is talking about street crisis response teams, sending paramedics as well as a nurse or a clinician who can address health emergencies, reduce emergency room visits, reduce criminalization in favor of referring people to healthcare facilities, and that using social workers and mental health professionals to respond to cases actually saves lives. So the things that particularly jump out to me at this that the APU can do is the mobile urgent care, because it seems to me that if we can get urgent care to folks on the street, then they don't deteriorate to the point where now we're making 911 calls because they're having, what was a cut on the hand has now turned into sepsis kind of thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I never pronounced this medication's name right, Suboxone.
Yes.
That's very exciting to me. I don't know if you read about this sheriff in Maine there's a 28-day version of it, by the way, but it's very expensive. And he begins administering it to people who come in for drug crimes and then continues to administer to them after they leave the jail and serve their time. And they've had people who've been off drugs for 2-3 years because it, of course, reduces cravings. And it seems to me, and literally people are now no longer homeless, they have jobs because their addiction issues have been addressed. So that's the sort of thing, it would seem to me, that if you can get someone who reduces their cravings for 7 days, it would make sense then that they would, for lack of a better term, be more coherent, more rational, and then you can really start to make connections for providing services. Would that be part of that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then the last thing that I think wonderful up there is post-discharge care, because I did a couple of ride-alongs with the therapeutic transport team, and they said that's one of the things that's the most effective, is not just dealing with someone in the emergency, but then following up after them and building that relationship, and that's what we're talking about there?
So, yeah, and continuing the care post-discharge.
Oh, okay, great. And I mentioned, or in your original presentation, you talked about how the APU would also be sort of coordinated or complementary to the therapeutic transport team, is that right?
Correct.
So because one of the options we have is to continue the therapeutic transport team, would those two would be able, if we continue that, would be able to work together?
Absolutely. It would be a partnership, being that the APU can do certainly some more things than can happen in the therapeutic transport team. But yes, it's a partnership. We'd work together and continue to work together.
Okay, great, thanks. Yes. That's all I had for you. Ms. Averick. There you are. You're hiding.
Heather was just so tall back there.
Believe me, I'm always blocked out. So I had some questions about the downtown outreach team proposal. So I understand, how many hours per week are we talking about?
I think it would be like a full-time team, just like our other outreach teams. So.
Okay, so it would be 40 hours a week?
Yeah.
And presumably, and it sounds like you would be focusing on the mornings, going in if people are lying in doorways or something like that?
Exactly.
And I don't know how, I'm not going to articulate this question right. That somehow that doesn't sound like 40 hours a week to me. Is there other things this team would be doing? Because that's not clear to me what other things they might be doing.
Yeah, so we've also talked about that. I mean, again, this is a pilot, it's a new idea, but we were thinking that, and it sounds like maybe some of the direction will be to look at other business corridors, and that would be an option. And so maybe it would be that they're hitting all the business corridors, whether that's Wilshire and Santa Monica and the downtown promenade. But yes, the goal would be to implement them to the fullest extent possible to ensure that we're not just letting this resource, be utilized a few hours a day.
Well, right, and work with me with this hypothetical here a little bit. So let's say this outreach team shows up on a Tuesday morning and they begin walking through downtown, and lo and behold, there's nobody lying in a doorway. Would they be doing outreach to people who might not be lying in a doorway, but might be sitting on a curb, or might just be, have parked themselves on a sidewalk or something like that? Or would they be specifically trying, because I'm trying to figure out the code enforcement piece of it. There would have to be some code being violated for code enforcement to work. Would that be right?
Exactly. So
Okay.
their focus would be on enforcing the no trespass and the no sit, no light ordinance, which are already existing laws and ordinances in our city. And so if they, in this hypothetical, didn't see anyone on the downtown promenade, then they would move along to these other business corridors. We've also talked about maybe then they would expand beyond the downtown to some of those businesses first. And then again, if no one was there, they'd continue throughout the city.
Okay, great, thank you. That was my question about that. And then Chief Batista, where are you? Oh, there you are, back there. I'm just making sure everyone gets their steps in today. So we currently have allocated 232 officers, is that correct? And how many do we have actually on the force now?
214.
214, okay. And I told you I was going to ask this question. So sort of assuming our hiring practices, and what you've seen over the last 12, 18 months, whatever, when do you think, all things being equal, because I know it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. You hire 2, you lose 1 sort of thing. When do you think we might be able to get to 232?
So it's a complex question, because in public safety, you've got a lot of factors going on. Retirements, you've got officers in training. Training takes 18 months. You've got folks that can't complete training. You've got folks that sometimes can't complete probation. I'll describe some of the issues we've got right now, right? So if we were to continue just to do what we do today, then we'd be working under essentially like the flawed belief that at some point we're going to catch up. It wouldn't happen. And I'll give you just some numbers to try to demonstrate this. It's getting late for me, and math is not my strong suit, but
We're in this with you.
My friend, my boss, my city manager, he is really good with numbers. So June 2023 to July 2024, this Human Resources took in 1,331 applications. We eventually hired 21 officers out of that number. So essentially, almost 1 officer per 100 applicants. What we're finding is that you'll get applicants, but then from that moment of applying to the moment of taking a test, there is a steep, steep drop-off. And so we end up with a hiring rate of like 1.58, 1.5% out of the total. So again, thanks to the city manager giving us the ability to get a software system to help expedite things, giving us the ability to create a recruiting website, we are poised to really change that. We offer a testing opportunity, a written test opportunity. I don't remember the timelines, but normally we'll get 40 applicants, 70 applicants on a given Saturday. So this next opportunity is going to be October 13th. in about mid-August, we started a new software system called Interview Now. And what it's allowed us to do is be able to establish an early communication with folks that apply. And so for the first time, literally ever in a long, long time, I don't know when the last time this was, we have filled not only the first testing day, but we filled the second testing day, and now we've opened up a third day. So on the 13th, we are scheduled to have upwards to 137, 140 applicants, where before the last numbers that we'd had were 41 day, maybe 78 the last time. We are optimistic at this stage, this early stage, that this is going to obviously increase the number of folks that we have coming into the system. Now, this is even before we have the opportunity to launch a new website. The RFP just went out. Actually, I think we might have selected the company. So we're excited about the fact that we're going to have our actual new recruiting website. And we believe that the changes that we're implementing now will, in effect, change the course and the trajectory of the 20 or so, 21 hires that we have per year to 40 or 60 per year. And we believe that by the time we get this operational and going, it'll be into fiscal year 25, 26. By then, we really feel that that this system will be operational and it'll get us to where we need to be. And so the reason, right, why I emphasize on the importance of being able to hire and to keep this pipeline alive is because allowing us to have the positions to fill the current vacancies is like, in the way that we look at it now, if we were to say, well, why should I give you more positions when you can't fill what you have? I mean, that to me feels flawed, right? Because we have to always have a pipeline to be able to fill those numbers. I kind of got ahead of myself in the way that I described it, but with a system that takes 18 months to hire somebody, like, we need to be able to have like a healthy number of folks that are pushing into the system in order to fill the vacancies that are coming, because we know we have another round of retirements that are coming. The manager drew up a really fantastic, visualized the data in this table that really showed you the differences that we had going all the way back to late October 2021. And you can see that at some point, when our ceiling increased, we were able to raise that top line number. There was a steep drop-off that you see that occurs, but some of the things that we're discovering from those numbers are that there were folks that had really gone into a retirement phase or that they left, and that began to cause that precipitous drop that you see towards the end, where our levels drop below, and obviously you can see that the new ceiling is 232. It's a great visual, and it really shows what occurred in that period. But I really believe that we need to be able to address the attrition realistically by pushing these folks into the system. We're also going to change the testing process. So we're the only law enforcement agency in this region that is using like a specific testing company to do the test. Everybody else is going to this national testing process, or they're using the test from California Post. And so just by the way that they're testing, they're able to put more folks into the pipeline than we do, because our process is so selective and so rigid that only a handful of folks can get out of it, can get through it. Now, despite all of that, we are the most diverse police department in this region. And so it tells you, right, that we are focused on getting the most highest quality folks that we can find, and yet still maintain a minority majority police department with 14% women, where the national standard is 12. So I can definitely see that the changes are coming. I can see the enthusiasm in this group. It's got a new leadership team and energized with a new injection of funding to get us through this period.
Okay, when are we going to hit 232?
25, 26.
25, 26, so maybe at the earliest, say, summer of next year? Let's be optimistic. It sounds like you got a lot of great things going.
That is a forecast that I gave to the manager
Okay.
when we were having this discussion a couple
No,
months
and I
ago.
appreciate that, and I know I put you on the spot, but I warned you I was going to do it, so I
Oh, well,
don't feel
yeah.
too bad about it.
I just wanted to give you context.
No, and I appreciate that, and it sounds like these things are all great, and it sounds like that's what'll, when we get up to our fully allocated maximum, it'll help us stay there, because I think that, in looking at the numbers that the manager gave us, it looked like what happens is we get up and then we experience a drop-off because these things travel in groups,
Because we don't
right?
have enough folks into the pipeline.
Right. So putting more people in the pipeline will help us stay at the higher levels.
Yes.
Great, that's very helpful, thank you. And then the other question I had for you is, so you were talking about, the various teams that you've been able to, create out of whole cloth, even though you haven't had a full allocation of officers. So you talked about street patrol, the DART, the help team, the crime impact team, and also diverting officers to helping with the records switch over. For example, let me ask about the record switchover. That's obviously a limited time project. So when that project is over, and I don't know what the timeline is, those officers will then be free for redeployments doing something else. Is that right?
Yeah, so they'll go back to the original assignments that they had.
Okay. And then are any of these other, things that we've created, are they also sort of at some point will be able to move officers sort of back into the general pool, for lack of a better term?
For example, my quest is to continue to increase the number of officers on the traffic units. Right now, we're at 5 plus a sergeant. That team is supplemented by a group of officers that volunteer. And so we can increase the number from 5 to 10, depending on how many officers we can draw from other assignments to come and instead do a patrol shift. They're going to be doing or a detective shift. They're going to be doing a shift on a motorcycle. The crime impact team, that's their assignment. They're patrol based, and although they're not taking patrol calls, if the staffing number is depleted, then they switch from being a crime impact team to being a call-taking team. Okay. So I think it just depends on the assignment. The directed action response team, that is a standalone team, and their focus is ensuring public safety in the beach, pier, downtown, oceanfront walk.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And then the last question I had actually had to do, we had some people come and speak earlier this evening about Vision Zero and that sort of thing. And that is the sort of thing, right, that the traffic enforcement officers would work on? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so one of the questions I had is, in terms of addressing the fact that sadly we have far too many people injured and frankly sadly killed on our streets, is there a way to, is that something we need to think about bumping up the size of, or
Right,
is that?
that's why, and that's exactly what I was talking about on two fronts. Talking about the fact that our traffic service officers have not been fully restored, yet this amazing team of women and men go out there and issue 5,000 parking citations a week. On top of that, I've got the traffic officers, motorcycle officers that I've talked about, 5+1. They've issued now over 2,800 citations. The fact that we were operating with literally one motor officer and a sergeant for the longest time. And then add to that the fact that the speed survey had not been completed, which didn't allow us to go out there and conduct speed enforcement and really, literally throughout the entire city. The fact that now some speed limits have been reduced, I think will greatly enhance the opportunity for the motor officers and patrol officers. The patrol officers, by the way, have also been doing special deployments. Again, responding to the needs of the community and the things that we hear about what's important. So patrol officers have been deploying in traffic cars, is what they call them, and their sole mission is not to take calls for service unless things start to really melt down, but just focus on traffic enforcement. In a patrol car, a little more challenging than on a bike, but it can be done.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, I noticed in looking at the statistics for the department that your police officers were being much more proactive. Instead of relying on calls for service, they were actually initiating, I don't know what the right word, initiating interactions with people. And what's made that possible?
So what we've done there is, again, just experimented and redeployed as much as we can. So I'll give you an example, right? This actually goes back to something as old as the Kansas City Patrol experiment, which goes back into like the 1960s, 1970s. But what it proves is that when you put a police officer in a particular place, it makes a difference. So when we have them on foot on Wilshire, it makes a difference. We recently tried essentially putting an officer at Reed Park for an extended period of hours. I think the officer was assigned to the park for about 12 hours a day for a week. And what we found in that circumstance was that the number of calls generated by the citizens for that park went to 0. The same goes for what the DART team does on the pier and on the beach. We no longer have an issue of disorder and vending issues or associated vending issues in that area simply because they're omnipresent. They're present there. We've had the same results from the private security team that we've assigned to the parking garages. Since that private security team has been on the parking garages, the number of thefts and calls related to thievery at the parking garages has literally dropped in half.
Great. Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Those were all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'll just save you the trip.
When I heard your voice, your name.
I mean, they aren't all for you, but I'll start here since you were up. Thank you, Chief, and everyone for the presentation. Looking here quickly, first of all, I want to say that all the work you were just speaking of is exciting, both on the recruitment side and also just on the getting boots on the ground, people on their feet in areas. And being proactive, it all sounds great, and I think we're moving in a really great direction on all of that. Briefly, records management was mentioned by you and in the report. I know there was some hiccups in the changeover. People who like to monitor these things were having trouble seeing the logs and things that they were used to. Where are we with that now?
We're still working on it. I spent a day with our new IT director. I'm very enthusiastic about his view of the landscape and what we need to do as a city team. And I am very hopeful that we're going to get there. So just this morning, he reported on some of the reports that are now being issued out that people are getting. I'm scheduled to start to receive the same report. So yeah, I'm enthusiastic about the fact that there's new leadership there. He's got a very broad perspective, and I think that things are turning around.
And those will also be available for the public as well, or?
Yeah, so we've actually started to put a lot of the stuff on our front-facing webpage. That is another opportunity for us to be able to actually improve so that it is even more user-friendly and more data-rich. I want to get us to a place where folks can see the same numbers that we're seeing, 2,800 traffic stops. So like, what did we stop folks for, and what were the results of those warnings, traffic citations, all of that?
Well, that's great to hear. Look forward to continuing to monitor it. Speaking of data as well, and mention of Vision Zero and other issues, I mean, one piece of data that I'd be curious of, as we talk about allocating resources is, we're talking about different forms of safety, different risks to members of the community. I mean, when it comes to, say, deaths and severe injuries from roadway crashes, or, whether you're a bicycle, pedestrian, driver, or, frankly, from other issues, from crime, from, suicide, or other sort of issues. I mean, I'd be curious to see how the data guides us when we compare these risks in terms of how we're allocating our resources.
I totally agree with you. Early this year, I was looking at statistics that were born out of Los Angeles. So the LAPD, at the direction of their Police Reform and Oversight Commission and really their public governance, asked for them to really curtail the number of traffic stops that they conducted. And so they did, to the tune of 54,000 fewer traffic stops in 2023. But that's also the same year that they had the most traffic fatalities ever on record and far exceeded the number of homicides, over 330. And so what I decided to look at is a series of things related to Vision Zero. So I looked at cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Monica. Everybody kind of got on board about the same time, 2016, 17, 18. And what got my attention the most out of this data, and I shared it with the city manager, was that as large as Los Angeles is, to your point, right? I think to your point is exactly this, is that our fatality rate was very close to Los Angeles's fatality rate per 100,000 people. In 2023, we lost 7 or 8 folks to traffic fatalities. Honestly, you brought to light the fact that we had not been conducting traffic enforcement, certainly the way that you thought it should have been done. I couldn't agree with you more. I talked about some of the constraints, resource, and also the speed survey that was limiting us from being able to do some of those things. But now that we have, and now that we're at like 2,800 citations, I'm glad to report that as of today, thank goodness, we only have had 3 fatalities. So if we can hold at this late stage of the year, then we'll come in under 2023's numbers and also show that we increased enforcement, right? So long as we can go out there and continue to do the work, along with things like speed humps, trailers, changes to the traffic patterns, I think that all of that works. And if someday we get to a point where we can use traffic cameras, I have experience with all of that. I know it would work. So, yes.
Great, thank you. Final question. The Special Investigations Unit, it sounds great as well. Love us being proactive in that regard as well, as opposed to just reactive when it comes to issues around drugs in the community. As we attempt to get to full strength and whether or not this money comes in or not, I mean, my question is a little bit around flexibility. We have allocated authorized positions currently, some of which are filled, some of which are not. Is there any other way to get a sergeant position up and running, for this unit from the 232 that we have? Or, is there any way of sort of trying to figure out sort of how to get something like that going if we were constrained?
So we've really stretched it as much as we can. We didn't have a person that could be the sergeant to try to figure out the ins and outs of starting a real-time crime center, the SMART Center. So again, there we kind of rob Peter to pay Paul, and we've done that with all these different units. I don't want to get to a point that we're operating with officers that are acting in the role of a sergeant, because that's the only next choice that we have. Because over the course of many years that I've been in policing, I've seen where when something starts to go wrong in a policing environment, it is under the care of a person who is acting in the role of a sergeant versus a sergeant that has oversight and accountability built in.
Could we say promote a current position that is unfilled to a sergeant in that way? I mean, with obviously the resources that would be entailed in that regard.
So that would require the authorization for an overhire, and that can be challenging because then, remember, we're going to be using the same funds for an overhire that we would be saying, hey, in 25, 26, our goal is to be fully staffed. But could we, if we're using the funds for vacancy savings in order to make this sergeant an overhire? So it's got to come from somewhere. So that's the reason why it's gotten us to the point where kind of pulling positions and trying to fill slots the way we've done so far is we're at that limit of we can't.
Got it. And to Councilmember Davis's, I think, question at one point, you mentioned a lot of these teams that have been formed that have pulled people from patrol and otherwise. I mean, do you see them in your long-term vision as all sort of needing to go, indefinitely in that way? Or, is each one of them, you mentioned that in a lot of instances, it seems like they're reducing calls for service and they've been very effective. So in that sense, do you see them all sort of needing to continue indefinitely in these sort of special assignments, whether it's DART or otherwise?
I can't see ourselves moving away from the DART concept simply because of the success that we're seeing down there. The crime impact team is in its infancy. It's been very challenging not to have a specialized team that can focus on specialized burglary, car break-ins, car thievery. And so it'd be very difficult for me to say that I'm going to roll that backwards. Not right now. I think that I like to keep them.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Councilmember Para.
Sorry, I just did have a question for someone else.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
That's okay.
Apologies.
Really quickly, I don't have too many more. Just for Chief Halleck, sorry. I'm similarly excited about the APU. It seems like there would be a lot of great opportunities, and I know you've spoken to this a little already, but and you said that they would potentially dovetail well with, say, the therapeutic transport van. Can you just describe a little bit more sort of the similarities and differences in these two ideas or, units, and one that you would be in charge of versus the, the county program, and in terms of both the services, mainly in terms of services provided and what one, or capabilities or otherwise?
Sure. The difference between the two is the APU has a nurse practitioner, so the medical services that can be provided far extend beyond what the therapeutic van, the therapeutic team can do. So therapeutic team is more of a mental health service delivery, whereas the APU is kind of a combination of that, but also to extend it further with the ability to do all those things that are listed on that list medically.
Got it, both physical and mental health.
Correct.
Okay. And is that partly account for I guess, I was looking at the cost estimates, and maybe it was just because there were two teams, but the continuation for the mental health van was listed at around $500,000, and this was listed at more like almost close to 1.5. And is that partly because of the accreditation? Are there more FTEs that we're considering, or?
So yeah, it's 4 FTEs, so it'd be 2 nurse practitioners and then 2 firefighter paramedics.
And that means it would cover more of the week in that regard?
Yeah, so if we had 2, this would be 2 units. So the intent behind having 2 units is that we can provide that 7-day-a-week coverage through our staffing. So we'd have some overlap during the middle of the week, but we'd be able to go from Saturday to Friday, so to speak, in that long term. And then, of course, early in the morning to late at night based on coverage. And looking at data and finding out when those high incidents arise, we can craft our staffing around those times.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then just for Ms. Averick, really quickly. So I actually wasn't fully aware that their current funding for the therapeutic transport van is not ongoing. And from my ride-alongs, it seems like it is providing a really important and essential service. When is that funding supposed to run out currently?
So, it's an interesting question. I'm pausing here because, as you know, when this pilot, it was initially a pilot, was envisioned, it was for 24/7. And right now, because of DMH's inability to staff up, we only have one team operating.
My one question is, are we able to amortize that now, money that we have?
Yeah,
or?
so, I mean, we are continuing to push the county to expand the vans, and they're very aware of the fact that we find value in this, and they're seeing that also, and that we're asking whether it's comparable hours to have a second team so that there's always someone if someone else is on a call, or weekends and evenings. If they were to just continue as it stands, we could go, for a few more years, but the goal is to get to a place where we're utilizing that funding because we're fully staffed by them.
You're saying that it could extend longer if we didn't hire up further because we aren't spending all of the money as fast. Okay.
Exactly.
But if we do hire up further as we hope to, it would run out faster.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. And just in relation, okay, so then the other team you mentioned was this possible downtown outreach team. I imagine part of the reason this was conceived is because there have been a number of calls for service relating to trespassing and violations of sleeping in the entryways, the doorways of businesses.
Right,
So
exactly.
the idea here is that I guess the team would be taking on some of those calls, freeing up police resources for other needs, perhaps higher level calls, more urgent ones of that nature,
That's exactly right.
and simultaneously pairing it with someone who could provide services to that person as well as citation. And just to be clear, because I think there was some discussion about this, when these citations are issued, I mean, regardless of whether it's one or multiple, more often than not, someone does end up finding themselves in court or at some point in time.
I mean, I'll defer to Jenna to speak to that, but, you know, I don't know, Jenna, if you want to add anything.
Sure.
Anytime a misdemeanor citation is written, it will come to our office for review. So if all the facts are there and the citation is reviewed and it rises to the level of a criminal filing, it will go to court. Now, these are typically 30-day citations, which means you're asking someone who's unhoused, unorganized, has a myriad of other issues to remember that in 30 days they're supposed to go to court. So typically what happens is a warrant will issue. We live in a world of zero bail, so that warrant could be anywhere from $100 to $500 to $51,000, depending on that person's criminal history, how many times they failed to appear. The judge makes the assessment at the time. So will they end up in court? Eventually, but they could have picked up 10 more citations in that
Right.
process. They could have moved along. They could have accessed services. We really don't know until that person is brought into court, and they're not typically brought into court until that warrant amount gets to at least $51,000.
Right, but the process of issuing these citations, then later, if there's another encounter that would appear for, an officer would be able to see that.
It really depends. Again, I'm not part of the process and how this all will roll out. If it's a police officer, they usually carry a handheld or they can radio in to dispatch. Somebody can run this person to check them for wants or warrants. I'm not quite sure how that works on a code enforcement side. I don't know if they are cleared and have access to all of that information. But typically what happens in the field, the officer might contact, they certainly will run them for wants and warrants because maybe they won't have a Santa Monica warrant, but they'll have a Pomona or a Riverside or a no bail. They'll have other things that warrant not only a citation, but then being booked and brought into the jail. So that helps other situations and can remove folks for different reasons. But if it's the code enforcement officer, I'm assuming that will have to be flushed out, whether or not they'll have the ability to do that, to see what this person has.
Whether or not they can do it, though, if the citation is issued at some point in time, an officer would be able to call in and see that.
If a warrant gets into the system, yes, at
Okay.
some point in time, the officer will be able to run them.
Great, thank you so much. That's it.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to Chief Batista, please. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, everybody, for all your hard work on this. I know it wasn't easy, so I really appreciate all your time and your attention to this. And if I could fund all of it, I would. Just know that right now. So, thank you. So, understanding that, let me get to my notes. So we know that within the last, year or so, we've had some pretty significant violent crimes, in the city. And, we've had kidnappings, attacks of some teenage girls during the day. Tourists were stabbed, a guy on a beach was choked, teenagers randomly punched, a couple separate instances of elderly people that were walking and attacked, violent sexual attacks, transient woman coming up behind somebody that was sunbathing and sexually assaulted. There's just numerous types of, different incidents that have been happening throughout the city. And, I'm bringing these up because, you know, we know that 30%, there's been a 30% increase in calls, right? And when we think about this and we look at the different priorities or the different items that have been brought forward to help us try to deal with some of these items. For example, if we look at the Special Investigations Unit, when I look at the plan here, and it talks about one sergeant and having to potentially divert officers from other duties to fully staff this unit. So walk me through this. If we want to formulate this unit, are we hiring people? Are we diverting people? If we want this unit to be up and running, let's just say hypothetically tomorrow, is that what we're doing? We're moving people around to create this unit and then hiring people to replace the people that we diverted? Is that what that looks like?
So what we talked about internally with the command staff is that we'd be able to forecasting the number of new officers that we have into the hiring pipeline. That would then give us the bandwidth to be able to pull a sergeant from the sergeant's list and promote him, an officer, on to becoming a sergeant. And the forecast timeframe is about the start of the year. So January is the timeframe that we were estimating that we could get a sergeant and an officer into the assignment. And again, a sergeant and an officer don't make a special investigations unit, but the fact that we've stood up a crime impact team, which is essentially a team just focused on specific problems within the city, narcotics being one of them, then could help be that bridge until we can, down the road, begin the work of staffing up.
Right. And just so that we can get a picture, so one of the things that I'd like to kind of bring to light, so when there's a significant event in the city, so for example, like a shooting, right? So all hands are on deck, correct? So if there is a shooting, you're deploying every single resource, hypothetically, to that event, right?
Yep.
But let's say there's a cascading event. So let's say you've got an event here and you've got an event here, right? And if you're shorthanded, understaffed, what does that do? Like, walk me, with where we are right now, where we need to be, talk us through, like, because we're, essentially, one bad day away from a really bad situation. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, like, we are short-staffed, and then with these types of events that could cascade and really kind of spiral us out of, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to show that we are not where we need to be. And with these types of events that continually happen, and with the fact that unprovoked, people are scared, and things continually are happening. And if we're only having 8 people on, or 8 officers on duty at one time, it's just not enough.
So to answer, I think your question is that we have had obviously cascading events. That essentially demand the resources or split up the resources that we have to 2 or 3 events. And then what that causes is for the prioritization of calls to be then really tight. And that's where then our dispatching service is pretty selective about what they're now listening for and what kind of calls we're going on. I think that, on the daily, we review the log from Spider Tech to see what our service levels were like, to see how we did. And we can tell on some of these occasions when this happens that the citizens' response, the citizens' reactions to the fact that they had to wait a long time for a person that was melting down right in front of them, or that there was a pushing and shoving kind of an incident that was occurring. And the dispatchers, I mean, they have to triage and prioritize this stuff. And so they'll ask questions like, hey, Are they still there? Well, they're still kind of there. Now they stopped fighting. And so now at that point, okay, they stopped fighting. Okay, like that just elevated you from an emergency that you had to one where they're like just on a standoff or they're talking about walking away. Okay, so do you see the dispatchers do a lot of work in that respect, trying to make sure that they're triaging what's occurring so that then we're dispatched to the right things based on the availability because we've been split up. We see that not every day, but we definitely see it on the days where it gets a little hectic. And like I said, we review it every day. So we know when it occurs because people's frustration over that is really evident.
Because we're hearing, I mean, I had a conversation the other day with someone who's got a 13-year-old and having to be able to explain like why they're not allowing them to walk from point A to point B because they're just concerned about who they're going to encounter, you know, whereas had it been a few years ago, maybe they probably would have let them, you know, walk from point A to point B. So the reason why I'm just kind of going down this path is just what can we and how can we, you know, create an environment of safety with the limited resources that we have and maximize that with these options that are being proposed to us, right? So we may not be able to hire right away, but with the drones and with some of these other opportunities.
I think you hit on it with the drone, for example. Right. It alleviates the call load, right? It goes out on a call, but then it zigzags across the city, clearing other calls. So.
Right. And then having more dispatch, be able to take the calls. Okay. Thank you, Chief. I think I have one just really quick question for Heather because most of my other questions were answered. And it just briefly, it had to do with, there was a question on the staff report on page 14 regarding the therapeutic transport. It indicated, and I think you may have touched on this, but it said that since the launch of the program in January, that the, quote, data illustrates a steady increase in utilization of the program, but you didn't provide any data. So I'm just wondering if you could share any data on the call volume.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at page 14. I don't see that section, but I can provide more data. So since starting in February through September, they've responded to a total of 175 calls. Out of those, 99 resulted in transports, accounting for 56% of all cases.
Okay.
They had face-to-face contact with clients in 143 of those cases. And the remaining 32 were calls that were either canceled while the van was en route or the individual had left the scene before the van arrived. Over 64% of those calls involved unhoused individuals. And thus far, the month of July is where we've seen the highest number of call responses.
Great, thank you. That's all I had for now, thanks. And I'm done.
Councilmember Negrete, Vice Mayor Negrete.
I just had a quick question for the chief. Sorry, did you disappear? Batista, sorry. I know there's a lot of chiefs in here. Police, I said Batista. I just want to make sure, because we're going over the PSK, which is the advisory measure, correct? And the first part of this measure that was brought forward is focused mainly on safer streets, traffic, right? Enforcement. And this other portion was more specifically directed to homelessness and crime that we're talking tonight, correct?
We're here because council asked for a discussion on the 50% advisory measure pertaining to
Right,
public
because
safety and homelessness.
not only was public comment addressing what we're talking about tonight in terms of that portion of it, so I felt like that was confusing, but also just tonight I was hearing conversation about, again, the traffic portion of it, and I was a little confused because I didn't see that in here, and you mentioned about you were speaking a little bit about the traffic enforcement officers. That's not part of.
It was one of our slides where I was talking about the fact that our traffic service officers have not been fully restored, yet they're out there issuing 5,000 parking tickets a week.
But that's not part of this proposal, right?
So it was essentially to talk about the fact that some of our services have not been yet fully restored.
Okay.
But council could say in this discussion that you want, in this discussion, that you would rather see officers go to traffic enforcement.
Well, no, isn't that
any of the
what's
other
happening with the other part of the measure?
Again, that's.
Okay,
council
anyways,
can
we're
have that
talking about the advisory part. I just wanted to be clear. And then I just wanted to ask you, because you were talking about traffic deaths mentioned, and it was something that I was curious about that I was reading. I'm just curious how many of the 8 last year, of the 3 this year, are related to unhoused individuals, number one, and number 2, are a cause of speeding or violating the traffic laws? Because I know there was one near my home just recently, and the individual was not in the protected bike lane and was darting across moving traffic without appropriate gear and whatnot in the middle of the street.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I kind of touched on it when I was answering Councilmember Swick's question related to traffic, and I very broadly said that what we see is that traffic violations occur on the complete spectrum. And so we see vehicles that are exceeding the speed limit, and we see pedestrians and cyclists that are not obeying traffic laws or failing to yield. So it is a combination of all of those things that really requires focused deterrence on those behaviors, but also a very robust public information campaign, along with the very expensive traffic changes and mitigation changes to the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Delatorre.
The therapeutic transport teams are currently funded by the county. Is that correct?
The therapeutic transport team is funded through one-time resources from the city and the county.
From the city and the county. Is there a possibility that we might be able to continue to fund it with more county funds, or is there an expectation that we would be able to continue, also assuming that Measure A passed, right? I guess we would have some support there, but is there an expectation that we would be able to continue to fund that program, either all with county funds or whatever the split currently is?
Our portion is with one-time resources, so if we don't, when those resources are depleted, we don't have, if the county is expecting us to continue to operate in partnership mode, because when our funding's gone, that program could not continue. We have not received an indication from them that they would pick up the totality of the program when our funding goes away.
Okay. Another question I had on the diversion programs. Is there any program evaluation? Is there, in terms of the success rate of this program, is there any evaluation done, or is it too new to really evaluate? Like, is there a percentage in terms of success rates that we could feel really comfortable about in terms of?
So with Step Court, which is our first program that we started with grant funding, its 1 year will come up in January, and we'll probably have some data to look back at that point. This new grant just got voted on last week, and we have to roll that program out, and it comes with a lot of data and auditing requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So that will come as we get more into the program development of that stage. But again, Step Court is almost a year old, so we'll have some data at that point.
Okay, great, thank you. And then one other question in terms of, I've heard other jurisdictions are doing this. I might have heard, I think it was San Francisco, in terms of money being allocated to reconnect unhoused individuals with families, so like paying for transportation, air flights, for example. I mean, is that something that other jurisdictions, is that a rumor I heard, or is that something that's really being rolled out in other jurisdictions?
San Francisco, we probably read a lot of the same articles, had started up some new programming to make that happen. The city's been participating in Project Homecoming for a long time, and it's been successful in reconnecting a lot of individuals. So those programs have existed. It's not new, certainly for the city. We've been doing that in conjunction with Housing and Human Services folks and PD for a long time, so.
Yeah, I know West Coast Care does that. I just don't know if, I've never seen a line item in a budget, for example, for transportation for that type of program. I guess, I don't know how much money has been allocated in the past by those programs. It could be that we fund the nonprofit and then they use those funds. I've never heard that we've done that. Like we've paid for it, let's say a bus ticket or a airplane ticket for someone to be reconnected with their family.
Yeah, so we do. That is our Project Homecoming program.
Okay.
It's, I'd say, successful, very successful. And not only does Help Team utilize Project Homecoming, so does the People Concern, so does Claire Matrix, we've let them utilize it. We've talked with DTSM so that they understand it's a resource. All of our outreach teams understand that this is a resource. And Mark can speak to the costs for that program.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. So we allocate $75,000 a year to Project Homecoming. Those funds go directly to the bus companies, Greyhound, Flixbus. And as Heather mentioned, those connections are all forged through service providers, Salvation Army included now, and they utilize those programs very successfully. You might imagine the tickets are, very affordable. Sometimes we're able to spend the totality of that amount, sometimes not. But the city's been allocating that amount for many, many years now.
Okay, thank you. Great for that. Thank you for that information. One of the things, at this late hour, it's kind of hard to sort of get my mind around a lot of the different components because there's three scenarios, in terms of what staff has prepared for us, and I feel like, my inclination is to support, the advanced provider units, the downtown outreach teams, the therapeutic teams, anything that's going to directly impact people that are, suffering really from mental illness and drug addiction on our streets, because it seems like from the incidents that we're seeing that's really impacting public safety, those are the individuals that kind of raise to the high level of priority. And I'm trying to, in terms of like the options that you're giving us, it feels like I can take from one idea, from one option and another, and so I'm just, I don't know like how we would make a decision like that, because it's like if like, there's one package of line items, well, there's three packages, but what if we want something from one package into the other? I don't know how we're going to make a decision tonight,
Well, I don't think you need to. So, truthfully, I think you have space to revisit this discussion in the future and to noodle on. You can use this discussion as background to give you something to work with. And we can always come back to this discussion at a time that works for the council, after you've had time to digest all the information. We reasonably anticipated that, you may not accept any of the three scenarios and want to create your own scenario. So you may reach a point where you've asked enough questions that you now can go into a corner and think about it and be prepared to come back with a recommendation with some options. So I don't think there's any pressure on this council to come up with a definitive solution tonight. So I think you have options.
Great. Yeah, because the other thing is that a lot of and it's really exciting, some of the new approaches that our city is implementing now. They're very new, so it's like we can't really say within 6 months if a program is successful or not, right? But it's promise. There's a lot of promise in the program, the approach. I think, I feel very hopeful, just in terms of how even this report was put together, and the amount of services that we have and the thinking. I think we're on the right path. It's just very difficult for me right now to sort of wrap around, wrap my head around sort of the different options, and because my inclination is to say, okay, I think like, the dispatch, the technology, the the direct services to people that are on our streets, where, and especially where law enforcement or first responders are collaborating with clinicians, and people, like nurses, for example, and fire, first responders, So there's a lot of a good here, and in any case, I'm just glad that you clarified that, because I'm trying to figure out what's the best direction that we can give. So I'm looking for anybody else to give some comments and.
Keep going.
Keep
We have
going.
people in the queue.
Okay,
So if
great.
you're done.
I'm
for a
done.
minute,
I'm
I
done.
haven't
Yeah.
had my turn yet at all. So, Councilmember Davis.
Well,
Councilmember Terosis, then I'm going to take it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was going to defer to you because I'm prepared to move into comment and actually do have, at least put together some thoughts about the things that I think, I know we're not making any commitments tonight, but things that I think are very important and, as Councilmember De La Torre pointed out, exciting. So I defer to you before I spoke, so you can have your shot.
Well, the one thing I will add for council is that there are some items on this agenda tonight that are time sensitive. So I've been communicating with Heather about EAH. So that is time sensitive because they have deadlines to achieve to get funding accomplished. The TEFRA hearing needs to occur. So just as you're deciding about how to proceed tonight in terms of like priorities, there are some items on this agenda that do need decisions from council. So I just want to raise that. You may want to truncate this discussion so we can get business done, but it's your call.
So, okay, well, I haven't gone yet. And yes, I'd like to also, I think my patience is at an end with the meeting tonight. So I thought we were postponing EAH. So a lot of this started because of me last June. And I listened to all the proposals tonight. And yes, they're all good. And we should be implementing all of them. But we're in a really difficult place in this city. And residents don't understand that we can't provide the services that they believe we need to provide, that they expect to be provided. Because, yeah, they don't want to wait 3 hours for a squad car to show up with whatever they feel is an emergency, even if it's not at that moment. That's the discussion I get all day, every day from residents. They want foot patrols. They want to see officers on the streets. They want to see officers in their neighborhoods. They're tired of windows being broken. They're tired of their doors being smashed in. They're so incredibly tired of having things stolen from their cars, their stores, or being ambushed as they walk down the street. I don't really know what to tell residents. I hope they won't, but I would love for them to hear what staff proposed and the different proposals and what's going on. But it's tough. So Chief Batista, did he leave? Is he still here? So I understand you want a sergeant and an officer, and you want these different things, but so my first question is about drones. Uniformed officers have to control the drones? It can't be, I thought in Beverly Hills when I was in their impact center, that private operators were operating the drones, insane amount.
Yeah, they're using private contractors.
So that's less expensive
Yes,
and it's still legal.
yes.
So my first question would be, why do we need 2 uniformed officers? And look I want the drones operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. On Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills now, they have a sign drones operating 24/7. I don't remember what the exact wording is. But, so we don't have to use uniformed officers. We just have to have a supervisor, correct, who's a sergeant or policeman in that camera, I forgot what it's called now, it's late, but in their center that operates drones, license plate readers, and the various cameras that they have around their city.
Right, so in the deployment model that we have right now, there's not a lot of room for anything other than one operator inside the center and another contractor, because we're using another contractor up on the roof. And so it would be beneficial, I think, to have us in a situation where we've already employing a contractor that's up on the roof and have the coordination with a police officer that's a pilot that is recognizing and seeing things and understanding what he's looking at, because that person is able to recognize, like our police officer pilot was able to recognize the fact that we were on our way to a call that was a man with a gun, but it was a man with a cigarette lighter that looked like a gun, right? So that kind of expertise isn't always what you find in a contractor.
I thought in Beverly Hills, they have they have all the screens set up, right? They have a couple of contract operators operating the license plate readers, the cameras, the drone, but there is a uniformed officer, like a desk officer who's supervising. So you have like 4 people, I think it was like 4 people in that room, and then behind the glass watching and able to take control immediately was one uniformed supervisor.
Right, so they've got like a full complement of staff that we're not there. We don't have that.
But if we're maximizing, wouldn't it be better for right now to add more contract drone operators for right now until we have the full expertise, rather than assign a couple of officers there?
I don't like that idea simply because we don't have anybody that is a sworn officer to supervise these folks to do what they do. The fact that we're going to highly charged calls with a man with a gun, there was a call with kids with a gun.
Right, I remember we saw the video of that.
Those are situations where I want a police officer to be able to recognize what we're looking at versus leave that in the hands of a private contractor.
Right, but doesn't that drone project onto a video screen in the command center?
We don't have anybody else in there but another police officer. The room is
So we're not doing, I thought with the $6.1 million grant that we received, we were doing a build-out of a real-time crime center.
in the beginning of next year.
So 3 months,
Yes.
we will have it.
We still need
We
to
hope.
staff it with a sergeant or some oversight, and that's where this personnel would be a part of.
Okay. How do we, look, residents want more officers on the street. I understand the reason for crime teams, burglary teams. I understand the reasons for that. But we really need people responding to calls and patrolling the streets to prevent crime. I understand when you're saying, I want a drug impact team, or I want this team to do things. But right now, I think the biggest priority, at least the way I look at it, is just to see officers out there. Have more officers to respond to calls, have more officers to patrol our streets and alleys, not just downtown, but throughout the entire city. Because one of the things I get is we're much better downtown than we used to be. Much, much better. I've talked to people and said, let me walk you around downtown during the daytime. Let's see how it looks. It's much better. But we also need to make sure we're patrolling the other sections. So is it better to give you the sergeant and the officer who are specialized, or is it better to give you 2 officers who can be either walking, bicycling, or in a car, out patrolling, giving residents more security and a feeling that they can walk the streets safely, because regardless of what we think, there is a fear factor afloat in this city, and we need to find out a way to lessen that.
So respectfully, I've been at this for
I know
coming
that.
up on
A lot
39
longer, yeah.
years, right? So the reason why I'm asking for specific teams is because, remember, the folks that we're trying to impact are making their way around the city, causing calls for service through their activities. That is what's drawing the officers that are driving around to be focused on taking calls for service, right? So the officers that we have driving around are going to calls for service that are driven by the folks that we're talking about that we're trying to impact. So I'm moving this back to the source of the calls for service, to take that component away from the ability to generate the calls that take up the officer's time, where the folks don't see them driving around. I know it probably feels good to say we're gonna have more officers driving around, but if the catalyst for continuing the crime issues that are occurring is not the focus of our effort, then they're essentially continue to do what they do, and because there's so much of it, doesn't matter how many more officers we put onto it, they're just going to be attached
can
to
always
calls for service.
Right, but you can always reassign officers to units if you need to, correct? For you reassign officers to different units as needed, don't you?
And we're at a point where I think we're stretching ourselves to a point where we're running on overtime, and we've met those needs.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm concerned about knowing that officers can be pulled to become a burglary team or can become a drug impact team and undercover and things
So
like that.
that doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? Because we have to make sure that the officers that are selected for those types of high-risk details are officers that can show or have shown that they're disciplined, that they take direction, that they're good decision makers on their own, that they're not going to be impulsive, and that they're open to additional training in order for them to be very specific on those types of missions. Because we don't want very young officers in those environments where they don't have a lot of oversight.
You're talking about, we have a motorcycle team of traffic officers, which I've told you I'm thrilled to see on the streets right now, as long as they don't pull me over. But no, but the serious part of this is I'm thrilled to have seen traffic officers out now giving tickets, and that will slow traffic down. That will help keep our streets safe. We have two parts to this private parking tax if it passes. Why can't part of the other side of the parking tax, safe streets, why can't that go to hiring more motor officers? Not parking officers, I'm talking about if you need two more motorcycle officers to do traffic enforcement, to make sure people are slowing down near schools, all that, why can't we use part of that money for that?
So it could.
Okay,
It absolutely could.
all right, so that is possible.
Yeah, I mean,
So we don't have to worry about that necessarily from this small pot.
I think if the council wants to talk about, this advisory measure, the council can decide what elements would go into the advisory measure. And then if the council wants to chew on thematically what would go into the other side of the tax around the theme of safe streets, you could have a separate, full discussion. We could have a study session about what
Okay.
all the elements that would go into
We could do this
creating a
again?
safe street environment. Yeah, we could do it again.
Oh, joy.
With new people.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Chief Halleck, a couple of questions. So if I recall, before I was elected, we had a CRU pilot that went for a short time in 2018 or 19 that folded pretty quickly. Am I incorrect on that? I thought it started with Rick Cole as city manager and then dissolved, which is why the following interim city manager hated the idea of a CRU.
We had a short term, I think it was about 3 months. We had a captain detailed to basically a discovery session. Did some site visits and did some work to
So it never really took
collaborate,
off.
and it didn't get off the ground in the same capacity that the CRU that we're all familiar with did.
Okay. And I was listening earlier and I heard that the CRU, we hired a battalion chief and we hired we hired 2 employees. What happens to them once the pilot ended?
With the,
Where are they now?
they're currently staffing our EMS division. So it's our EMS battalion chief and also our 3 captains, 3 captain positions that were created with the funding from the previous.
So they stayed on?
Correct.
And the funding continued for them?
Correct.
But not for the unit. Now, I heard earlier, and I sort of lost track of it, there is a CRU, and then what, for instance, Beverly Hills does, which is they love the nurse practitioner's system, where the nurse, if you go to emergency, the next day, that nurse practitioner will visit for follow-ups to make sure you're doing okay and reduce the need for an additional 911 call. I think that's a great program, but if we don't have the full funding for it now, what can you do? You said the CRU is no longer an option, or it is?
Well, it's no longer approved through the LIMSA or the state. So it was a pilot program that, since they ended the pilot program, now in order to reestablish a CRU, there's many steps that are almost, would make it almost too difficult to reestablish. So that's why we proposed this APU version, because it's not something that's governed.
So the CRU is not possible anymore. The nurse practitioner system is possible and would allow you to triage people who weren't seriously injured and be able to do follow-ups. I'm thinking not only of people on the streets, but people, seniors, who fall in their house or have an issue and then are having problems breathing. And what the mayor of Beverly Hills used to tell me is the next day, nurse practitioner would stop by that person's house, make sure they were doing okay, give them follow-up treatment. Is that what you were envisioning?
Correct, yes. As part of the APU in the list of, that is follow-up care to prevent a revisit to the hospital, where hospitals then don't receive funding if they're returned to a hospital within 24 hours.
And most of those were insured visits.
Correct.
Meaning that we had a higher rate of return on that. Okay. All right, thank you, Chief. Heather? I have a variety of questions. Some of them are regarding this, and I want to start with one question. Tell me, where are we right now with San Michelle? I thought we were supposed to be 24/7 intake, and then about 2 months ago, month and a half ago, I was at the Metro late at night. 2 women wanted referrals to somewhere. They came to Santa Monica from Long Beach. It was 1:30 a.m., and they were desperately trying to find something. I sent them to San Michelle, which of course was closed, and wouldn't take them. The sheriff's deputies said the only thing they could do was get on a Metro bus and sit there overnight. And our police officer had no advice, nothing. We couldn't find the nearest hotel, wouldn't let them in the restroom. They couldn't use the restroom. They had nowhere to go except they could get on a Metro bus and then hope that bus would just keep riding around all night. Tell me the current disposition of San Michelle.
So San Michelle is open 24/7 to
It is now.
to first responders only. So if a community member or a council member or anyone else outside of a first responder tries to take someone to San Michelle that's outside of their normal hours, 24/7, they are not going to take them. Also, I will just say that in this situation, I mean, I can't speak to what happened, whether the police officer got involved after the fact, but they also look at the criteria because we want to utilize that resource for individuals who are not just coming off the metro from Long Beach, because we're acknowledging that we have individuals already in our city and we want to make sure we're resourcing them.
So I called dispatch that night. And the dispatcher said, we don't know anything about that. We think San Michelle's closed. And we don't really, we've never heard of this program. So, we don't need to go through a whole thing, but I'm just letting you know that night, because the first thing I did, I was with sheriff's deputies, a Santa Monica PD officer arrived, not because of a call, but he was passing by and I stepped in the street and flagged him. He had just come from an emergency that we had.
So
I called dispatch, they were like, no, there's no such program.
correct. So one of the benefits of the therapeutic transport program and our multi-departmental team is that we have a weekly call where we talk through incidents. And one of the incidents was the one that you're describing. And it was news to a lot of our staff who were on that call about the 24/7 operation. And as a result, Housing and Human Services has done intensive outreach to the police department members, to DMH, and to our team in dispatch about the services that are now open and available, and that first responders can transport individuals to the Access Center.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Heather? And then, while I'm still on San Michelle, just for a second, I just got a relatively extensive report from a person right now a woman who's housed at San Michelle. Said, I guess they used to have metal detectors maybe, or they used to check people as they came in somewhat. She says now it's no barrier. People can just come in. The person in the bed next to her is dealing drugs, taking drugs back and forth there. Now, obviously, I can't verify if that's true. All right. But I'm the one who recommended this woman go to San Michelle and worked with the Salvation Army to get her in. So I somewhat trust that she's not just making everything up. Can you tell me what are the barriers now at San Michelle for people coming in, for clients?
I would have to look into kind of how, by barriers, I think you're asking, like, do they check someone for weapons is what
Right.
it sounds like you're
Weapons,
asking.
drugs, et
Yeah,
cetera. She
but
said
I-
the woman in the next bed has a pretty extensive, not extensive, a long knife, and I could read it to you, but this is.
Yeah,
but-
I'll have to check in with them.
Yeah,
and
because
see
I thought there
what
were,
they
that it was
screen
a
for in terms
moderate
of
barrier
weapons.
system.
But what I will tell you is sobriety is not a requirement of San Michelle.
No, I understand
Yeah.
that.
But I can look into what the,
Okay.
what the.
How many,
I would
and
be
the last
surprised.
question for you, on average night, average day, are there any beds open?
We're at 56 beds utilized. So yes, there are.
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that. There are
We have
56
56
beds.
beds that are utilized.
And how many are normally open?
We have 60 beds.
So there's 3 or 4 beds average open every day.
Well, I can't say every day because it will depend on.
I understand that. Okay. The code enforcement officers. So I would suggest that it's not the code enforcement officers at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. when Legion starts, too. I'm seeing the problem at 9:45 at night. I'm seeing just the Arizona to Wilshire block between 9:30, 10:15, 10:20, usually 8 to 10 homeless people are bedded down in store doorways, whether the stores are occupied or not. Why are we letting that be a depository for unhoused individuals every night?
Well, I think what I'm hearing you say is perhaps a recommendation of if council were to proceed with this outreach team, that the ideal would be to look at doing it in the evenings instead of in the early mornings.
Yeah, it seems, so I know Legion's supposed to be, and I've gone through this a few times, Legion's supposed to be on the promenade till 10 p.m. Some of the homeless actually will sit on the dinosaur topiary areas and wait till 10 o'clock and then bed down. Lately, though, I've been seeing them start at 9:30, 9:45. I tend to go to at least one movie or two movies a week down the promenade. And almost every time, so I'm on Arizona, usually park above Wilshire, and there are always people bedded down while there's still people at 1212, still people at Baja Cantina, still people at the Japanese cook your own barbecue place, and et cetera. And so have we just decided that we're seeding that area to homeless people every night?
We don't have outreach teams that work after hours at this point in time. We don't have evenings or weekday coverage for our outreach teams.
Because when Legion's there, it seems, and I'm not verifying how good or bad Legion is, just saying it seems like they stop people from bedding down while they're still there.
Yeah,
So even if we contracted with them to do an overnight shift, it would seem to be better than what we've got now, because, yeah, we're clearing in the mornings, but if someone's on the promenade at night, that leads everyone to feel that, we're really not accomplishing anything. I don't know if I'm just trying to figure out, what do we do to change that scenario, and why would it help to have two code enforcement officers?
Well, I think, again, what I'm hearing you say is perhaps what council would make as a recommendation would be something in the evenings versus the early morning model.
Okay. And then I have a couple other questions. There's, and I mentioned this to the city manager this morning, or this afternoon. There's a gentleman, I was reminded of this 3 times in the last 2 days, that has been at between 4th and 5th and Wilshire. When I ran for office in 2020, he was in front of Stone Art. I think it's Stone Art. And he would alternate between Stone Art, the empty Japanese restaurant on the south side of Wilshire, and CVS. I knew he had been arrested once or twice. I've heard now he's been 5150'd, but 4 years, and he's still there. What can we do to be more effective as a city in trying to help someone, or find a way to get that person in the shelter, to go home, to get the services they need, and not stay on our street for years?
So I think, one, you're touching on something that we're going to be bringing forward early 2025, which is the behavioral health plan, because that is a broken system. And so, someone being put on a 5150 hold and then being released back to our streets, that's a broken system. I'm also hearing you speak to someone who's been here for 4 years. I think I would wonder, that person might consider themselves a resident of here now, but we also can't force individuals to take services. And often individuals' mental health issues get in the way of them taking services. So it can be a really long, lengthy process, which is the hard work that the outreach teams do to get someone to a space where they are willing to say yes.
So would it be more efficient, instead of 2 code enforcement officers or Legion Security, would it be better to add another outreach team? So for instance, we had a Salvation Army team, whoever it is, Salvation Army, whatever, to have another team roaming the streets trying to help convince people to get off the street, to get the help they need and not stay on the street for years.
Well, the code
I
enforcement.
have the same thing on the alley where the gentleman was stabbed a couple of months ago or a month ago. There's another person in that alley right now who's been there. There were 2 people in that alley continuously.
So it's a spectrum of services, right? So we want to make sure that we have shelter beds available for individuals willing to take congregate shelter, which is definitely, I think, many individuals who are living on our streets have an aversion to congregate shelters because of past trauma. So there's also interim shelter beds, which as a city, we don't have that as a dedicated resource. And then there's long-term permanent housing. We have Pathway Home, which is interim housing. And then,
Which
you know,
we love.
yes, and then the Laurel and some permanent supportive housing in our city. But I'm just highlighting that it takes the whole spectrum of those services to be able to offer someone and have them be able to move out of shelters into long-term housing to be successful. And the code enforcement team is an outreach team. It is a full outreach team. So think of a C3 paired with 2 code enforcement officers. And the whole reason we brought this forward was why we're here tonight. The discussion was surrounding the community's feelings of being safe. And so with that in mind, we thought, okay, how can we free up more of our first responder resources with staff that don't need that level of expertise, not to say that code enforcement staff don't have their own area of expertise. And so that's how we landed on the code enforcement model, and also to be able to issue citations to then just be another tool for us to use to encourage individuals to engage in services.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Terosis.
Actually, I think I was next. I don't know
Oh, you're not?
Well, it
cleared.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
deferred
you
to you.
deferred to me. I apologize.
And
Back on.
I'll be really brief, because we don't need to decide tonight, but I think it is important there, because one of the things that I just think we need to realize, and this goes somewhat to, I think, what you were getting at, Mayor Brock, is that some of these things that we can do that aren't necessarily adding more police officers will nevertheless increase our police department's capacity, because then the police department doesn't have to respond to medical instances, to mental health care. So I don't think we need to pick one from column A or column A, B, and C or anything, but I do want to emphasize that I think the advanced provider unit, I think that the therapeutic transport van, I think that adding the analyst to the city attorney's office, and I think actually improving our dispatch capacity, I think those things will all do a good job of creating a situation where instead of having police respond to medical and mental health instances, because we've all talked to the TTT team, and they would eventually like to, be, through our dispatch training, dispatched immediately as opposed to waiting for police or fire to call them in. So I think there are ways that we can increase our police department capacity by basically reducing the load of these non-crime related, and I know I'll get in trouble for saying it that way, but what are really mental health or physical health emergencies. I will say, and we all know that we've had a number of unfortunate incidences here in town, but many of them, if not most, relate to people who are having serious mental health issues. They're not, drug kingpins. I'm not saying we don't have a drug problem, but they're not drug kingpins, dealing on our streets. There are people who are having mental health breaks, and then because they are mentally ill, they are committing crimes. So if we can intervene earlier or intervene with targeted services designed to get people with mental health issues into services, then we will be effectively reducing crime and reducing the need for police officers. So, I just want to say that I have tremendous support for the advanced provider unit, therapeutic transport van. Additional training, I think, for our police officers is key. The criminal prosecution legislative analyst, or not legislative analyst, the 911 lead dispatcher. And I will say that I do think the drone program is a real force multiplier, because it does allow our police officers to evaluate what an appropriate response would be, because that is the other thing I think some of us have, if the drone can identify, oh, this is a relatively low-level situation. Yes, we need to dispatch, but only one car. Or this is a very serious situation, as Councilmember Parr was talking about, this needs 4 cars. We can start to allocate our resources more efficiently. So unless and until summer of next year, when we get up to our full allocation of officers, I think being able to allocate the officers that we have now in the most efficient way possible, we can do that through technology, such as the drone program, but also from reducing the load on our police department by using other services like the advanced provider unit, therapeutic transport van to reduce. So those are the things that, out of the wonderful number of options we've been given, I think would be the most productive for expenditures of our resources.
Talking about 2, basically, option 2.
Actually, I think it's closer to option 3. I think it's actually closer to option 3,
Councilmember Terosas.
but it's not all of option 3.
Yeah, so I might suggest, first of all, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the work you put into this. Thanks for all the machinations and going back and forth and coming up with a lean request. And I think, we're putting the cart before the horse because we're trying to spend money we don't yet have. I think we're excited. Hopefully we get this passed and we're able to do this and bring more resources. But I think this is a study session. We're not obligated to make any sort of direction tonight, and I think we're just giving feedback. Really appreciate the robust conversation. I think the drone program and its expansion is important. I remember in speaking with several of the folks in the police department, and Chief Batista, correct me if this is incorrect, but folks said that when we had the Special Investigations Unit and then it was collapsed, I think that's correct. It was really attractive to officers from other jurisdictions to come and to be able to work on specialized cases. And so I get that. I don't know if that's a recruitment tool as well. But of course, anything that we can do to enhance our ability to recruit people, especially if there's specialized work that they can work on, I think is interesting. I would say, as someone who's actually done the ride along with the therapeutic transport team, life-saving, critical work is happening. I hope that we're able to use them even more. I know that there are some questions. Apparently, they're being called out really actively with fire, but a little bit less so with police. That's wrong. Opposite, sorry, my apologies, you're correct, it's late. I think it was because fire has to go through multiple different steps, and sometimes it makes more sense for them to just do the evaluation rather than calling it. Again, I'm not the expert and it's late and I don't have my notes in front of me. But I think just it's great to hear that we're using them more as the months go by, because that means that they're getting integrated into our systems and with our staff. And I just will do everything in my power to make sure we get more funding and we get the county to buy in and give us more resources. I know that in the city of LA, the therapeutic transport teams were not as successful as they have been here in Santa Monica. I think that's a testament to just the great partnership and will that we have to make this work and really serve those who are experiencing mental health issues better. I also think the criminal prosecution unit and getting more resources to our city attorney's office is really important. The 911 dispatcher important. And I'm prepared to discuss these further after election day and as we're coming into our council workshop and making budgetary priorities. So the hour is late. And I think, thank you for this update.
Vice Mayor Negrete.
So I think we brought this back because we wanted to, before we go to voters, this has gone out to voters at home. This is a mailer, right?
Oh, okay.
And so we're talking about what Measure K is going to do, and then at the bottom here, Measure PSK. And there's lots of talk about, it says help reduce and address homelessness and crime, lower the risk of fatal pedestrian. I don't want to go through the whole thing, but it does talk about enhancing public safety, firefighters ensuring fast emergency response, 911. And so if we're telling people to vote for something, we're desperately in need of funds to address these issues, then I think we should be really clear and transparent as to how that money's going to be spent. Otherwise, people won't vote for it. So I don't know why we wouldn't solidify. We discussed that. Plus, I think the people that are here on this dais now are the ones that are bringing this forward, and that's important to have that discussion. The whole point was that the initial measure was brought forward that didn't focus really on like the public safety aspect, and we were really wanting to respond to the community's outcry. So for me, although everything looks great, and we all say that, we know that, we have limited funds, we're only taking half of it to really address these issues outside of lowering the risk of fatal pedestrian accidents and creating safe routes to school. This section is really about these other issues we're talking about, where public safety for lots of community members and some of us up here really are tied more to the stuff that we're hearing out in terms of crime and homelessness. So the summary that has the visibility scenario, meaning the most visible impact is the most attractive, but what I would say is the advanced provider unit, I think it's great. I'm really excited. I would love, because I think in the 23 report, it literally quoted that ideally the CRU program would consist of EMS, battalion chief, homeless liaison, a 40-hour civilian case manager, and a 24-hour staffed CRU, which would enable the department to provide a higher level of service to the community with 24-hour response capabilities and effective follow-through dedicated case management. So I'm not sure why the 24/7 response capabilities are no longer ideal, and we're back to a 40-hour, and that is a concern. So I would love to see this APU happen, but I'd like to immediately make sure that we're making an impact like at the same time with increasing our police department staffing, between this special investigations unit, the drone program, the security monitoring that are used at the parks, I think has been really effective. And I think at the same time, if we can have the CRU rolled out until we can move up to this APU unit, that is also important. But I will say that at the downtown outreach team, the 2 FTEs, and I don't know how this breaks out financially out of this $670,000, because I know that also includes that multidisciplinary team, which I think is impactful. And to Mayor Brock's point, that maybe it's most impactful in the evening time, because we do have other teams that are doing that sort of work in the morning and the daytime in that specific area. But I would rather see the funding from those 2 code enforcement FTEs go either to additional help team officers in the police department, because as I understand, it was only Monday through Friday. The police department made some adjustments, understanding the community's need for it to be on the weekends, and so now it's only every other weekend. So I would rather see either that funding going towards the help team, so it could be every weekend, and or something towards, even if it went towards processing on the criminal aspect from the city attorney's office.
Well, the good news is council's actually already allocated resources to expand to 7 days a week for the help team permanently. The challenge has been the department's hasn't been able to fill the 7 positions you allocated in 2023. So you've got that resource there, you've got the request there, and that there. So I think you can look to other things, because the resources are allocated for them to get there.
Or I don't know if, to the chief's point, loading that number so that we can have that funnel so we can get those people in makes sense, or in fact going to, putting it towards the efforts of the city attorney's office or a 911 dispatcher, if those things sort of work cohesively. But it just seems to me that the 2 full-time employees as the code enforcement, unfortunately, because we don't have all of this money to spend, is not best utilized there, and I would rather see it go, those additional funds go either to the police department or something that is related to supporting the police department and their first responders responding to the calls that are coming in. And maybe that's something between both chiefs. I'm not really sure if that additional 911 dispatcher makes a difference to you guys. I don't mean to put it like that, but if it does, then I guess that additional person would be supporting both organizations and sort of keeping all of this work happening the most effectively. But I don't know how to break that out financially here. But I do want to say, I think this direction is important tonight, because we are going to ask voters to vote for it, and if they're paying attention, that this is sort of vague, and if and maybe shall be, and I think a lot of people don't feel like I think there's a lot of loss of trust in terms of how money is spent from city government in terms of addressing these issues to begin with, from a national level to a local level. And so if we want people to be certain that we're going to address these issues, we should be pretty clear on what they are. And to be honest, as an elected official, I feel that way too. If I'm going to be going around asking for the Police Officers Association and 1109 to sign off to say that this is what's going to happen, I need to be sure that we're relaying that that's what's going to happen, or we're not going to get their support and this measure won't pass and none of these things will happen.
And absolutely, council, there's wide discretion. Council can choose to create a plan before the tax. I don't have the perfect analogy. I mean, I will say in 2022, when we did Measure CS, council did not adopt a plan prior to that tax, and we came to you with a plan in a priority setting workshop. It passed very strongly with 70% of the vote, but it's a different time. 2 years later, it's not the same time period. So again, council can give direction to lock in on a plan for this one.
It is a different time, and I think politically, we all have different definitions of what the urgent public safety needs are of the community. So this council may decide that the majority of us feel like the urgent needs are first responders, fire, police, but a different council may decide that it's all that money should be spent more on what was discussed earlier in terms of safer routes to school and traffic, which is not to say that it's not important. I'm just saying we have this unique opportunity to come together and kind of split the difference and really say, okay, how are we going to do it, which is why we did this. And so to do this whole theatrical display and have everybody sit here till 2 in the morning and then to walk away and go, yeah, okay, hopefully we'll do that, and then it passes and that doesn't happen, I would be pissed off if I was here. And if furthermore, if I was part of the 2 departments that signed on to get people to get excited about it, I'd be really pissed off if that didn't end up happening that way, because we've put their picture, I see firefighters on here, and this is what went home to people. And we mentioned public safety in here, and we have police officers down here. And I think it's false advertisement if we don't actually do what we say we're going to do.
Which option do you like?
I like
So
option
can
one that I
we,
just
can we
mentioned.
can you give a more definitive?
Yeah, my definitive, we all have something
Talk to
different
me.
here. I'm saying option one, where we've got the visibility scenario of enhancements, the special investigations unit, the drone program, all of that stuff. My only adjustment here is I'm asking that the APU, because I know it'll take time to staff up to this nurse practitioner, if it's possible to roll out, as was mentioned in the 23 report, the CRU, because we have now this battalion chief EMS, we should be able to hopefully put something out until we get to that ideal staffing level of these nurse practitioners. And then I'm asking, and I don't know what the dollar amount is because it's not broken out, that we have this multidisciplinary team. I think that's great, but that the 2 FTEs for code enforcement, that funding be put into either the police department so that they can further staff another disciplinary team that deals with this population, which the first thing that comes to mind is the help team. I know.
So I'm going to guess, and I'll defer to, I don't know that we can give you the numbers, but my guess is 2 code enforcement officers will buy you a police officer.
We'll buy you a police officer, 2 for 1.
Guessing roughly, that's
yeah.
about what it'll.
I don't know if the chief wants to opine on whether that suggestion makes sense in terms of, I don't know where you put that person or if it's necessary to do that. And so if it's 1 police officer, that's one option. The other
Let's
one
ask
is
Chief,
911.
thumbs up, thumbs down.
The 7 officers that were authorized under Measure CS, it was always an understood, and a manager had given me the latitude to make sure that we could expand the current coverage of the help team to go 7 days. The remainder of those officers, my plan was to bolster the downtown services unit, and we have been, over the course of time, bolstering the downtown services unit.
So yes.
So an additional officer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is that your proposal?
But then you
Okay,
still
I'll
want
second the
You
proposal.
still want the outreach teams that are part of the
Well,
downtown
as I
team?
understand this, .67, 670,000 includes a multidisciplinary team.
Correct.
And that team is comprised of people who connect people to services.
Correct.
Correct. So since we know that the CRU, APU, PPU, whatever, I'm just kidding, whatever acronym we're using to staff, the CRU or the APU is not going to be 24/7, it doesn't sound like. So that multidisciplinary team would hopefully work at a time when
But
that
you're
other,
agreeing that we're going to add one policeman to that.
right, because
Yeah.
two code enforcement FTs.
Instead of the
currently.
two code, we'll do with one uniformed officer. So I'll second your motion.
Okay.
If that's a motion. Is it a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Okay, it's seconded. And we have Councilmember Parra and Councilmember Davis in the queue right now. And then let's see if we can take a vote.
What I was going to do before you offered that, I had broken down some numbers for you if you were going to pull out the downtown outreach team, but I'm good going with your motion.
Okay, so you're good. Okay, Councilmember Davis, then Councilmember Delatorre, then Councilmember Zwick.
So I'm a little confused, and then I guess I'll make a comment, which is, so we're talking about essentially the scenario one, using the money from the downtown outreach team to instead add an additional officer, which means we'll just have an allocation of 233 officers instead of 232. Is that correct?
No, you would have, because there's 2 officers for the
you're adding
SIU
more.
program,
Oh.
2 officers for the drone programs, you'd have 5 officers added.
Oh, okay, well, but, all right, I was just talking about the downtown outreach team, though, one.
Yeah, but I just want to be careful on the downtown outreach team. We really have to validate numbers. I mean, we're
Right.
operating on words, and so I need the finance team to come back and just actually look at what the 2 code enforcement officers would be.
Well, what I'm getting at is something a little different, which is I mean, unless I missed something that happened earlier, we're at 214 officers now. We have 232 allocated.
Right.
This would add, so this would make the 232, 237?
Correct.
Adding a bunch of, we're not adding officers. This is not adding officers then, is it? It's just adding positions to be filled. And what we heard from the chief is that 232, we're not going to get to 232 till next summer. I don't know how long it'll take us to get to 237. So I don't see how this puts, I mean, if the issue is with what the police department currently has, they can divert people to be visible, assuming the tax passes, whenever the tax revenues start to run in, that's one thing, but that can be done then presumably without adding, if you can divert officers, you can divert officers without adding 5 positions. Adding 5 positions that you can't fill until fall of next year, I don't understand how that helps anything, but maybe that's just a rhetorical question. I mean, I think just advocating for more positions that aren't going to be filled doesn't make anybody safer. It just puts more money in a budget sitting somewhere waiting for more officers to be hired. And I'm not against hiring more officers, but if we're not going to hire our current allocation of 232 until next summer, why not wait till we get to 232? And then if we need to allocate more, we can. Allocating more tonight, I just don't even understand the point of that unless we think somehow this is magically going to make more officers appear. My other problem with the motion, so I'll be voting no, is that it doesn't help us with the therapeutic transport team, which is an incredibly, to my mind, important resource that the city has just stood up with the help of the county, and that we know is actually having an impact on not just the people who they're serving, but on our police force ability to deal with people who are having mental health issues. And I think that's really key. The other thing it doesn't do is add the criminal prosecution unit analyst, which, given that we have the $8 million coming in, it seems to me that's a force multiplier there. That's exactly the kind of diversion program, the bridge program, that again, will keep people from being recidivists on our street and will divert people from having to be constantly interacting with our police force. And then finally, the dispatcher. I think, the example that the mayor gave about the dispatcher maybe not knowing something, that's exactly the kind of thing that having a supervisorial person in the dispatch unit would be able to address. We would have better supervision of the people who are doing dispatch, and we would have higher quality dispatch. So I think if we really want to make a difference on our streets, I think devoting resources to things that are going to help the people who are experiencing homelessness and mental health issues on our street will be more effective and will ultimately lead to, as I said earlier, more capacity with our police department with the officers that we currently have, rather than just adding a bunch of positions, going from 232 to 237 with no hope that we're going to get to, just by adding those positions, we don't get there any faster, and it doesn't put more officers on the street. So I'm not going to be voting for that.
Councilmember Delatorre.
In the motion, are we also funding the dispatch? Is that in there?
Not in this particular motion. You can make an amendment if
I
you
was
want.
wondering if we could add that.
I think, sorry, the question is, we don't have numbers on this MDT team. We don't have exact numbers, because if we could extrapolate, like, we don't know exactly what that's going to
Well,
cost.
I
and how
was
many-
texted that each code enforcement officer is about $148,000, $150,000. So the two of them will get you one officer. And then you can subtract out that amount from the 670, 690,000. That would be the remaining amount for the outreach teams.
And that leaves how much then for the MDT team, and does it have to be that size? Is it possible to fund a dispatcher and that? I mean, I don't know.
I'll defer. We can come back and
Yeah,
get,
yes,
I
we
think, I don't want to get into, I want to be
weeds.
careful about not giving us some space to actually like talk some of this stuff through. So give us the feedback and then we can come back with you after we just had a chance to digest it.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
see.
so I'd like to make a
That's
friendly amendment to add the dispatch, and then have staff come back and
So
see.
from this .67
Yes.
dispatch, one police officer to the help team specifically to,
Are you fine with that?
yeah.
Okay, I'm fine too, as a seconder.
I wanted to address the concern, because what I heard from the police chief saying is that by adding, we're never going to get to this position, but you've got this load up, so in terms of that concern, I think
Okay,
we've heard that
Councilmember
response.
Zwick. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to a vote.
I think that these are all important things, but if it comes to, say, the issue of visibility, I do agree with Councilmember Davis that if we're trying to get people on the street at this moment, option two, which actually involves hiring more people, I just think leverages the resources we have for a more immediate impact. By spending a nominal amount in our city attorney's office, we're able to then free up a lawyer with a higher salary to actually do the job that they were hired to do. By generally, and then when it comes to the downtown outreach team, I mean, I guess the question is, if we're looking to, if there's not support for that particular motion, I mean, I would very much support providing ongoing funding for the therapeutic transport team, because we're seeing that work in our community right now.
Where is it?
It's already funded.
And we're
Sorry,
talking
sorry,
about
we're not
APU.
supposed to interrupt. I apologize.
It's one-time funding right now.
But
The
it's
question-
funded,
Are you
and
talking
the
about
county
the
has
APU?
the money to continue to fund it.
That's not what was said to us tonight.
We
have
can
one- We have
ask,
one-time money for it. We can ask the county
Yeah.
to fund it, but there's no guarantee that.
right,
they
but
will.
we don't need to provide funding for it right now. It's funded.
That's one of the options in the report, is to provide ongoing funding for the therapeutic
Yeah, that-
transport team.
In scenario 3, our recommendation is to allocate resources so it can be permanently funded. Right now, it's just relying on one-time money.
So to me, that's a program that is stood up, it is working, and I would say that we should not only be continuing it, but expanding it. And to me, that's something that I would prioritize, putting in any ongoing batch, because that's a program that we have going, it's working, and if anything, it needs more resources, not less.
Okay, thank you. Let's call a vote.
Councilmember Zwick?
I I'd like all of these things, but I have a different set of priorities than what was proposed, so no.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
I wish we could have them all, but no.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Mayor Brock?
Yes. Motion passes.
And Mayor, I'd like the record to
You'd like
reflect
to
that I voted no because I think that the current motion simply adds to this group of unfillable, at least at this point in time, police officer positions. I think increasing police officer positions when we're not even at our full allocation yet is not the most efficient way, and I think we could actually really make a difference on our streets if we knew that the therapeutic transport team was going to be expanded, and on top of that, as the city manager pointed out, we would be able to expand the hours, days and hours that it works, and people would really see a difference on our streets.
Okay, we are past 11 p.m. We need a motion to continue or to go home.
Move to continue past 11. We have to do the EAH one.
We don't have to.
Mr. City Manager, I thought the EAH issue was time sensitive.
Thank you, guys.
So it is, so the trouble is, and I'm trying to figure out schedules. So EAH can't be available at a later meeting, and they have to get the funding locked in, so it's important to move this forward if you want, to address this issue of affordable housing. So it is time sensitive, unfortunately, and so is the TEFRA hearing.
You have to listen to the staff.
All right, let's take a vote.
To be here?
Yeah.
Just all in favor? Is that what you're doing?
However you want to do it. Voice vote?
Okay, all in
Roll
favor?
call?
Pretty straightforward.
I
just had a question about.
I'll vote no. So you could just record me as voting against it.
We'll do a roll call.
I think it's time. I don't think we're going to make good decisions any longer tonight. I think a couple of our members have to be at work early in the morning.
But there is a 16 item that has also financial, I don't know if it's timely, about the car show.
It already happened, and we haven't sent invoices, so we can do that the next meeting, too. We won't send anything out to jeopardize the billing. We're not going to charge them yet until we get action on the 16 item.
It's up to all of you. Anyway, I vote no. I vote it's time to close the meeting.
All right, I'll do a roll call. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember De La Torre.
No.
Councilmember Terosis.
I want to continue.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Councilmember Brock.
No. Okay, the meeting continues.
All right, let's do this. Item 11A, approve deal terms and authorize development and disposition agreement and ground lease for 1318 4th Street.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Agustin Aleman, and I'm a Senior Development Analyst for the Housing and Human Services Department. I'll be presenting on the Disposition and Development Agreement and Ground Lease Deal Terms for 1318 4th Street. Here's a brief background for the project. The site is located at 1318 4th Street in downtown. It is slated to become 122 apartments of affordable and permanent supportive housing. The developer will pursue a LEED Gold, fully electric building. The design concept will include 70 affordable housing units and 50 fully furnished permanent supportive housing apartments. There will be on-site wraparound services provided for the PSH residents by the people concerned. An important element of the design is the ground floor commercial space, which may one day house a grocery store of approximately 19,000 square feet. There will be on-site parking with 60 spaces for residents and 58 for commercial users. The development will have tenants with incomes ranging from 30 to 60% of the area median income. 50% of the units will be 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. Moving on to key deal terms, specifically the negotiated revenue on the residential portion. 50% of the net cash flow from the residential portion of the development will go to the city's housing trust fund. In affordable housing developments, residual receipts are the annual payments on the city loan after all debt service and operational expenses are paid. The industry standard is to split the residual receipts 50-50 between the public lenders and the development partnership. The city has also negotiated a separate annual ground rent for the commercial space. The annual payment for this ground rent will be calculated as 6% of the commercial gross building area's appraised value. The city's housing trust fund will receive 100% of the commercial residual receipts until the annual payment amount is met. Afterwards, the city will receive a 50% share of the commercial residual receipts. There are 2 separate ground leases, one for the residential portion and one for the commercial. Both leases will have a term of 99 years. For the residential lease, there is an annual payment of $1 per year plus residual rent and the amount of the city's percentage of the residual receipts. For the commercial ground lease, the city's housing trust fund will receive 100% of the commercial residual receipts until the annual payment equates to the annual commercial ground rent previously described. The city will have the right to approve the security plan. Similar to the other city-funded deals, the development must utilize the city-administered wait list to find tenants. For the development financing, these funding sources are separated between construction and permanent sources. Highlighting the permanent sources, the developer will secure a permanent loan and commercial loan from a private bank. They will also apply to the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, as well as the Infill Infrastructure Grant Program. In 2022, the city was appropriated $2 million in a congressional allocation from Congressman Ted Lieu, specifically for this development. The $2 million federal allocation is separate from the Housing Trust Fund and will go towards reimbursing pre-development expenses spent before construction has started. There is also a potential Housing Trust Fund loan request that will help cover any funding gaps that may arise. From here, you can see the developer will be applying for various funding sources through 2026. The development will go before the ARB in early 2025. Once funding has been secured, construction will begin in 2027 and will be completed in 2029. Here are the staff recommendations, and thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Terosas.
Great, thanks so much. I know that we've been talking about this project for quite a bit. Can you just talk a little bit how the supportive services that are being provided by the people concerned are going to be tailored to meet the specific needs of the residents?
It will be directed for permanent supportive housing tenants. And I'll go ahead and defer to Heather.
So the people concerned is well-versed in providing on-site wraparound services to individuals living in supportive housing. So that would include not only case management, intensive case management, helping individuals work on plans and goals and how to achieve those plans and goals, but also they usually tailor their supportive services based on the residential needs. So that could look like, for example, budgeting, financing, employment support. Again, it's tailored to each, unique resident. Sometimes that includes things like food insecurity and support with that. If there are a high number of seniors, they would support them with bringing services on site to support that community specifically. So it really is a robust, comprehensive look at like the whole person and the whole resident to support them. And They generally tend to meet with their case managers at least once a week, if not more. The case managers are located on site so that residents can easily go to their offices and access them.
Great. And I know that we've all committed on this dais that we want to solve homelessness. Correct me if I'm wrong, Santa Monica operates its own coordinated entry system, and we could potentially take folks that are in Pathway Home and move them into permanent supportive housing here once it's constructed.
That is correct, and we would use our SMPP as well.
Great. And then I know that there's a potential funding gap of a little bit over $4 million. How are we going to make sure that the project remains financially viable and does not continue to increase that funding gap? Like, are we putting safeguards in place?
I think a lot of that is just unpredictable given, rising costs, but we'll be working closely with the developer.
Oh, okay, great. And then can you just tell us about how all of your community feedback went for this project? Oh, I just said, can you just encapsulate, like, how are we feeling now? I know there was a lot of community engagement that went on with respect to this project. Do we feel like the project that's coming forward reflects the community engagement that happened?
Yeah, EH had a number of community outreach. They also reached out to, tenants in affordable units throughout the city. So there's been a lot of design and other avenues that have addressed that, as well as also the community. There was a strong desire for grocery space also within that as well, which that may become.
And I understand that we're designing the project with 2 levels of underground parking to make sure that we're meeting both the needs of the residents and the surrounding, like, downtown business area.
Yeah, so one level would be for residential and one level would be for the commercial tenants.
Great. I'm excited about this. I don't have any concerns. I'm ready to move forward.
Councilmember Parra.
So I think in the staff report, it indicates that the developer will provide night and weekend security for the first year of operations. And so who's going to provide security thereafter? Or is there going to be security?
At that point, there will be a meet and confer between the city and the developer to assess the security needs of the development, and it'll be hashed out at that time.
So then there's a potential that there may not be any security, basically.
I believe if everything's operating nicely.
I'll also add to, the city is requiring, as part of the DDA, approved security plan, so that would also have to be something that would have to be approved by the city, the security plan, which would entail that right there.
Okay, because this just says 1 year at this point in time. I mean, I know you're saying, but that's what's being presented to us.
No, I hear you, and it's at a minimum. At a minimum that's what's being required is 1 year. But, again, through the meet and confer process, it can be increased. It could also, be adjusted based off of that, but we are requiring a security plan to address ongoing needs.
Thank you. And then, I had more questions, but they're gone now, so if I remember, I'll ask them. Thank you.
Councilman Delatorre. Councilmember.
Yes, quick question. Is testing clean for illegal drugs, is it part of the condition to qualify for housing? Is that a requirement?
Believe housing first.
Yeah, I can. That is not a requirement to move into, just like you or I were to go to rent a place, it's not a requirement for us either. It's the exact same.
Yeah, the only difference is we're taking a lot of individuals that are coming off of the streets, right? Like, what is it, like 50% of the units will be permanent supportive housing, or is it 100% permanent supportive housing?
50 units.
50 units.
Of the 120.
Of the 122 units. So that it's a little different, because if people are trying to, live sober, stay clean, you don't want to be around people that are doing drugs, and that I guess the question I have here is, if we wanted to impose that as a requirement, that you have to test clean, or if you're suspected of using drugs, that we can require you to do a test, would that be legal for us to implement that type of policy?
So, for those 50, if I'm hearing your question correctly, it would be specifically for those 50 apartments, not for the entire development, but for those 50 apartments, we would have to follow the Housing Authority Administrative Plan, and that is not a requirement that we're allowed to put on.
Do you want to comment on, though, there are something called house rules and how, how a building would operate. So I think there are rules that will govern if someone's misbehaving or not appropriate for the place. You may want to talk about how that would work.
Thanks. Yes, I can speak to that. So all 122 units, both the permanent supportive housing and the general affordable, have to be held to the general house rules, and one of them is maintaining general living conditions and other things, where just like any other development within the city, where if they break the rules, they are given a lease violation, and it's something that they do have to stick with. Additionally, the individuals and households that move into the property do have to show that they are able to live independently on their own, and that's something that the city, our partners, work very closely to make sure that individuals who move into these apartments are able to be self-sufficient.
If individuals who are receiving, this great benefit, right, of being provided this housing, if they break the rules outside of the facility, so there's rules inside of the facility, I get it, but let's say somebody is arrested outside of the facility for illegal drug use in the park, for example, would that be a cause for someone to be held accountable, given a warning, you do this again, you might lose your housing? Is that a possible repercussion?
So again, similar to every other renter, individuals that are living in this community, whether it's the affordable housing units or the permanent supportive housing units, they have the same rights as every other renter. So a situation where maybe someone's external activities impacted their housing would, let's say, be that they were arrested and then they weren't released, and so then they're not paying their rent. And so then what that leads to is termination of their residency because they weren't paying their rent. There are also some types of crimes, like if it was a verified conviction for something that was reported back to the property manager, there are some types of crimes where then that individual would no longer be eligible. And so that could be a violation of the lease. But generally speaking, just like anyone else that was living in a rental apartment, if they committed a crime outside, depending on what it was, it may or may not impact their ability to move back into their apartment.
Mm-hmm. And so there are rules, though, for example, in terms of the vetting process, what I understand, so if you have been, you can't have any type of negative sort of interaction with law enforcement for 3 years. Like, for example, someone who was selling drugs, 2 years ago has an arrest for that, they would still be eligible to attain this housing, correct? Or like what kind of crimes can you not commit, for example, like a child molestation, for example?
A lifetime registered sex offender would not be eligible. So the Santa Monica Housing Authority, which falls in my department, right? We run the background check. So a registered lifetime sex offender would not be eligible. We have a look back period of 3 years for things that are like violent crimes that could cause interference with the quiet use and enjoyment of someone's other residents' use of their space, drug crimes, and there's one other, and production of methamphetamine on a housing authority property. All of those things would make someone ineligible to move in.
What about fentanyl? Is that rise to the same level of high scrutiny, I guess?
Apologies, I can't speak to how that would be, like what that would look like in terms of a conviction and how that would show up on a background check. So I can't speak to fentanyl specifically.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about how how that would work. If in that environment, in terms of drug use, someone's using some. I guess I would just say this: people that are trying to, get off the streets. A lot of it had to do with drug use. People are trying to stay sober. And they have a neighbor that we are allowing that person to continue to do drugs because it's not really, a cause for us to kick them out. Don't you think that might disturb the environment, might make it hard for someone to stay sober? Maybe we would consider, having a strict policy on that, like no drug use. You have to stay clean.
So house rules tend to include language such as no drug use in the common areas. So that would include the front of the doorway or, the courtyard. And that's why there are case managers to support individuals with whether they have a substance use disorder or not, to support them in co-living and living in an apartment space, because that can just be a challenge for anyone. You hear your neighbors walking on the floor above you, and that can be disturbing, especially if you're used to, sleeping under an overpass and maybe it seems more quiet to you. So that's why those supportive services and that team is there, is to support every single resident to ensure that they are abiding by the rules, to support with behavioral changes, and to get it so that the community overall operates and is stabilized.
Let me ask you this one more time, just so I understand this. We can't require a drug test for someone that we feel is suspected, suspected of using illegal substances on the premises. For example, let's say a neighbor says, "Hey, you know what? My neighbor is up till 5 a.m. with a group of friends. I know what meth smells like. I used to, smoke meth. It's methamphetamine that's coming out of the room." We can't require a drug test on that tenant.
I'll let city attorney's office speak to the legality.
So I think it's somewhat complicated in that it could implicate fair housing, and we don't have our fair housing folks here who could probably weigh in a lot more than I can. But I think one of the concerns is that there could be mental, it could be wrapped in with mental illness. And screening people based upon their status as a drug user, for example, versus an illegal behavior like violating of the house rules, which I think is different, could have fair housing implications. So and not to mention there's other funding like tax credit funding that we'd be relying upon, which does, to my knowledge, and maybe the developer can weigh in, doesn't have that kind of screening criteria. It's like strictly income-related criteria, and
I actually don't think you can get tax credits if you implement drug-free housing. I just want to clarify that. So they would be precluded from getting their financing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'd like to add also that, if somebody is committing crimes on site, that may be grounds for removing them from the site. But doing something like a drug test, which is invasive, that normally might require a warrant to get something like that, or evidence of committing a crime first, I think we'd have civil rights issues if we went there. In other words, it has to be case by case. Are they suspected? Is there a reasonable belief or probable cause that they've committed a crime? I think you would have to get there before you could get to a drug test.
Yeah. So I'm trying to understand. I mean, we have families living in these units, correct? Like there'll be children in this housing as well?
So there's 2 and 3 bedrooms, so that could include families. And this is not an uncommon model to have permanent supportive housing within a broader affordable housing community with families. It's very common and it's across the state.
Yeah, yeah, sometimes it's mind-boggling to me to hear sort of like poor people have to deal with some of these things, and it's a struggle, for me to sort of wrap my head around sort of the possibility that someone is doing something that's illegal. There's evidence that it's happening, but yet we're providing housing. I mean, it's a great benefit to be in the city of Santa Monica. I would think that if I was on the streets and you're providing me housing in Santa Monica, that I would abide by the rule of like staying sober because I want to protect, the space. So like there isn't. I don't think the drug rehabs, for example, that we have here, where people stay room and board. Like let's say Claire, for example. I think that's a condition. I mean, that you have to stay sober. You can't be doing drugs, while everybody's trying to be in a facility where everyone's trying to stay sober, right? Is that something that happens?
Well, so I think you just hit the nail on the head when you use the word facility. This is not a facility. This is an apartment.
It's an apartment, but we are with different target populations.
But this is affordable housing, so this is just apartment living. And so just as any other individual that lives in an apartment who might have someone that has a mental health issue, which is not uncommon because like 1 in 4 individuals have a mental health issue, or let's say you live next door to an alcoholic and they keep different hours than you. It's similar situations that people encounter in apartment living. The difference is that there is on-site supportive services to support those residents, which we don't have in just general apartment buildings. And so those residents are left to fend for themselves and hope that someone gets evicted, whereas in permanent supportive housing, we have case managers devoted to supporting those individuals with behavioral changes.
Well, anyway, I'd like to get clarification because I've heard, well, maybe this can happen, maybe that can happen. I'd like to know exactly what are the rules that govern us from imposing, from imposing those types of requirements, like testing clean, for example. If there's suspected drug use, like if one tenant, let's say, complains about another tenant of suspected drug use, let's say of methamphetamine or fentanyl, for example, very dangerous substances. There's families, there's children living in those environments. I would like to know sort of how we hold those individuals accountable so that, we don't have an accidental, overdose, someone leaves something in the laundry room, a child goes in there, touches it. I mean, those are the things that I'm concerned about. And in my mind, I'm thinking you're mixing populations, there's, a 5-year-old doesn't know the difference, and can walk into that type of situation if someone is making those types of decisions, right? So how do we protect those children from that type of scenario?
So I think,
Council member, if somebody believes a crime is being committed, they can call the police. The police can get a search warrant and go in and look for the drugs or the criminal activity. That's always an option.
Okay, that's another option. They can do that, but I'm just thinking, what's our responsibility? We have case managers, we have probably a live-in manager as well. There's, I'm just trying to think, what are the rules, instead of going to the police, they can't just walk in, I heard this person, but what are the rules that we can have to prevent those types of things from happening? How do we manage the facility in a way where we're protecting, families with children, and also everybody else, to protect the living environment. I just wanted to know on the issue of hard drug use, that to me specifically, the mental health issues and all that I understand, this is the type of environment that provides, for support for people. But I'm trying to understand sort of the drug use, the hard drug use, and how we manage the facility and so forth. But
so the housing, how we manage the housing. So what I hear, so outside of what the city attorney said about if there is an actual crime, well, PT can come and enforce the crime. But what you're speaking to, let's say there's someone who, just to use what you said, is doing hard drug use in their apartment, never makes a noise, never does anything outside of their apartment, never causes one issue, the only person that's going to know and be supporting them is their case manager. But let's say we have that scenario going on, but someone's being loud at various hours of the night. Property manager is going to hear about that. Case managers are going to hear about that. They're going to be working with them. They're going to be addressing that through lease violations. And so if someone is devolving so quickly that they're impacting other residents' quiet use and enjoyment of their apartment, it's going to come to light very quickly. They're going to be getting multiple lease violations, and then property management is going to handle that, whether that's starting the eviction process or case managers working with them to find a different housing option. So the issue would be addressed based on their behaviors that do violate the house rules.
Okay. The proposal here is to authorize a award, a grant in amount of not to exceed $2 million. Like, I don't recall that being, is that the $2 million that was given by Congressman Ted Lieu?
That's correct.
Oh, that's the 2 million. Okay, so that makes sense. And that's why we have it in an account, and so we're now releasing the money. Is that why it's
It's in process now, yes.
in the agenda listed that way? Okay. No, those are the only questions I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
So just for reference, we just opened the Laurel, which is operating under the same rules that this permanent supportive housing was, correct? And we all went there and celebrated and said how wonderful it is. And hopefully when this opens, we will do exactly the same thing. Is that correct? Same level of services, same clientele of people who will be moving into these homes. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And with regard to the fact that there may be people who are drinking or have other substance abuse issues, using drugs, isn't the empirical data shows that people who do have addiction issues who are then moved into housing have a higher rate of success of addressing those addiction issues? Isn't that the whole point? That once we move them into housing and get them supportive services, they're actually much better able to deal with those issues rather than leaving them on the street and requiring them to somehow get clean, which very rarely happens before they get housing. Is that correct?
Assume yes.
Everyone's kind of nodding. Can someone just say yes into the mic?
So that's the housing first model you just described.
Exactly.
And it's a best practice, and that is why permanent supportive housing exists today, because it has been proven to be a best practice.
So if in fact there is someone who has an addiction issue, they're causing problems, we've discussed other things that can happen. If they're violating the law, the police can come. If they violate the house rules, they can lose their housing. But they are also getting services while they're there, and if we really are serious about solving homelessness and solving people's addiction issues rather than leaving them on the street, this is the way we're going to do it. This is in fact the only method that has ever been shown to effectively treat people is by getting them into housing and getting them supportive services, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're good. Councilmember Zwick.
I just move that we move the item.
I have some questions Huh? Okay. All right, I'm still going to ask my questions then. Huh? Oh. Councilmember Delatorre.
No, I'm just playing.
Councilmember
It's a joke. It's a
Duarte.
joke. But, okay, so actually, I'm glad that Councilwoman Davis brought up the Laurel. We went, and I was very happy to be there. I celebrated the opening of the Laurel. But something caught my attention in the elevator that said, downstairs, we'll be providing harm reduction kits. And, I don't know what's all in those kits, but in terms of the county's harm reduction program, they talk about syringes, they talk about meth pipes. I don't know if that was included in those kits. Do we know if the kits that are being provided at the Laurel include syringes and meth pipes?
So harm reduction is also a proven method and is usually used in tandem with the Housing First model. I can't speak to what's in those kits. I know, I don't know if EAH can. So, I think we would have to get more information about what's in them, but that's not uncommon to provide those because, again, as case managers are working with individuals on addressing their substance use disorders, if they happen to have them or not, it's a safeguard to ensure that people, that we don't have accidental overdose or death. But that isn't to say that everyone's using those either.
Yes, correct. I talked to one of the residents there that said those kits get taken up really quick, that if you don't get down there soon enough, those kits all get taken up. So either there's a lot of people that need it, right, because there's drug use, and I get it, or people are taking them to sell them or whatever else. So I don't know. I'm just saying it caught my attention, and I talked to a friend of mine who was unhoused in Arizona, and he told me that part of the process, to get housing is that everybody was a mandatory drug test. Like everybody had to go through it, so it wasn't discrimination. It was like everybody, this is just the policy. Everybody takes the test. And if you're not clean, they don't allow you to move in. You have to test clean. So, usually some substances are gonna last, 2 weeks in your system, maybe a month in your system. But that was a requirement, and what he told me is that it was effective because it forced people to get clean, and then everybody in that environment was trying to stay clean, right? And it was just sort of a culture of how they operated. So I know when people say, well, this is a best practice, but you're telling me that we can't do it. So we haven't really tested it out, for example, in recent history here, because it looks like it's all tied up to taxes. What was it? It was a tax credit or something? Yeah. So the question I have, in terms of like the empirical data, I'd like to know, like, for example, if we had a test clean sort of procedure, in terms of selecting tenants, and we're talking about a 2-week period, a month period, right? Like, that's what I'm assuming, like in terms of the substances, how long it would take to stay in your body where you can test clean. So would that model be more effective? And that's the question that is in my mind, like if we had that rule, even though what I'm hearing now is it's illegal, you can't impose that rule. Like you basically, you have to allow people that are admitted, someone says, hey, you know what, I'm addicted to fentanyl. Okay, fine, here's the keys to your apartment, we're not gonna discriminate against that. And then what I'm hearing is then the model is we'll get case managers, we're gonna try to get that person clean, I don't know how that process works yet, so I'm trying to inform myself more about that. Me personally, I feel that if we had a test clean, a condition, that you had to get sober, you had to test clean, my position is that it would probably be more effective, but, if you're telling me, well, no, it doesn't work that way, or it won't work that way, then okay, well, I'll take that. I'm hearing from people who say that it works. It works also. That it's effective. To have that type of procedure as well. But I'll leave it at that. I was concerned because at the Laurel they're having those kids. And I did hear from people that, I grew up in that neighborhood, and I know a lot of people in that neighborhood, and, there's people that are addicted to drugs and are supporting drug use, and there's drug dealers that are serving people in those units, and that's a problem, right? Because we have now, more people in the neighborhood that are using drugs and continuing sort of that problem. And so I'm trying to figure out how can we eliminate that problem. And that's I guess what you're telling me is trust in the process, we get them in there. I do agree that, being housed is one step, to that. But my position is if we looked into sort of, a testing clean, as a condition to be in the unit, I think it might be more effective. But if you're saying that we put the case managers, they're going to work with these people to get off of, whatever they're on, and there's a process for them to get sober, I guess that's the law though, right? I mean, we can't do anything about that. That's just the way it's going to work, correct?
So, yes, legally, as you've heard, that's not possible. I will also just let you know that back in the day, like, I don't know, 15 plus years ago, if not longer, the model was you had to be sober to go into like shelters, for example. I mean, housing was, permanent supportive housing wasn't even a thing. And often those sober living shelters did not have a great entry rate because people were not ready yet where they were at to enter the shelters. But that didn't mean they weren't ready for housing. And so I'm just highlighting, there are models that have been tried. This homelessness, unfortunately, is not new, right? And so there are many models that have been tried over the course of decades. And that model, there was a shift away from that model for a reason. And the Housing First model has been proven to impact lives and change behaviors.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing with it. I heard of another model in Phoenix, Arizona, and my friend was telling me that it's very effective because they have that requirement. And I just wanted to know why we're not doing it. And there's a lot of reasons on why we're not doing it, and it's good for us to have that discussion. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete, then Councilmember Zwick, then me.
I think this is a bigger conversation, and we can't, for this situation, unfortunately, we can't bring that into it, but I think it begs the question, because what I hear Councilmember De La Torre saying is that there's this idea, I think a lot of community members may feel, or people in general, that taxpayers ultimately are paying, right? At some degree, when you break it down, the working class feel like they're taxed a lot, and these developments that are produced, very much needed. There's this idea that, I hear that you're comparing, somebody in my neighbor could be doing drugs for all I know, and so what's the difference, right? Somebody might be doing that. Until they are causing a nuisance, there's an advantage that there's more people to respond to that nuisance. But I think the point is being drawn that the difference is the person that's maybe living in the other apartment is not getting given this apartment. You know what I mean? It's not gifted to them. They're going to work every day. Somehow they're making rent. I don't know how that's being done, but whatever drug use they're doing, they're able to still make their rent, whether they're getting it from someone else.
They can move.
No, I'm talking about a regular apartment. We were just drawing the comparison. I was just saying that I think the point that was being made is that you're getting this opportunity to have a roof over your head, and you would hope that what comes along with it is sobriety. However, I think the question is, in the future, is what type of housing we use, because I know I have a sibling who, Claire Matrix and that process is what saved his life. So I think in the future, the question is, there's different types of housing, and the type of housing that requires you to be sober doesn't seem to be under the permanent supportive housing model. This is more like a forever home, and those models tend to be 90-day, 120-day rotations, where it's like, this is where you go to get clean, and then you get sometimes 2 housing levels out before you get the permanent housing. That's from the experience that I have in my own family. It's like this place to get clean, and then it's the transformation housing with a group of people in a group home, and then maybe you're ready. So I think we're responding to the community's concerns of, also the fact that at the Laurel, we were told and then found out and confirmed by the staff of the people concerned as well, that yes, that when you bring people there, they're the unhoused people who are formerly unhoused, their friends are coming and yelling up for them because they're not, the gate might be locked, and there's a lot of activity and noise, and maybe that quells after a while. Maybe these managers get it under control. But the response to the Laurel specifically was somewhat negative in the community in terms of the activity that it was bringing. So I think that's where the questions are stemming from, and I think it's just getting people to understand the differences, and also where we don't have control. The biggest thing that was cleared up here today is people ask us who we're letting in as the city of Santa Monica, but it sounds like you have to adhere to certain state, federal laws. Really, none of this is local Santa Monica laws, and it doesn't sound like we have a lot of leeway to this list. Is that correct?
Overall, that's correct. The one thing, though, I, again, just would want to highlight is that we are utilizing, our live-work preference for the general affordable through the BMH or below-market housing waitlist.
Meaning they have to live and work in Santa Monica.
Yes, there's
I'm just
priority
saying
on
that.
that. Yes, thank you. And then for the PSH apartments, there is an SMPP priority for those, and that is coming off of the Santa Monica.
SMPP meaning Santa Monica.
Santa Monica priority population, which again, they have to have a tie to Santa Monica. And that is also coming off of those individuals are coming off of the Santa Monica Housing Authority waitlist, where that priority and preference
Do
is
we
being applied.
prioritize domestic violence victims? Because something that concerns me is oftentimes like a woman with 2 children will not be given a 1-bedroom.
So, yes, under federal law with the vouchers, there is top tier. Or
The DV
priority.
is top tier, even if there's not enough bedrooms. I was told that if it's a 1-bedroom and it's a woman with 2 kids, that they cannot do that if the.
Oh, like specifically for the unit, not for the voucher. Yes, so in developments, specifically affordable developments, there is, it depends on what
Restraints.
the apartment is. So for like a studio, the maximum amount of people that would be able to live there would be 2 people.
Is that a Santa Monica thing, or is that a?
That's a state
Right. So these are-
federal wide, yeah.
So where Santa Monica has leverage is what? Where can we have, I'm just forgetting words to use at 2:00 in the morning.
I
but you
understand.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I think, where we're able to have our Santa Monica, flavor, I guess you can call it.
Local preference.
Local preference,
No one
yes.
can think of it.
Is through, we're able to utilize our below-market housing wait lists, which are a city-administered wait list that is for across the city that we specifically say is for affordable developments. And then we're also, I think Councilmember Torosis mentioned this as well, is that for our vouchers for the PSH units, we have a coordinated entry system. And so we're able to have that local control on that coordinated entry into those PSH units rather than utilizing the larger coordinated.
And more specifically, that's the DV, well, not really, but that's the work and live in Santa Monica. I'm trying to
Yeah.
get more specific because residents have asked us about this list.
Yeah, so the below market housing wait list, anyone can apply to it, but those that live or work in Santa Monica have priority on that. Or those, and even above those are those individuals that have been displaced. And then for the Santa Monica Housing Authority wait list, again, live, work priority is applied to the wait list as well as what we're referring to as the Santa Monica priority population, which is the SMPP. And those are individuals who are from Santa Monica, became homeless in Santa Monica, or have been homeless in Santa Monica for extended amount of time, or are the high utilizers of city services.
High utilizers of services, and if it's tied to other funding, it's also high utilizers of DMH services, right?
That's
County.
if we're utilizing like county funding, which is not, this specific development is not this one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick.
Well, I guess if we're having a discussion, I had a couple questions about drug use and treatment and the role of housing, maybe for Ms. Averick. My reading of the literature is that of people who are living unsheltered, research shows that over 2/3 of people with a substance use issue develop that issue after they lost their housing, not before. Is that correct?
That's my understanding as well.
And the reason for that being is that living unsheltered is quite difficult, and that drug use can sometimes be a balm, whether it is for pain, for sleeping, for not falling asleep, or for dealing with any number of issues of living on the street. And that living on the street makes people more likely to do drugs.
Correct, I've heard that as well.
So by providing a roof over someone's head, we're not rewarding them, we're providing them with a pathway to potentially get off drugs, which their unsheltered status created in the first place.
And perpetuates.
Got it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I had a few questions. Hopefully I'll rapid fire them and not repeat myself. Why is this development so damn expensive? This is the one that after we went through and approved it, all of a sudden people freaked in the newspapers, freaked everywhere, said, why in the hell are we paying $1 million a unit on this property? Has the cost come down? Is there a way to control the cost?
So, the $1 million a unit, which I think you just referenced, that is inclusive of multiple funding sources. So there's the city side, city.
I know it's not our money.
Yes.
But has people pointed out to me when I said, it's not Santa Monica taxpayers' money, they said, well, it's someone's taxpayer money, damn it.
Well,
And people just ridiculed us in newspapers everywhere. Why is this one more expensive than the norm? Why isn't it $600,000, $700,000? Why is it $1 million a unit? And how do we, what the hell?
So construction costs have been going up over the past few years. It's rapidly increasing. I believe I can have the developer confirm, but there is inflation and contingencies built into the budget to ensure as costs are going up that they're
Yeah, but
accounting
it's
for those.
$122 million for this building?
Additionally, too, though, there's
Bill.
prevailing wages that are being paid. There's the underground parking, which is very expensive.
Right, but
Also, tax
and then-
credits facilitates sort of having a larger cost so that you can get more tax credits. So it's kind of the trade-off. Another,
Wait a minute, you're gonna
it's very
say,
bizarre.
that sounds counterintuitive.
Yeah.
So you're gonna jack the price up so you can get
It's
more?
the way tax credits work, that, this is something that has been in a lot of literature about tax credits, but this is something that is not that uncommon because of the way the tax credits are calculated. So,
And I'll also have
Okay,
Welton from EH.
I'll keep, that's
Okay,
right,
okay.
I'll keep going, because I
But
don't want
I
to
will
take
just say
forever
this
on
is
this.
across the
I'm
state as
just
well.
pointing out, this seemed beyond the pale, beyond anything in LA, beyond anything else I had seen. $1 million a unit is ridiculous. Why is this taking, at $1 million a unit, why is it taking 5 more years to get built?
So this is in the Coastal Commission, so it also has to go through Coastal Commission. We have worked with the developers, worked with the Coastal Commission to speed up that process, so it's something they're working on. Additionally, with the funding sources they're going after, those funding sources only happen once or twice a year, and there's certain times that you can't apply for it all at once. You have to get one funding and then the next one.
This project in the middle of our downtown.
Correct.
This came to us, I think, after I was elected, but it came to us 2 or 3 times afterward. My question at the time was, how much was this property worth? And I know it's part of our housing element, but was there enough money if we sold it to be able to buy property somewhere else or build it somewhere else in the city? Or would HCD go crazy? I was looking at, we were in a different session earlier today, and we were talking about city assets, and I was looking at this going, it's the middle of our downtown.
So we did evaluate that, and the challenge is that this property is actually identified in our housing element for affordable housing development, so we're obligated to proceed.
Or you'd have to find,
Correct, but every other site we have in downtown
don't-
is identified for affordable housing.
does it have to be downtown?
I think pursuant to affirmatively furthering for housing, it has to be in the same zone, I would assume.
The same general area, yes.
Well, we're not that big a city. I know we don't have other sites. It just was, how much is the property approximately worth when you evaluated it?
I don't know what the fair market value would be if it sold for private market development.
Or is it irrelevant anyway?
We did have an appraisal, but offhand, we'd have to provide it.
Huh?
We did get an appraisal done. I don't have it offhand, so I can look into it.
And I believe we also designated as exempt surplus. So I mean, it would be complicated to unravel this because it's been going on for several years in planning with the housing element, with the Surplus Land Act. We also went through a
Yeah, because
litigation.
this is at least 6, 7 years already, isn't it?
It is. It's
It
been
was
a long
identified by
process.
the council a long time ago.
Yes,
Yeah.
because of the seismic deficiencies in the parking structure, yes.
Right, which then someone, of course, a resident came to me and said there was never a study that said there was seismic.
Yes, there was. There was an
Okay.
engineering study, yeah.
All right,
And Mayor, this is one of those things, again, if we blow it, we could be looking at builder's remedy.
okay. On the grocery space, did they ever fix there was a problem with a potential loading dock. Were they able to fix that? And is it still a grocery store that is planned?
We're still working. We're still working on the design.
So wait, working on this, is there still potentially a grocery store opening there?
The plan is still for a grocery store. The ingress
could
and
always
egress trash
fall.
and all that is still under, we're still working with the team on that right now.
Okay. And it's not going to be a hard liquor outlet?
No, that's not allowed. Speaking of rules, that's.
Okay, no, I remember at one point it was a bowling alley with liquor and we were worried about people upstairs. Before it became.
That wasn't our idea.
Huh?
That wasn't our idea.
I'm just saying. All right, security. That does bother me, and I guess, Heather, what's the situation at the Laurel, which I was really thrilled to be there last week. What is security? Is it a one-year plan and then no security afterward, or is it permanent?
Yeah, so the Laurel's EAH, so I'll have Walton speak to that.
So, no, I think with the language in the initial DDA was just to say, as with every development, you typically have a kind of stabilization period. So I think what the staff was saying was, for the first year, we've submitted a draft security plan that's still under review. And all of our permanent supportive housing developments that we manage across the state all have security of some type.
So why would we not have security downtown with 50 supportive units? Wouldn't we want security 24 hours a day there?
Correct. So it's not 24 hours a day, but it's security. We will have security after the year. I think
So can we put that in the agreement?
Well, it is in the agreement. So the
I
security
thought you
plan-
said it's going to be I thought earlier someone said it'll be evaluated after a year.
So it will be evaluated, but that doesn't mean there will not be security. It just means that after a year, it will be revisited to see, like for example, do we need more security? Does it need to change the hours?
Well, but you could establish a minimum that there will be security 24 hours a day.
Yeah. So I think the distinguishing factor here is, for the first year, there's 24/7 security. What Walton is highlighting is EAH doesn't operate any permanent supportive housing communities where they don't have some type of security. Whether the need extends after that first year for 24/7 is something that we would evaluate.
I
But the
would
security plan,
think a nighttime
that's generally what
security guard
happens.
would be what, let me clarify then. During the daytime, you have property managers on site and you have people to take care of the supportive housing. You don't have that at night because they go home. That's why I'm asking. So I'm not concerned about 24-hour day. I would be concerned about nights, overnight security, because there are also danger of people coming in from outside, et cetera. What is, if I can use a comparison, step up in second and step up in fifth?
I can't speak to their security plans, but I will highlight for you that as part of this, also what we have to approve is their security plan in its entirety, its totality. So what will it look like ongoing into the future? And so, we, based on our experience, would also look to ensure that they're including security after hours.
Let me approach that a different way. Step up in second, step up in fifth. Do we have an inordinate amount of police calls for those two buildings downtown?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You have an inordinate amount of police response in those two sites.
Do you have a question?
Well, that would correspond to needing security at this building or not. So in other words, is there step up and second and step up and fifth are both supportive housing, correct?
Correct.
All right, so does Santa Monica Police have to respond more frequently than they might have in other areas? That would let us know whether or not we need night security or 24-hour security in those buildings.
So
Because it's only a block, or it's basically a block apart.
I think the thing to highlight here that is very different from this discussion we're having today versus Step Up and when those were developed is that, it wasn't this process that we have here today. So I don't even know that there was the level of review of all of these various plans that we've included, that we will be reviewing at staff level. So I'll just highlight, I think that was a long time ago and the processes weren't in place.
You don't think it's relevant now?
Agreed.
It's possible to
Correct?
put that in the plan as one of the criteria to evaluate, the security. I think it is, the first year was intended as an evaluation period, but we could put in that criteria to consider when we do the meet and
At
confer.
least overnight, because, and this just came up at the Hollywood community core housing projects on Wilshire, where they were asking at 14th, they were the neighbors. I know it's a different type of neighborhood, but the neighbors there were asking for nighttime security at the least. And so that's why I'm looking, because during the daytime, they have property managers or caseworkers or people coming in and out that keep it fairly secure. And so at night, that's the time I would worry about not the people who live there as much in the supportive housing, but people from outside. That's what I was trying to prevent, differently than what Councilmember Delatoria is saying about drug use or whatever. I think that'll pretty much take care of itself, and I agree with Councilmember Zwick that once people enter that housing and they suddenly have that fresh start and a chance, that most of them are not going to want to blow that chance, especially if they have teams there to support them, teams there to help them. What we saw in the limited amount of time we were at the Laurel, and I've seen in other places that I've visited from all over LA County, is that once people are in there and they have that shot, they don't want to blow it. And the whole hope is that they are able to recover their lives. So I'm concerned about security, not as much for them, but to make sure they don't have that outside interference or temptations at night. That's the reason I'm asking. So, yes, that's what I'd like to see us emphasize. I'm not concerned about daytime. I'm concerned about nighttime. Okay? I'm good. Should we take a vote? No? You don't want, you want me to, I can find more questions. And by the way, I just want to mention, we're half an hour away from our all-time record. So I'd like to see what we could do to not meet that record.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr, Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Torosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Delatory,
Yes.
and Mayor Brock.
Yes. That motion passes unanimously.
Can I move that we postpone the remainder of the agenda until a future meeting? Thanks.
We have to do the TEFRA hearing.
Huh?
The TEFRA hearing.
It should be quick.
Let's just do it. Let's go.
Okay, then we'll
Thank
suspend
you.
after that.
Thanks all.
Item 12A, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the California Municipal Finance Authority to issue revenue bonds for the benefit of 1634 20th Street LP.
I move that we waive the staff report and approve this item.
We need to have a public hearing.
I second.
We need to have a public hearing.
Oh,
Take
no, we have to
Okay,
have a hearing?
I didn't know. Okay.
Mr. Harvey Eder?
Oh, God.
Wait, we opened the public hearing?
Yes, we're opening it now.
Okay, just checking. Sorry.
And we have speakers. Can we help Harvey get up there faster?
Good morning, folks. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and Public Solar Power and poor people, minorities, low-income people. Okay, this has got to be evaluated by CEQA and for socioeconomic, political, economic ownership control. 40% of new buildings are supposed to have low income, real low, and the Housing Commission, like 86 that. I'm not sure how they do it. I don't think it's legal. But this is $45 million. This financing authority is substantial, and we want right of first refusal for homeless people to buy these units, not to rent them. And where you got 50 units that are people that might be addicts or whatnot, you still got 72 units in that other one. They all use drugs. They're free to use them. What about them? You got to regulate and deal with those folks too, because that's the real. Okay. In looking over the law on CEQA, we believe it's required, CEQA and NEPA, to do equity analysis. And that we're incorporating by reference records that we have at the Air District on this over the last 5-10 years, going back to the 16 Solar New Deal, which we did with Dr. Burke at their request. That was never evaluated, or the Sunshot Program, Department of Energy modeled after the Moonshot, and with Obama from 10 to 20, it made solar cost effective. It's taken over the damn market. The IEA said 2 years ago, 60% of solar that went in, 85% was solar and wind of new power plants around the world, but 60% was owned by fossil fuel companies. We cannot allow this to continue. We can't have any, these have to be solar. These have to be solar, all of these. And the equity goes, the tax credits go to us. And we got right of first refusal on that. And the 70 and 90% low-income tax credits as well. To us, we got right of first refusal. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir.
And that concludes the public hearing.
Okay, the public hearing's over. Staff?
Sorry, I retract my motion.
Oscar, do you have a presentation in here? No. Okay, cool. No, Mama.
He needs his mic turned on, though.
It's on.
This item is to conduct a public hearing pursuant to Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project is financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. Venice Community Housing Corporation has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority be the issuer of the tax-exempt financing in the amount not to exceed $45 million. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to finance acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of a multifamily rental housing project located at 1634 20th Street. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of taxable and non-taxable debt. The debt to be issued by the CMFA will be the sole responsibility of the borrower. Therefore, the City of Santa Monica will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city. The city will also bear no cost in the issuance of the proposed debt. Tonight, we're seeking council adoption of a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by CMFA for the benefit of the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and the California Government Code Section 6500. And that's my presentation.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Brock.
Yes. And I'd like to, do we need to move to postpone?
We do need a motion to continue the items either to.
Okay, I'd like to
Moved.
continue,
You're making it?
well,
Okay, whatever.
it's 14A through 16F
Second.
would be postponed.
And would
All
that
in
be-
favor of that?
Wait, would that be continued to the next meeting or to a future meeting?
Future,
Next
next meeting, October 22nd. Is everyone okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, we have one more thing.
Oh, wait, you didn't take a vote.
I know, that's why I was waiting to take us. I thought you were gonna, oh, we just need to do a voice vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, I have an adjournment and then we're out. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime Santa Monica Ray Carrier, who passed away on September 20th, 2024. Ray set an example for all of us with a zest for life and the generosity of kindness, time, and resources he gave to our community. Ray was born in Woonsocket, Rhode Island on July 17, 1934. He left high school and went to work at the age of 16 at Owens Corning Fiberglass in his hometown. As the oldest in a family of 3 boys and 4 girls, he needed to help his parents out financially for 2 years before joining the U.S. Air Force. Later in life, he achieved his GED. One of his brothers later lost his life as a soldier in the Vietnam War, which deeply affected Ray. Ray was stationed at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland. His parents moved to Santa Monica, and Ray followed. He took classes at SMCC and went to work in the printing business for a couple of friends, soon opening his own print shop. Print shop was across from Woodlawn Cemetery. He and his staff worked hard and became very successful. Ray then became invested in real estate in the area and did a lot of the plumbing and construction work himself. Ray always had a big heart. Early in his career, he started helping children and teens. He was a valued member of Kiwanis of Santa Monica JCs, The Optimist, and the Santa Monica Elks Lodge. He enjoyed helping with the Optimist bike safety program in their home for troubled boys. He loved working in the Salvation Army donation kettle for Kiwanis every Christmas. Ray won many awards for his community service, including from the Salvation Army and the Santa Monica Breakfast Club. He donated the scholarships for students from Samo High, St. Monica, Santa Monica College, so they could have the education he didn't receive as a kid. He was also a longtime member of the Santa Monica Sister City Association. Ray was married to his first wife for many years, Alice, who he met at St. Monica's at a dance. They had 4 children together. She helped extensively with his businesses as well. After Alice passed away, Ray endured a long period of grieving and loneliness, but then he met Zara, and they became friends. She made him very happy, and they were married. Zara became Ray's travel companion and his partner in philanthropy as a member of the Santa Monica Breakfast Club. Ray leaves behind his wife, Zara, his 4 children, Kathy, John, Darrow, and Doreen, and many, many grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Ray was a legend in Santa Monica, a legend we can all aspire to. He believed the best work in life was to serve your community. We're adjourned.
Oh, Jesse, don't forget your charger.